The TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series brings real affordable endurance road racing to you on North America's most prestigious road courses. With live flag-to-flag coverage of America's best grassroots motorsports racing, AutoZone presents ChampCar.Live. Hello everyone and welcome to ChampCar.Live presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. This weekend's race, it's the Nelson Ledges 8 plus 7 hour Enduro at Nelson Ledges Road Course. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Bill Strong and Tiffany Alexander, bringing you full-length race coverage again this weekend. So let's take a closer look at Nelson Ledges Road Course, situated here in Garrettsville, Ohio, as we head out onto the front straightaway. Pits off just to the right, flagger stand off to the right, as well as we head under the bridge. Still a few bumps and dips left over from the old course, but turn one nice and smooth. A little bit of banking there. Heading into turn one, car tracks out nicely to the exit. Through turn two, now down to T3, fast right-hander, which leads us down to T4, also known as Oak Tree. Progressing around this constant radius corner, a lot of drivers making it a double apex, as you see there. Now heading to an area called the Carousel. By looking at your track map there, you can see it tightens up considerably towards the bottom of the carousel right here, making it the most technical part of the racetrack. Now exiting onto the back stretch, also the fastest part of the racetrack. Through the right-hand bend here now leads us down to the kink. Once to the kink, you enter into the S's, which leads to the slowest part of the racetrack, turn 13. All right. Progressing through turn 13, pit in just to the right, back to the front straightaway, and that is a lap around Nelson Ledges Road Course. 2 miles in distance, 13 corners, and that is what our drivers will be facing this weekend. They'll be enjoying this weekend, at least we hope so. Welcome everyone to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. And yeah, we're live for 8 hours of racing today. That's what we're hopeful for. And 7 hours of racing tomorrow. Yeah, if you haven't heard, they got a little bit of rain, so they're going to be jumping some puddles here and there. But it looks like the track is just about ready to go hot here. We got drivers in the cars. They're going to be rolling out off the grid here behind the pace car here shortly, and we'll be getting ready to get started. So about 42 teams starting the race today at Nelson Ledges Road Course in Garrettsville, Ohio.
A little moist.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you today, Tiffany?
I'm good. After I got my equipment worked out, much better.
Good. There's a look at the weather situation. They're actually expected for the weather to be moving off there like that, as you can see. If you're looking at the map there, it's Garrettsville is, if you look at Aurora, that's almost in the center of the screen. It's just left of center. Garrettsville, Nelson is northeast, so that Mesopotamia, it's kind of in between the two of those, roughly, is where Garrettsville, where the racetrack is located. So
I thought Mesopotamia was on the other side of the world.
It is a bit of a drive. It is a bit of a drive. We got cameras and several cars already set up this weekend. We got Visceral Racing Group. They brought 2 cars out here this weekend. We've got Salins, Team Salins. They brought a couple cars out here this weekend. Then there's 90racing.com, rbankracing.com, and their 88 Honda CRX. This is the team that's leading the national championship right now. And they are also one of the handful of teams that's chasing this Midwestern Regional Championship race series as well, as they are rolling out onto the racetrack. And it's looking like they're going to be on the pole So that's pretty amazing. But yeah, it looks like they're going to be taking the pole this morning. They did have a practice day here yesterday, and several cars were out here practicing, but the rain was so incredible, was so intense that there were long periods of time when the teams couldn't circulate. It was that bad.
You're out there skiing.
Bill said they had 86 inches of rain, which he may have been exaggerating a little bit. I'm not sure. So, yeah. But the good news is they're not supposed to get a whole lot more rain now the rest of the day. So, hopefully that's trailed off. We can see some of the cars now rolling out onto the racetrack behind the pace car. As Arbank Racing just seems like everything's going well for them this year. It's just everything seems to be falling into place. They had a double win at Autobahn last month, and that really helped set them up to the front of the point standings with Blue Shells behind them in second place, TR Motorsports third, Hastings Tires Plus behind them with Dirty 30 behind them, then Javouli's and Money Shift Racing in the National Championship Series points. So things just seem to be clicking, really working well for this team. So welcome everyone. If you're just joining us here, it's Champ Car Live presented by AutoZone at the Nelson Ledges 8+7 hour Enduro. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. We've got a little over 40 cars starting the race with us this morning. And as the day progresses, their chance of showers is 0. Got a little bit of water on some of the camera lenses as we have over here in turn 4. So if you haven't been to this racetrack, this is what it looks like. 2 miles is the length of the track. Fast sweeping corners, that's what Nelson Ledges is known for. So it's a quick racetrack. And Tiffany, being that you're way down south there, I'm betting you haven't been up to Nelson Ledges before.
I've been to Mid-Ohio before, but I haven't. I've heard about this track for a long time. Never quite made it there yet, though. I hear a lot of people say a lot of good things about it, other than the swamp that seems to be on the screen there a little bit. They better keep those race cars out of that today.
Yeah, they could always pull over and do some light fishing by the shoulder if they get tired of racing.
I mean, there's a small pond there to the right.
Yeah.
Rather large pond, and some people's, I mean, that thing goes on forever. Yeah. It's going to be interesting if we see a car, get off into that.
Yeah, it's going to be a real mess getting them pulled out as cars come through turn 9 there.
But we're expecting the weather to move out, right? So
yeah, throughout the weekend. In fact, it's going to be dry, even partly sunny tomorrow. So all this rain that came in. Actually, Ohio never gets this much rain. It didn't start raining until Bill showed up on Wednesday. And so the locals are like, they're giving him dirty looks. They're kind of sneering at him when they see him. They're convinced that he brought Virginia rain into Ohio. Elderly Italian women are spitting at his feet. It's ugly.
Ohio's just trying to cleanse itself of Bill. Like, it just keeps pouring. It'll wash away.
But it can only get better now. Good morning, Will. Thanks for joining us here on Champ Car Live. And Dana Morrison's at the track this weekend, along with, I think, Chelsea as well. I think Chelsea's running the race. Dana's there. Just to, collaborate with the membership. And he's going to be joining us, he said, a little bit later on the show.
Oh, awesome.
So, yeah.
Dana's always fun to talk to.
Yep. If you want to follow along with the timing and scoring, it looks like racehero.io is the place to go. They've got the I see the event is listed. I don't have I don't have anything coming up just yet. Once they get everything turned on, we'll start seeing the standings come in, and then I can put those up for you.
We haven't even started yet. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I like to have the standings. That's a pretty good shot right there. You can see the cars coming out of the very fast part of the racetrack down into what's called the kink. You can see there's kind of a low spot down there. And there's a little bit of a dip right there as you progress into the kink, which upsets the car a little bit. But I think it's kind of fun, but I'm just weird like that. There's the Banana Splits team and that red, yellow, and blue BMW. That was the 170 car. That was my former team car. That was the Green Dragon. Some moons ago, they had it in the garage working on it. My buddy John Fortney, a part of that team, and my other friend Jim Inger, also a part of that team, and he's kind of local to this area.
So they knew this track well.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. So the kink on the track map doesn't look near the amount of that doesn't look a lot like that.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like as much turning is going on.
Yeah, it's kind of a slow corner. It's not as slow as the final corner, but you're coming in there really, really hot. You're in fifth gear. I mean, it's very, very fast on the way in, and that
right away before
that first right-hander, you're going through the kink flat, but as you go down towards 12, there's that. Well, actually, no, 11 there. Turn 11, the kink is actually kind of sketchy. That's where a lot of guys need to lift a little bit, maybe dab the brake to make sure they get through there because you are going so fast, and then you're definitely braking going into 12 and then again into 13. But it's a little tricky. Because you're coming in so fast, it's important that you get that braking done correctly. You got the car squared up nice going into 12. We saw Salins a couple years ago do a loop-de-loop right there going into 12 with that Porsche Boxster. If you don't have that car line squared up good, it's going to want to go around on you.
Yeah. Want to knock enough speed off to make that turn, but not too much, right? Yeah. So fine line, right?
Right. You don't want to kill yourself, but going into kill your momentum, of course, but
or yourself.
You got to get it right. Yeah. So thanks for joining us, everybody.
Good morning, everyone.
It should be a good morning. It's as Doc would say, it's a great day for a motor race.
I would agree with you. Let's see. One of my favorites is any day at the track is better than a day at work.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. This is true.
I've heard there's a bad day at the track is better than a good day at work, but I'm not going to agree with that one. I'll just say any day at the track. The other one invites like peril.
Taking another lap here, and this is pretty common. Usually they'll pull out of the pits, they'll make one full lap, and as they come across, they're checking those transponders to make sure that they're pinging. So I would have expected to see something come up on Race Hero because of that, but there's nothing happening. But anyway, it's usually one lap, and then they'll that pace car will dive into the pits, and they'll throw that green flag and send us racing.
Send us off.
But we'll see.
8 hours straight. My race monitor isn't getting anything yet either, so we'll just see.
All right.
Probably after the green. Everything pinging, right?
We hope so.
Yeah, fingers crossed. If it's anything like us, it's like half working.
Marky the Farmer, good morning. Clive, good morning. Charles. Should be getting started here shortly. Here's Salins. Bringing two cars. They're always a dominant force out here at the racetrack at Nelson Ledges. Visceral Racing Group. not having the kind of year they would have liked to have had. They've had some mechanical issues and some misfortunes on the racetrack. Blew an engine at NCM this year. Didn't have really good luck at all at Watkins Glen. Just things haven't really come together. Hoping for a better weekend here at Nelson Ledges Road Course. So rounding that final corner, looks like the pace car has pulled in, so looks like we're going to be going green here, folks. Dropping the hammer on the CRX as the series championship leading car takes the green flag and dives down into turn one for the first time this morning at Nelson Ledges Road Course. That's a very
round two of the Midwestern Championship.
Yep, the Midwestern Championship is another a series within a series, kind of, really. They're running at Nelson Ledges, Gingerman Raceway, Autobahn, and Mid-Ohio, the 4 tracks that comprise the Money Shift Racing Midwestern Regional Championship Series. You run all 4 weekends. You have to run all 4 weekends. Top 6 finishes count. Lowest finish wins the score, wins the series. And there's first place trophy is you get a trophy and 1,400 race credits. Second place trophy, you get 1,000 credits. There's a third place trophy, you get 800. All those details are on the Champ Car website under the schedule.
It's really interesting. I like the championships within a championship thing. That's cool. This is the second round, so there'll be a few more rounds after this.
Yeah.
Oh, I see data starting to pop up.
Cool.
On Race Monitor. The first laps are hitting.
Yep, here we go. We're showing, it's not right, though. It's showing Racing Plymouth leading. I don't think that's correct.
I don't think that's ever been correct.
But we'll let it, it's only the first lap. We'll let that come around here and see what we get.
Yeah, it'll have to.
As it sorts itself out. I'll go ahead and get that displayed for you folks. There you go. Meanwhile, Visceral Racing Group. So these guys just checking out the track for the first time here. Now they had opportunity to run out here yesterday in the wet. They know those curbs that are painted are going to be slippery.
They're going to want to stay away from those. They probably get close to them, but don't touch them, right?
Yeah. They could use them. You just don't want to be. You want to use them on the inside, and you don't want to be under a lot of power. You just want to basically blast over them. I don't know that there's going to be a lot of curb usage at Nelson Ledges. Heading on to the fast part. They got the Banana Splits team just ahead of them. There's a lot of traffic, of course, on this 2-mile road circuit. About 42 cars started the race. High of 76 degrees out here today. It's going to feel kind of hot and humid, but the rain is tapering off, so heading into turn 12.
That Visceral brought 2 cars, the 918 and the 959, and they both did pretty well at testing yesterday. So they're starting out with Troy in the 918 and Justin, who's a new driver for them, in the 959.
I see. So Troy's at the wheel right now.
Yep.
That's a fancy helmet he's got there.
Super fancy.
Go back up to the front here.
I love that Visceral names their cars So the 918 is Trixie and the 959 is Heather. I always name mine too. Makes it easier to discuss, like it's like having a dog and not naming it. You call it dog. Like you have to tell which dog you're talking about. Well, especially in my house. Race cars too. Like which race car are you talking about? Because there might be a few, dead or alive.
Yeah. Up to third, fourth gear here for the Honda as they head across the start-finish line under that bridge. Still got that original bridge up. Heading into Oak Tree here is 90racing.com, our bank racing. Kind of a constant radius is that corner. Now they'll head into the carousel here, and this continually tightens up here as you progress through the corner, so it's really tricky finding that spot where you can really lay into the throttle.
Oh, the pond.
Just kind of easing it through the kink here. There's so much water offline and the grass is so wet that if you get off, you probably slide until you end up in Lake Michigan or something. I don't know. I don't think you're going to stop.
Definitely going to not get any grip out there. Mm-mm.
Back onto that front straightaway. You can see they've repainted the tower now. It's nice and red. They've put some new windows in. They've got some HVAC that they're working on. It's not completed yet. They've got new garages here, too. How wet is the track? The track is very wet. They got a lot of rain over the last couple of days, several inches, so.
Kind of like a pond with a racetrack around.
If you'd like to come out, by the way, Bill just messaged me. There are no volunteers on pit lane. He's like by himself, which is probably not true, but suffices to say, you guys, if you want to come out and help out this weekend, you're near in the Ohio area, come on out. We could use the help. They'll pay you, they'll feed you, and like Tiffany said, a weekend at the racetrack is better than any kind of day you could have at work. So.
Being around, like race car people. They're the best people in the world.
Race car people. Is that your
probably? I'm trying to figure out how to make
boinging? Okay. So we're showing there's no Z and Mazda actually leading the race right now over 90racing.com. Then it's the 727 C137 Racing, Beef Coast in fourth, and Wittenauer shown behind them in their Mini Cooper. We've got a camera in their car this weekend.
Did we say that one, Wittenauer? Is that correct?
That's how I'm saying it.
Okay, let's go with that.
Salins has set the fastest lap time of the day. I'm not sure why that matters, but I guess it does matter because that means they've got the capacity to overtake the field. Here we're on board with them. So how you make a Porsche Boxster go fast in the rain is a mystery to me, but they're figuring it out.
Very careful.
So Bill is singing all by himself. Yeah.
Probably down there actually singing all by himself, like the song. I have a picture of him. No, I can't sing, but.
So I've been putting some Doc sound bites together, Tiffany.
I love it. Okay.
And I've got a Doc Waldrop joke queued up. That
okay.
He told the joke at Watkins Glen. I don't remember anything, so It's always like Doc always says. I wake up in a new world every day, like a chicken. But I'll play you the joke. Let me see if I can get this to work.
My favorite Dilbert cartoon is
There it goes.
the one where he says we're gonna give you more responsibility and so there'll be more pressure on you, but there's no money. And he says, and his boss says, it's how we recognize our best people. And he says, I thought our best people went to work for the competition. He says, that's the other way we recognize.
Yeah, I guess that was a Gilbert cartoon he was referencing, so it's pretty good.
The amount of jokes that man could store in his brain were just unbelievable. How he kept us cracking up.
Back on board with Visceral Racing Group. Right now the standings show 6 laps in with Team Salem in 4th place and moving up. And there is no Z and Mazda shown leading the race right now by about half a second over 90racing.com as we go on board with them. And they're whistling by the competition as they've already caught up to the backside of the field, putting people laps down. Bavarian Mustache Works in 8th place right now. Shut Up Racing is in 10th. North by Northeast is 14th. And I'm just looking through the field here. We've got one EC car down in 29th. That's the only EC car here this weekend. HDW Racing. Everybody else is in a properly classed car.
Wow. Yeah. "36 cars started the field this morning if you didn't make it, huh?"
Nah, that's too bad.
Yeah. It's always a few casualties.
Yeah, that's one of the dangers of these practice days in the rain. I'm always cringing because it seems like there's somebody that always ends up wadding up their car and
Not making the race.
oh, we
yeah.
got Money Shift Racing in trouble. Money Shift Racing not turning laps right now. It looks like they've slid off into the grass and the car kind of looks like it's up on its side a little bit.
Scuba gear.
We're still showing green right now. He did give a thumbs up to the corner worker to indicate, he's okay. Trying to get that engine to fire.
Did you see where on track he was when he...
No, I'll look through the different track cameras here, see if we can pin down where he's located. But
water around
don't see. Now there is a safety vehicle heading out of the pits. So there is a safety vehicle being dispatched to go pick up the Money Shift Racing Honda Civic. That's a real shame. Fortunately, it happened early here, so whatever's going on, they'll be able to hopefully get back out there quickly. Kind of surprised it won't fire.
Fire and water don't mix. No.
Why you not working, huh? I found this great thing online. It's the Italian hand what's it called? Sign language.
Italian Sign Language.
Italian
Okay.
Sign Language. Yeah, it's all the same thing. It's the cupped hand pointing with the fingers pointing up. You know what I mean? You put your fingertips to your thumb and they're facing up, and then you wiggle your wrist forward and backward. That's all. That's A, B, C, D, E, F, G. That's the entire Italian. Never mind. Oh, well. See, I come from an Italian family, so I can say that. All right, so emergency vehicle at the Money Shift Racing Honda right now. They're gonna.
Oh, the little thing where they're like right when they're telling you how good the pizza is or how bad the driving is. Yeah. Little hand squish thing.
That's great. We've got the Haywood Racing Team. They've brought their own cameras out here this weekend, just like Money Shift Racing, and so like the Haywood guys, like Money Shift guys, they're kind enough to let us ride along with them. They brought two Miatas.
It looks like he just barely pulled off the track, so that looks like it might be more mechanical than sliding off course, because I feel like if he slid, he would be way further away.
Yeah, it looks like he was just off the track. Yeah, you're right.
So maybe having some kind of issue with the car and just kind of got himself out of the way.
You know, there's just a lot of water coming into these cars, and that's not something that that's not something you run into at every racetrack.
No, and it's not something race cars like or electrical systems like.
Now these guys are pretty savvy when it comes to building a race car, though. So you can bet that they've considered all of that as a possibility.
You've been working with them to get some little bit of info, right?
Yeah, actually, sorry guys, I'm a little distracted here. I'm trying to work on some things, but yes, they're experts when it comes to, especially in the Hondas, but they're experts at building race cars. It's what they do for a living. And so, as been working on your car, Tiffany, Honda is not something where I'm particularly strong yet, so it's a learning curve for me, and they're the experts. So yeah, I've been talking to them, and they're super helpful. Kevin and Chris are just great people to work with.
Maybe my old Honda will crank again.
Oh yeah, it's gonna happen.
I've heard that that I'm like, that car's so old, but like the EF hatch is getting it's quite popular.
Yep.
Super light. It's like a tin can though. Ooh, look at that.
Yeah, things are a little exciting there inside the Salins machine.
I got no steering.
I bet it's a handful.
Yeah.
So we're showing Team Salin Mustard leading the race over 90racing.com. There's No Z and Mazda in third. Beef Coast Racing is fourth, and Racer X is fifth. Now, I'm not sure, but we might be under caution. It just looks like the guys are kind of following everybody nose to tail here through this area of the racetrack.
It does look like it,
So we didn't get the indicator on our. We're showing green over on Race Hero, but nope, there's some pass. Well, he's passing the car. It's being towed in. And our one camera that covers the flag stand. Ooh, a little misshift there. Ouch. That wasn't pleasant. As we are back to green for sure out here at Nelson Ledges Road Course.
There must have been some local yellows following that safety vehicle, the race car being towed in, that they were, being respectful of.
Generally, water is wet. Let's see, you got all kinds of comments over. I'm looking through everything here.
Charles says he loves racing in the rain. Skills even out the field.
Yeah.
Especially at home skill, yeah.
On board with one of the Haywood Racing machines here. Racer X in 4th place. 36 seconds behind is their Nosy and Mazda. So the top 3 cars separated by a mere 3 seconds. They are right together right now. Here you can see 90racing.com right behind the mustard car. I kind of like this for 90 Racing. If I was in that driver's seat, I would be liking this because you got the Porsche to kind of pave the way to say, hey, we got the leaders are coming through,
Right.
and just to kind of open up some room so that I can come through too.
Right. Tuck in behind them. Yep.
And he's having to pedal it a lot, but that's okay. Here you kind of got the door slammed on him a little bit with the slower car up ahead. And you do have to be careful through here with a lot of this jockeying for position when it's this wet out.
Mm-hmm.
This turn in particular can be really tricky. There's a lot of accidents that happen right here. All right, now down into Oak Tree here. As Money Shift Racing is towed behind the wall. And that's one of the teams that is competing for the Midwestern Regional Championship title. And they are, in fact, sponsoring the event. So I guess it only makes sense that they would be competing in it, too. I mean, if you're going to pay for it, you might as well participate in it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll be keeping an eye on the Money Shift guys, and hopefully, if it's just waterlogged, they can get that taken care of. The engine was turning over, so hopefully it's not that hydrostatic lock that tends to make engines go boom. Team Salem not only leading the race right now, but also has the fastest lap time of the day, that 126.7.
Foster kind of got away from the 90 Racing for a little while, but he's kind of pulling him back in. So
yeah, they're both able to turn very similar lap times. They're just a tick apart from one another in what they can do with a clear track.
mm-hmm.
Boxster might be just a wee bit quicker. And here we can
Seemed like
see.
the CRX would handle just a wee bit better, though.
Yeah, you'd think that front-wheel drive in the wet gives them the upper hand, but the Porsche's quick. There was one year I think they won by 16 laps over the field. I think that was it might have been one of the 24 or something. It was crazy. I would call that decisive. Would you call that decisive?
Pretty decisive.
I would call it decisive.
Got a big win.
Yeah, well, that's a bit of a drive.
Oh, he says 12-hour drive.
It's a 12-hour. He'd be happy to help, but
That's a bit of a commute.
So, Tiffany, you got your dock stickers done,
I did.
and you got them in hand. So, what are your plans for those stickers? I imagine they're going to appear at Barber in December.
Yes, I guess it may last that long. I was going to take them to the VIR 24. I was planning to drive up for that. Maybe. So I got like 400. So I was hoping that would be enough that everybody wouldn't be gone in one race, but
Yeah.
there'll be a lot of people there.
That's a lot of stickers. Yeah, that should get you through.
Yeah. And they're a little small, so you can put them on, like a car. They're heavy duty stickers, so they should last on a race car that's, in the elements. But also you can put them on, like your Yeti cup or your cooler or anything, just, kind of whatever fits your life. So,
Cool.
I like them.
Yeah.
Thought they turned out all right. I got one with I'm like a chicken. I wake up in a new world every day saying on it. And then the other one is the one Doc always said about the racing is moments of boredom interspersed by moments of sheer terror.
Right. Long periods of boredom interspersed with moments of sheer terror.
Yes, that's it. I don't have the sticker in front of me. Can't do direct quotes.
What's the sticker of? Well, it's got like a picture of Doc on it. I'll try and bring you up. I'll try and get you a picture of it here.
Yeah.
So I
So
think
it's got Doc's face on one in black and white, with his broadcasting mic and everything, and then that's a black and white one, and then the other one we did it in gold and purple since he was such an LSU fan, even though that's not my team, but and so we did the wording in purple, and then it's kind of a cartooned version of Doc that turned out really nicely, I think. Polly helped me on that one.
Yeah, I think you sent me pictures. I'll bring up a picture here so I can. Here we go. There. So here's what they look like. So you can see there it says, we heart Doc, and I'm like a chicken. I wake up in a new world every day. And then here's the other one with the moments of sheer terror. That's pretty cool. That's really cool.
I think they turned out okay, yeah.
Money Shift Racing, the driver's staying in the car, so they're hoping they can get that thing fixed and get it back out there. Looks like the hood's going up. But yeah, that's another thing, if you don't have your throttle body intake protected well enough, you could gulp in a lot of water if you're not careful getting into into these puddles.
That would be bad.
Looks like 90racing.com trying to make a pass here. They've got the mustard car just on the left, trying to get around the outside. Look at all this traffic. That could definitely open the window for them to get through. If we could follow this BMW through, for instance. But doesn't really need to get ahead. Just really needs to stay in contact. Look at all that water to the right. Up against the rev limiter there. Through the kink. So yeah, there'll be stickers at VIR. There's going to be stickers at Mid-Ohio. I've got some stickers that Gorilla Sticker put together for us for free. Just a kind gesture on their part. They also supplied those same stickers at AutoZone. And then there's somebody else that's got stickers too.
I think Matt. I think Matt did a sticker.
Maybe
Harper.
Maybe it was Matt. Yeah. So some nice commemorative stuff out there.
Have one of them stuck to my Yeti cup. It has a big ChampCar sticker on one side, and then it has a dog sticker on one side, and so I can just see his little smiling face all the time. I like it.
Yeah.
Color smile.
In all of the graphics that I produce, there's always going to be a Doc Easter egg in there somewhere. You have to look and see if you can find it. But here we got his picture on the main screen here, of course, and then for the broadcast this weekend, I had a nice big version of him leaning on the event badge, which was fun. But we'll have him snuck into all the little graphics and stuff that I publish up there.
He liked to sneak into things, so
he was a big part of it. I mean, there was no one more passionate about broadcasting it than him, and he would always be disappointed when he found out, well, we're not going to do this show, or we're not going to do that show for one reason or another, and well, what am I going to do? You always say, I got plenty of time on my hands. So if he had his way, he'd do every single one of them and never quit.
Yeah.
All right, so Team Salem leading the race with 90racing.com right behind him. Then there's No Z and Mazda about 9 seconds back. Racer X just sets the fastest lap time of the day in 4th place in their BMW, back another 36 seconds. Then it's Beef Coast Racing, Shut Up Racing, C137 Racing, Junk Player Special, Bavarian Mustache Works, Wittenauer Motorsports. That's your top 10. Go on board with Wittenauer here as they're working their way around the racetrack, and one of only a handful of Mini Coopers that join us in the series in Champ Car. These cars are quick, and they've had some problems at this racetrack. I think they rolled the car here last year, and they've rolled this car. They rolled 2 of them. I think the one car they rolled, it was totaled. So this one is like a fresh build.
They got experience rolling them. Okay. Not the way you want to end a race car, really.
No, it's bad.
Probably still better than fire, though. So.
And Troy Trulio's raced out here before. He was racing with Ergo Lab with Jerry Anger, one of our board members, and also the treasurer for Champ Car. Until Jerry decided to move on from that venture with that car and let somebody else race it.
I think he dropped it off in the recycle bin.
He was so frustrated. Everybody runs into that at some point. I know Doc went through just years of struggle and strife trying to get that BMW to work, and it can just drag on for years. And Jerry had finally had enough.
There's nothing like racing to teach you about how to deal with disappointment.
Yeah.
Like, for the same reason you don't pray for patience, because oof.
Be careful what you wish for, right?
Right.
On board with Salen's Mustard right now, as Our Bank Racing has retaken the lead of this race. Salen's has fallen back 3 seconds on that lap. So you see, Tiffany, how this is one of those situations where you can have a wiper motor that quits working because you never really think about it. And on a weekend like this where you're using it a lot, you're realizing, I've never touched that wiper motor, and that thing is 35 years old, and
The car, yeah.
And if that thing quits, oh,
Makes it very difficult to race when you cannot see.
So this is the kind of thing, as a mechanic, you got to think about these things. This is that kind of stuff that gets you sidelined. But there's a lot of teams that also use Rain-X. So it's a coating that you wipe and spray onto the windshield, and that causes the water just to bead up off the windshield. So you don't necessarily have to use wipers. And then they also Rain-X also makes an anti-fog chemical that you can apply to the inside of the windshield to keep that windshield from fogging up.
Have you seen that work really well? I've heard lots of people use lots of different things between air and that, and shaving cream, and having little Q-tip wipes inside the car kind of thing so they can wipe the windshield. I think everybody's got a different thing, or the heated lines are on the back windows, and put those on the front.
Yep.
All kinds of things. The fog is not good. You can't see through it. and seeing where you're going on the racetrack is quite important.
Yeah, and Doc had said he had put 3 of those on cars and hadn't used any of them because they kept breaking windshields. So they'd put them on, the windshield get broken, and then they'd have to take it out and put one on the next windshield, and then that one would get broken by something else. And I've used the defrost kit, and it's okay, but when you're getting hammered by rain and you can barely see, those defrost kits, typically they just have a timer. So they'll run for a number of minutes and then shut off. And gradually that windshield starts to fog up, and it's kind of like losing your eyesight. It's so gradual that you don't really notice it until it's really, 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 really bad.
Right.
I'm like, oh yeah, this stupid thing shut off. I gotta find the button and turn it back on. And so they work okay. The air blowing up on there, I haven't driven a car that had that in a situation where it was raining. The Q-tip thing works just okay. I mean, I've used that.
I'm gonna keep doing it though.
Yeah. The thing about the coating on the inside of the windshield with the barber saw, we've done that. We did that at Barber on a Miata, and it helps, but I'm not sure. You know, I guess you got to try different things and see what works best for you.
But I mean, that can be something that completely changes the complexity of a race and who's going to win the race. Whereas, you know, one team was really fast, but now they can't see, right? Or not very well. And another team, you know, their wipers are good, they're working, you know, they can see where they're going, their window isn't fogged up, and they can continue on at a much quicker pace, right?
Yeah. So I've got a story for you. We got a car that's off in turn 4 in the dirt. So what happened was we were leading the race at. Looks like you just tugged him out enough to get him on his way so he could get going. So we were leading a race at Brainerd, and it was raining. And as we were leading, the visibility got so bad that Nathan couldn't see where he was going. He had to come in and get what we call a Q-tip, right? It's just like a rod with like a stick with some paper towels on the end of it. I like to use an ice scraper. Because it's got this big brush thing on the end, and I just wrap the towels around that. It works real good. So he had to pit from the lead in order to get a Q-tip because he couldn't see. And when he pitted, they red flagged the race. And by the time they red flagged and brought everybody in and got us back out there, it put us down a lap. We were leading the race. We came in because the windshield was fogged. That put us down a race when everything went back to green. We had to pass everybody back again to win the race. And that's the trophy. Did? Yeah, that's the trophy that I have. It was from that race. Wow. Yeah. And it was terrifying for Nathan. I felt really bad for him because we knew that it was going to rain, and we had it all marked out that he was going to drive the first stint. I was going to drive the next stint. I was going to drive the rain stint, basically, because I'm okay with the rain. And it started raining while he was driving. And that was not the plan. And to make things worse, though, they have this VTH or whatever they call it. It's a coating that they spray down on the drag strip. Makes it great, incredible grip in the dry. But in the wet, like we saw at Sebring, it's terrible. It's incredibly slippery. And we had people wrecking on the front straightaway. I could hear people pedaling the throttle, just trying to get their car down the front straightaway. And it's terrifying, absolutely terrifying. And he was out there in that, so it was bad.
Doesn't prefer driving in the rain, so yeah, that's not the ideal.
Yeah, I was texting the race director like, please red flag this race, please red flag. And they did red flag it, but it wasn't because of that. It was because of lightning. Now I saw a car going sideways here. Coming through the kink. That's why I switched to that camera, but I don't have it on view. So they slid off of camera view there. So this track is still really slick. Now, this track surface is pretty new. We kind of reopened the track officially about 3 years ago here, doing a 24 out here after they had repaved. And so while there is a racing line, there isn't necessarily a rain line. You can probably brake and turn and cross over the racing line anywhere you want because the track's surface is pretty new. So we're on board with Haywood here. All right, so we've crested the bottom of the hour, so we're going to take a quick break for commercial, and we'll be right back. So stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, and we'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
Welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Tiffany Alexander, as we're calling the race for you this weekend. And it looks like Nozian Mazda has pitted. Now, this was a team that led the race at the very beginning, but they're in the pits right now with the hood up. Looks like they've possibly got some ignition issues on that Mazda. And I can tell you from experience, losing control here, trying to stay on the power to keep that thing under control. And catches it, Haywood Racing, as they come down the front straightaway. Yeah, the ignition coil on that Miata and the crank trigger, all that stuff's buried up against the firewall. It's really hard to get to, so it's going to be there for a minute as they try to get that taken care of. Rhinoceros Racing was black flagged for not having tail lights, brake lights. Another one of those things that's frequently overlooked. It can really mess up
have two
your
tail
race.
lights to be operating, of course.
Two
right?
brake lights, yeah.
Or yeah, two brake lights.
Actually, yeah, you got to have at least two, yeah. So you can have, like, if you have three and you have one that goes out, if you have, like your top brake light and then one of the other ones, you're still good to stay out there.
It's always good to have extra. So Billy's letting me know Wayne Nonamaker is in the mustard car for the team sailing, and Joe Salen is in the ketchup car.
Nice. Thanks for that, Billy.
Yeah, the mustard car is in second currently. Ketchup is in 8th. And Money Shift just went back out.
Nice.
Figured that out.
How did you know that?
Billy told me.
Oh. Yeah, it looks like Needs More Gas is not turning laps right now, down in 34th. HWD, the EC entry, is in the pits. Everybody else is out there, if you could believe it.
I mean, a lot of times, other than the moisture causing problems, you see sometimes less attrition in these wet conditions in a way, because the cars don't get as hot and they're not pushing them quite as hard because they won't, allow it with the grip.
Exactly. You're forced to take it easy on the equipment.
Right.
Here's Money Shift, I think. Yeah, they're getting passed by Haywood in the Miata. So they might just be on a recon lap, just kind of checking things out.
See if they got it fixed. Don't you hate it when you think you got it fixed, but then you realize you really didn't get it fixed? That thing is still there. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's sometimes, a team, and we've been through this before, a team I was racing with in a Miata, it's, you go out and do maybe 3 or 4 laps and then have to come in, and then you do 3 or 4 more laps and you have to come back in, and it's just, it becomes the day you're just working on the car. You're not really racing.
Right. It just turns into a test and tune day. Yeah.
Yeah.
I figure out what the hell's wrong with this car day. Yeah.
It just goes on and on and on. about the time, and you're trying something new at every pit stop.
Mhm.
Well, the gas cap wasn't on tight, or, oh, well, this ignition wire was loose. It's always,
Well, you
okay.
start with one variable at a time, right? And you go
Yep.
through the car.
Yep. Or in the case, sometimes it'll go from race to race to race that way. You think, that happened with when I was racing with premium dudes. We thought we had a problem, and we thought we had it fixed on our way to Brainerd, and it seemed like it was okay, and then it wasn't. And then we thought we had it fixed, and we went to Road America, and we got out there, and we're in second place, and the car starts dying on us.
Oh,
It's like, what is going on? And it was the same kind of thing where you look at it and think, oh, well, here's a wire that doesn't look like it's connected very well for the fuel pump. That's got to be it. And then you get out there and you're racing for 2 or 3 hours and it starts to act up again. No, that wasn't it. It's something else.
Which is why when some of these cars do have issues, they will keep trying to work on the car and bring it back out and turn it into a test and tune, because there's it's hard to replicate the conditions at the track if you're not at the track. So they're trying to figure out what's wrong with it and fix it.
Yeah.
So they won't keep having that. But it's kind of part of race cars, right? I mean, it happens.
Yeah. No, it's absolutely true. One of the teams that I was doing some work for on a car when we were doing with the Green Dragon was, we just had the engine rebuilt and put in the car, and so the team member's like, well, hey, I live out in the country. We'll just bring it out here and just whomp on it around here in the country roads and make sure it's okay before we go to Daytona. I said, nah, man, we really need to take it out to a racetrack. So, but we took it around the country roads, and we're beating on it and everything. Everything seems to be fine. And then we took it up to Nelson Ledges here, and I mean, I didn't get 2 laps in. It's spewing oil from a gasket that was never installed from the engine builder, and the gas tank is leaking really badly into the car, and we just spent that track day just working on the car, trying to get things sorted out for Daytona. It's just
way better than dragging the car all the way to Daytona to find that out, right?
Right. But it was totally fine in the country.
Yep.
And we're just rushing through corners, and you think you're duplicating racing conditions, and you're not.
Right.
There's just nothing that compares to getting on a racetrack and driving, as they say, in anger. That's when you're full beans, and you're really putting that stress on the car. It's really the only way to do it.
And turn after turn after turn after turn, yeah. Then you see how your race prep went.
Back on board was Salen's Mustard in second place, now 6 seconds back from 90racing.com, rbankracing.com.
And you notice with a lot of these front-running cars, they have these really clean builds inside. They know where things are, and things are kind of more tidy.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems that more and more I'm seeing more and more of that now than the latter. Although we have so many cars in Champ Car, but a lot of times our cameras end up in the better performing cars, I guess you might say. That's the cars we pick are the cars that tend to finish the races and tend to be up towards the front, or they're just a really unique car. Mm-hmm. And so we end up in cars that are typically well sorted as a result. This is like a really interesting control panel that he has there.
Right, I've not ever seen a blue and yellow one.
Again, the driver just kind of pedaling it as he heads down into turn 1. Got an emergency vehicle track right at turn 1 here. Looks like they're working their way around the racetrack, looking to go pick up somebody. And as we stay on board in this camera, maybe we'll see... Oh, there we have it. We're on turn 2, 3 area there. Driver parked off on the right-hand side. I just made your day. That's how my car started out. Bloodbath of fluids. My first lap. Carburetor mystery, next race. Sorted out eventually, yeah.
We have played that game before.
Yeah, it's something that we all have to play. And even and like even Money Shift Racing, these guys are professional race car builders, and no one's exempt from having problems. I mean, if you got guys in F1 that are having problems, you know that your amateur build is going to have problems too.
Right.
But there's some things you can do to stave off most of it. And I'm a big proponent of doing those track days. Anytime you make a change, new transmission build, or changing suspension, changing brakes, for crying out loud, take it to a racetrack, man. I don't mean just putting pads on. I mean, if you're changing calipers and proportioning valves, and you're like changing the design. You better take it out to a racetrack and work on it.
We'll shake it down. We'll probably end up at a lot of racetracks. I'm like, I'm going to go shake this car down and instruct some people.
Yeah, and there's a number of tracks that have frequent day track days, just like Nelson Ledges does. Nelson Ledges pretty much every Wednesday. It's kind of a private group. You got to kind of know somebody to get into it, but once you're in, you're in.
I mean, Barber has a track day every weekend. It's just like about half and half. So half the weekends are probably cars, and half the weekends, maybe close to half the weekends, are probably motorcycle groups. So you just have to figure out which ones are the car groups, and then just go sign up with them. I just looked on there. It looked like when we're going to a new track, I'll look on their schedule at the track and just see what groups are there, and then see if there's any that I recognize, or make sure they're car groups and not motorcycles, because I'm not doing that.
Right.
We get a little practice in.
So it doesn't look like there's any lightning strikes nearby the racetrack, and that's good. 149 miles is the closest lightning strike. ChampCar tends to that's really what they look at for red flagging the field. And again, according to the forecast, the heavy weather has moved off and shouldn't be returning. So although Bill thinks it's going to rain, he told me a little bit ago, I think there's rain coming.
He's like Chicken Little.
The sky's falling. We kid because we care, right?
Mostly.
Not always, huh?
Sometimes it's just payback.
Bavarian Mustache Works, I think. I'm not completely sure. I think that kind of looks like Ben there. I'm going to say it is. The plan was to put this camera in the Bavarian Mustache Works BMW. We were having trouble finding him there at the last minute. And actually, this camera's causing me a lot of grief anyway, so... Here's a look at that kink again, as tow truck is helping to motivate one of our competitors around the racetrack here. Maybe we'll see as they come by, as the leader goes by there, the Honda CRX.
It looks kind of like the car they pulled out earlier.
Oh, yeah, it does.
Doesn't it? It's the neon-y yellow on the front.
Yes, you're right. It
Yep,
does.
that was the car they pulled out earlier.
A repeated offender.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the kind of team that starts getting dirty looks from the officials. It's like, man, you're always making us go out and pick you up. Why don't you fix that car?
Right. Wait till you run out of gas on the track. They give you a really dirty look when you just try not to tell them that. You're like, oh yeah, something bad.
So that's the needs more gas team in the Nissan 240 SX, I'll bet. That's because Billy's telling me that the 820 is going on the hook. So he also says a little liquid sunshine's good for the soul, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I got a message that Race Hero is offline. I'm not sure how he would know that, Mr. Alone on the Pits. But coming from Bill. Let's see, it's showing lap 26.
Timer's still working. see, I've got race monitor up too.
Okay. Yeah, just let me know if it looks like they're kind of syncing up.
We're on lap 39. Yeah, it is off, I guess. Then no. Wait. Apparently I need to wake up before I sign on to this broadcast. 26 laps complete on Race Hero, and on Race
40.
Monitor, the leader is on lap 40.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess it's
All right. So I'll take down that pylon, and I have ways. I have my ways. So I'll come up with something here for us here during the commercial.
Yeah, it looks like the monitor is up working. You know, when you don't have that app up, it doesn't keep it fresh, right, until you open it up again, and then everything changes. You know, as it catches up.
Gotcha.
It's like, wow, it's really a race. You know, just catching up.
Yeah, we're showing 90racing.com in the lead still at 40 laps with Team Salem Mustard in second. There's Nosy and Mazda's third. Racer X is in fourth. Shut Up Racing is fifth. Team Salem Catch Up in sixth. North by Northeast in seventh. Visceral Racing is eighth and ninth. They have 2 cars here this weekend. And Tappin' That Gas Racing is in 10th.
Tapping that gas. That's funny. Some of the names these guys come up with.
Yeah. So we have reached the top of the hour, so we'll take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back in just a few, folks, so stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. 90racing.com is your leader. We'll be right back.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Oh, that never happens last night.
I'm sure it doesn't. But that explains why you're dressed like a train conductor.
Nice bodysuit. When do we start jazzercising?
For the times when taste beats style.
Hot dogs are ready!
Make it worth it.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back everyone to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Sorry about that, but we are back here live at Nelson Ledges Road Course for the 8+7 hour Enduro. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Tiffany Alexander, calling the race for you here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. 90racing.com is your leader over Team Salem Mustard. Then there's No Z in Mazda in third, Racer X in fourth, and Shut Up Racing shown in fifth place. Now, again, these are unofficial timing and scoring stats, so take everything you get from us with a grain of salt. That's good advice no matter what the situation, as we're on board with Salem's Mustard right now. Looks like Money Shift Racing staying out there. But decidedly, looks like they're kind of taking it easy out there. So I might try and send a message over to Chris and see if we can get some more information on what's going on out there. But yeah, as we were at break, I was just reminded of another incident that happened during a track day. Tyler had taken his BMW to Gingerman for a track day, and I just happened to be up there. I don't remember why I was there, but he said, "Hey, you want to take the car out and drive it?" I said, "Well, sure, that'd be cool." So I took it out on the racetrack and did a few laps, and as I was out there, I noticed that there was something loose in the suspension. And he was able to find it, fix it, and, you know, it's just like you find these things that you're not going to find any other way. You know, it was just one of those weird things that actually he said it was bothering him at the last race. They just weren't sure what it was.
It's very, very difficult to replicate race conditions. See what the car is and is not going to do properly.
But we've been full green here since the green flag waved this morning for 90racing.com in their Honda CRX to take the green flag. And they're stretching out a little bit of a lead over the Mustard car right now. Their lap times are continuing to fall. The fastest lap time for 90racing.com, ourbankracing.com is a 1:19. over Team Salen's Mustard 121 on that last lap. And so we can bet that we're going to start seeing more and more of a dry line develop here eventually. But boy, this track is wet.
Yeah, as soon as you get off the course, if you get a little off the course, it's going to be bad. Do you have a the live feed from the 959, the other visceral car, Polly?
No. We put a camera in just one car.
Okay, they've got one. I'll send it to you.
Okay, all these cars are coming to a stop, Tiffany. I think we're under red flag right now.
Yeah.
So we'll cycle. I'll cycle through these cameras and see if I can find the cause of the pause.
The cause of the pause. I like that.
Well, I kind of flipped it around because I've said many times I need to pause for the cause.
Mm-hmm. But now we have a pause.
Yeah, I don't see it. Now, somebody just buzzed me. Oh, it was you. Oh, Billy said red flag. Oh. Oh, no. So I don't know if you folks heard that, but they've got some driveline issues in the money shift car.
Ooh.
So he doesn't know if it's a differential or an axle, but there's something that's, he said,
it's
slapping.
Like a clunk clunk when I shift gears or let off and decel or acceleration, it's just clunking around.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, we were both kind of getting a little bit of that noise yesterday. It didn't seem to get much worse, but if you want, when this goes back, come in and we'll pop the hood. I mean, we're out of it today, so we might as well just keep an eye on everything.
Yeah, and these tires, I don't know if it's me just because I got shooken up, but I can't push it. Every time I try to push it, I get sideways.
So they're obviously trying to. They're set up for dry.
Oh yeah, I mean you try to give it any gas, and I mean I got it sideways half a dozen times. And then one time I had to get towed in.
Test and tune and make sure the car is ready for the race tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah, we're looking over different parts of the racetrack here where we have cameras, and I'm not seeing anything really obvious here as to what the cause of the problem is. And this, I'm not even sure. This is actually, this is on the front straightaway, right before the flag stand.
You can see the building off there on the right.
Yeah.
When you're wearing that snail t-shirt, you are smoking.
The conversations that go on. And I'm not sure how these guys, what these guys got going on there. Some of them sound like there's a speaker inside the car that's also activating, so you can hear really good when they're talking.
Both sides of the conversation, yeah.
So whenever we're under a red flag condition, the teams are asked to, looks like everybody's starting up here. They're rolling now. But you're asked to pull over at a controlled stop to the side of the racetrack and come to a complete stop, either the right side or the left side, preferably lined up behind somebody, but you don't want to cross over the track.
You want to leave that track open so a emergency vehicle can come down the track if they need to or whatever, yeah.
And these red flags are usually brief, and they're only under extreme circumstances where we've got a situation where we've got somebody that's on fire, or the driver had to get out of the car, or something terrible. Or sometimes I've even seen it though when there was a blown engine. There's a lot of oil down.
Oh yeah, and there's just a lot of cleanup to do. Yeah. It's going to be dangerous for the cars to come through it before they get it cleaned up.
Yeah, this was pretty quick, so it might have been somebody got up on their side, and so they went out there to make sure they were okay and pulled them off into the paddock.
I think the pace car is out now.
Yeah.
Build together.
Yeah, they're behind. Yeah, what they do is they roll out there and pick up the leader.
And that'll be the first time Jackie's been deployed today, other than the start of the race.
Yeah.
Pretty good for these conditions.
Right.
The rain is picking up. I see it dripping inside the car. Where it wasn't earlier.
Bavarian Mustache works. So the standings here, we've got 90racing.com leading over Team Salem Mustard. Then there's No Z and Mazda is third. Racer X shown in fourth. Shut Up Racing fifth. Vissel Racing Group in the number 959 in sixth. Salem's Catch Up in seventh. North by Northeast in eighth. Vissel Racing Group, the number 918 is in ninth. And Tapping That Gas in 10th. So I think that's Troy. Troy is in the 918. So he's back there in ninth place right now.
Looking pretty wet out there.
Yeah. Yeah, so whenever we have that thing that happened with Tyler when I went out to Gingerman and drove his car and came back and said, hey man, there's something going on. Now he never forgot that, and so I'm always getting ribbed by him. You know, we were at NCM earlier this year and had a practice day and so Tyler was asking Arjun, he said, so did Paulie come back with a spreadsheet? Wants you to check this and that, and this needs to be adjusted 12 degrees and all this kind of stuff.
That's the perfect person to put in the car, right? Like, tell me everything that needs to be done so I can have it all ready for the race, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't thinking it quite like that.
It was funny. Money Shift Racing, they've brought it into the pits. Again, concerned about some noise in the drive line, on and off power, that transition of power back and forth. They're going to be looking at the engine mounts. They're going to be looking for anything that's obvious, that's loose. The way the engine's mounted to the car, the way the transmission is mounted, or if they can't see anything there, then they're knowing it's going to be more internal and it's more serious.
Mm-hmm. Those mounts start wearing out. You know something's going on. It clunks around.
And Dylan's saying, I have a party to pop into first, but then I'll be at the track. If anyone needs me for anything, just give me a shout. Yeah, Dylan, I'll tell you what, if you'd be interested in helping out in the pits, if you would go up to the tower and just talk to Dana, they could use some help working the race. If you would have any interest in helping us out with that, that would be fantastic. And they'll get you paid, and they'll even feed you lunch. You'll get a lunch ticket and everything. So,
if you get there before lunch.
Yeah.
You're going to need to hurry on up now. I hope he can see out of that windshield better than I can, because I guess it's got a bit of glare and a bit of fog. Do you think the Lexan windshields are fogged differently than the glass? Do you think that makes a difference?
Yeah, definitely a difference because of the temperature. Whereas glass, how glass gets really cold, and Lexan's just plastic. It doesn't really do that, so it behaves differently in these conditions. And so again, the R-Bank Saab was a Lexan window. It's not. I don't think it's really Lexan, is it? I think it is Lexan, but whatever it is that they use, polypropylene, whatever it is they use, it's. We still had to carry a Q-tip into the car.
Gotcha.
And I mean, that like what happened to us at Brainerd. I mean, I'm just an automatic. If there's any chance that it might rain, just put it in the car. Why have, here we had to pit from the lead. We knew it was going to rain that day, so why not have it in the car the whole race?
Yeah.
Why mess with, not putting it in there?
Seems simple enough. Go ahead and put that in there. Put your sandwich in there.
Get Haywood here.
Other light orders. Fine.
Get that screen resized there so it's in the right spot. There we go. And Haywood, they're sharing their camera feed with us. They brought their own cameras.
Did you get that link I sent you from the other Visceral car?
Oh, I'll have to look for it.
No. I sent it in the messenger.
Okay. Thanks
Better
for
for me to put it in Slack? I can do that too.
No, it doesn't matter. I'll find it. Thanks.
Trying to make it
And it looks, I just went to their feed just now and struggling to keep the back end of the car down. I mean, it's slippery out there.
Yeah, he's definitely fighting with that car. He seems to have been all morning. Looks like there's a lot more rain coming up. See the cars are starting to. Looks like they've got a little rooster tails behind them.
Yeah, and as we looked at that, that weather pattern that I'd showed you earlier, it's one of those. It's spotty. You got there's parts where it's dry and clear, and then you have another section of clouds that comes over the area and douses you with rain again. So they're not supposed to be getting more weather, but it's kind of going to be a hit and miss deal.
Right. May hit, may miss it. Race Heroes back up even.
What's that?
Race Heroes still down.
Okay. So if you're just joining us, folks, we're out here at Nelson Ledges Road Course in Portage County. It's Garrettsville, Ohio. So I guess Visceral put their own car camera in.
Yeah.
I didn't know that he was doing that, so that's cool.
I have a direct link with her pit boss. She sent me.
Oh, you do?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Ron's wife and I exchanged numbers a while back, so keeps me updated on what's going on.
That's nice. And we can see, look at this, the kink here. You can see all this rooster tailing. There's definitely rain coming down on the track now.
It's raining good.
So they are getting hit with a lot of rain. I've got a couple track cameras that have gone down, so I can't show you those, obviously, but you can see that car's pretty loose coming out of 13 there.
Looks like a handful.
And I think he was helping it a little bit with the throttle, get it to come around there. Just taking it so easy through what's normally a very fast turn one.
Whoa. Mm-hmm. No grip, no grip.
Just trying to get that power down. Heading up to Oak Tree here. Now this is a banked corner, so you pick up a little bit of grip here. This kind of racing tends to really wear on the drivers, and it's because of the increased concentration level that's necessary. So if the car is working really good in the rain, then you don't have that, and it's just a lot of fun. Now if your grip level is good and you feel like you're moving up through the field, you're not getting stormed all the time by faster cars, then you can relax a little bit more and enjoy it. This situation, the car's pretty loose out there, but the driver seems to be pretty comfortable with it. You know, every time the back end gets loose, he easily catches it. It looks like he's talking to the crew.
Yeah, I think this is their new driver, Justin, in this car. So I don't know how much seat time he has in this car.
Mm-hmm.
Woo. Definitely entertaining to watch. I mean, it's kind of like, you know, a lot of what we do doesn't compare to the street in a lot of ways, but then in some ways it does, you know, like, so if you're driving in heavy rain out on the regular road, a lot of people, their go-to is to kind of turn the radio down to, you know, to try to focus on what they're doing, because now hopefully they need to be paying more attention to what they're doing if, you know,
Hopefully.
Right. And it's the same thing, like your concentration, like you're normally at 100%, then like in the rain, I think like you're at 150%, you know, you just
right
to be dialed in to feel every little thing and be really, you know, careful about being soft on the pedals and that sort of thing. What do you think is your secrets to driving in the rain? You're going to give us any of those, Polly? Master?
Well, let's see. There's a lot to it as far as racing in the rain, you mean?
Yeah.
There's a lot to it. Oh, we got another car going sideways, coming through the kink. Oh, and he's into the water and the grass.
Oh.
He's keeping his momentum up. Yeah. So some of the things you need to look at is, if you know you're going to be racing in the rain and you're not really familiar with the track racing in the rain, then you're going to want to find out what the rain line is. It's the so-called rain line. So the track in the racing line, over the years, the track will get kind of smoothed and polished in those areas in the corners where the cars typically are driving. And if you try to follow that same line when it's wet, you'll find usually a lack of grip. However, in other parts of the track, like around the outside edge, like riding the rim of the corner, you'll find there's good grip over there because the cars aren't typically over there. So you want to find out what the racing line is. Good rules of thumb is just to drive offline. So as you go into the corner, you might line up, like say on a right-hander, you might line up on the left side like you normally would, or you might line up track center. Do your braking track center and let the car roll out past the apex and just ride the rim around the corner. That's a pretty common technique that's used. Some tracks will have puddles that develop in certain areas, and you'll have to learn how to navigate that. So talking to other drivers that have experience racing on that track in the rain will take you a long way. Now there's things you can do to the car that your mechanic will do to help you with wet weather racing as well. They'll often increase the tire pressure a little bit. That'll help with hydroplaning. They might soften up the suspension by disconnecting like the rear roll bar or something, sway bar I should say, something like that. So there's some different things that can be done to the suspension to help soften the car up, and that usually helps with the wet weather driving too. But the number one thing that my dad told me early on was just make sure you do all your braking in a straight line. You know, for a guy like me that loves to trail brake, you can't really get away with that in the wet. So you just want to do all your braking, get all that finished, you're downshifting, everything done in a straight line, so you're off the brakes, and then you go ahead and bend into the corner. You just want to be very gentle with your movement, be smooth as possible, because your grip level has decreased. Here, we're off in the grass. Oh no! Finally got away from him, Tiffany, and he's just barely nosed into the, I'm going to have to get over to that camera. Just barely nosed, this is visceral, just barely nosed into the barrier there. He's going to try and back out as I was rambling on. Trying to find reverse. Uh-oh.
Where is it in 944? It's back on the...
Okay, he found it, but he's spinning because it's just too... There's no grip out there because the grass is so saturated. He's just digging a hole.
They put reverse in all different places on these Porsches. You know, it's never in the same spot.
So frustrating.
Uh-huh.
There's a look at the Salen's Porsche sliding off the racetrack in the kink, and hopefully came to a stop there before crossing back over the racetrack.
Loopy there.
Yeah. And again, those Porsches with that mid-engine, they got to be really careful under braking, that they're braking in that straight line. But even in these conditions, with all of the water on the track, you can hydroplane and find that you get some uneven braking going on. The brakes aren't working the way they were supposed to, or you might have one tire that's hydroplaning, the other one that's found grip. And then you're going for a ride.
Quite treacherous.
that can really add to the concentration and take away from some of the fun of it, because you're, oh my gosh, he's trying to turn around in the grass.
Oh.
But he might get himself stuck out there.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Kind of he wrote his own epitaph.
It seemed pretty deep when the other car came through there earlier sideways.
Yeah, he's still barely moving.
Just keep going. Just keep swimming.
That's right. You can do it, Dora. You can do it. Meanwhile, Visceral still pinned up against the tire barrier there. He's talking to his crew. And I think the Visceral car is actually off in the same area as the Salen's, and he manages to get that Porsche out of the grass. That was a journey.
That was a pro level move.
I'm just going to dive in. So, meanwhile, the Mustard car is out there on the racetrack, still in second place behind 90racing.com. And you're right, Tiffany. I mean, you can't even see anything out of these windshields from this camera angle, but look at that rooster tailing that's going on. And it looks like the camera over here in the kink is one of the more entertaining cameras because there's so much action over there. The tow truck has arrived at the Visceral Porsche, number 959, and they're going to be pulling him out of there. I watched him go into the tires, and I think he just barely nosed into him. So I don't think there's much damage. I think he's just stuck. And once they get him pulled free, and that's probably going to be the word of the day is these guys will get offline, they'll get into the grass or the water, and they'll just have to get pulled out, and then they'll be all right.
Yeah, I mean, you're going slower in the wet than you would be in the dry. So if you hit something, sometimes it can be a lot less damaging to the car. You're not hitting it at full beans. At least that's the hope, the luck. There's the Q-tip comes out.
So Visceral getting pulled out of the grass and up onto the racetrack here.
I'm surprised Q-tip hasn't contacted a racer about making an extremely large Q-tip, especially for race cars.
So it does bring up a point that it's good to have, lights on your cars. We've talked about this at Watkins Glen.
Yeah.
So that you can turn them on and use them at any of the racetracks.
Absolutely. In conditions like this, that's very helpful to be able to see an approaching car. Everything kind of looks gray in your mirrors. Asphalt, water, all of it just could help keep you from turning in on someone or, know someone's there. Getting hit, that sort of thing.
Bill wants me to say this. He said, talk about why it's good to have lights on your car for a day race. Some cars, we can't see them from the mist. And if a flagger can't see them, they could get black flagged. They're not required, but you don't want to get black flagged. He's talking about just having lights on the car to make sure that you can be seen by everybody.
Right.
If you're invisible, that's not good.
No.
That's my scientific analysis there. If you're invisible, you're not good. It's not good. Well, there's a lot. There are some really scientific and intelligent people that support Champ Car, though, and so we're going to take a quick break here as we reach the bottom of the hour, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes. So stay with us, everyone. You are watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, and it's 90racing.com. Our Bank Racing, your leader. Back in a moment.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea. Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. You see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
The story is Chris Economaki was interviewing Jackie Stewart. Jackie Stewart loved racing in the rain. So it's just miserable. I mean, it's pouring down rain, and Chris Economaki sticks a microphone in front of Jackie Stewart and says, "What do you think of the conditions today?" And I mean, it's literally appalling. And Jackie says, "It's a great day for a motor race."
More great stories from our buddy Doc. No longer with us, but certainly always going to be with us in spirit. Welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, and we're at Nelson Ledges Road Course this weekend for the beginning of a rainy weekend. Hopefully, according to the forecast, it's all going to move away and things are going to dry up, and the birds will come out and begin singing, the clouds will part, the sun will shine, and all will be happy in the neighborhood again. But for right now, these drivers are dealing with a lot of water on the track.
Or we'll find out that they lied to us.
Yeah, that's right. We're going to find out, aren't we?
We are going to.
So we've lost Race Hero for the time being. I don't know. I'll have to go back and look and see. I'll do a refresher and see if there's anything going on there, but it looks like it's just offline, which is kind of unfortunate because we get so much information. It helps us with our broadcast and bringing you information about what's going on behind the scenes, or for pit stops and so forth. We don't really have that information, but what we do know is that it's raining and there's a lot of water on the racetrack. There's even more water off the racetrack offline, and we've seen a number of cars doing pirouettes out there coming through the kink. Visceral Racing Group, one of their team cars, the 959, was into the tires and stuck in the grass for a little while. Also, Bill let me know that Racer X spun over in turn 13 and continued. Racer X was in 4th place at the time. So even teams up in the top 5 are having trouble out here in these conditions.
I mean, they're quite treacherous conditions. You really got to mind your P's and Q's.
And so what you'll see is a lot of these guys following right behind the other drivers because they're looking for those tires for the driver ahead to carve out some of that puddling that takes place, because you don't want to hydroplane either. And so for a while you'll find a lot of nose to tail driving in these conditions. Now, if your car is working good, though, then you can risk it and go offline and make some really nice passes because everybody's so lined up that way. So here's a nice pass around the outside, and it's typically a perfect maneuver in these conditions because, again, you'll pick up some grip on the outside like that, and you're also not putting such a pinch on the car going through the corner, right? So you're bringing in less side load by just rolling around the outside edge of the corner. And the reason I flipped over to the 90 Racing camera is they have one of those Q-tips in the car to keep that windshield cleared up, drivers using between the corners.
It's very helpful to be able to see where you're going.
Yep. So yeah, there's some different methods out there. I guess you just got to see what works best for you. But yeah, we did hear that there are some. It was one of the. I think it was at Watkins Glen. I was asking, does anybody use Rain-X anymore? And we had several people chime in on our YouTube feed, said, "Oh yeah, we use it all the time. We use it on the inside of the windshield too." And that's when Doc brought up, or somebody brought up, the whole the Rain-X anti-fog that you can put on the inside of the windshield.
I would warn folks, though, that if they go to put Rain-X on and it's like a little thicker than normal, don't use that. Just go ahead and throw that away. It's gotten baked in the trailer, whatever.
Something's changed chemically. It's not what it once was.
We had I don't know, it is chemically changed into a different... It gooped up the windshield so bad that it literally pulled the wiper blades off the wiper. And blade flew off in the middle of the race while it's raining. The driver was less than impressed with that.
Yeah, that would be bad. That would suck.
Cave in is just the stalk there, no wiper left.
Jeez. What a mess.
Have to refresh some of those chemicals. Listening information.
All right, it's time for another Doc joke. I don't have a whole lot here, just have a few, but I do have this one. I don't think I played this one yet, so we got to listen to this one now.
My favorite, I have two favorite Jackie Stewart stories. When he was a color commentator for ABC, he was with Chris Economaki, and they were out at Riverside Raceway, and they took him to Ascot Park and showed him a sprint car, and said, "Jackie, would you like to race one of these?" He says, "No, I don't think so." And he said, "Well, Jackie, would you at least like to take a ride in one?" He says, "Well," he says, "to tell you the truth, I don't have my helmet." And so they said, "Well, we can get you a helmet." And he says, "Well, I forgot the other thing I need." And he goes, "What's that?" And he says, "Your balls."
We've got a waving yellow over in turn number 12, so we'll take a look at the track map. You can see 12 is the slow left-hander right before the final corner on the racetrack. It's kind of off camera here to the kink, so it'd be off to our right where we can't see. There's a waving yellow there.
Yeah, I think the 524, the Fuse 15 car is off in that turn.
Uh-huh.
Or maybe in 13. Maybe it went off in 12 and is in 13. I may have to go retrieve that car.
Yeah, and Dylan's talking about the electronic defroster. Yep, we've talked about that. There's a kit you can buy, and you just apply it to the windshield, and Nathan was using that on his car when I was racing with him. I assume it's still there. Premium dudes, and yeah, I've raced several cars with it. Some people think it's a little distracting, but it's...
Yeah, with my ADD, I don't really love them.
Yeah.
The little line ones? No.
Well, they're kind of... They're spread out kind of far apart. They're not as detailed as the ones on the rear windshield, and you just kind of ignore it, you know. It just gets to a point where you just kind of ignore it. You're looking past it, right? But yeah, if it would be of any kind of distraction to you, then you just for your car we better not do it. We better use the Q-tip or a blower or chemicals.
I left the AC in the car so that we could use it for if we needed it too.
AC in the car?
I think so.
I'm gonna roll up. We can't have windows though.
No, but you could like turn it where it blows the cold air on the windshield like you do in the regular car.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Do you want your grapes peeled too for when you get out?
I mean, I like my wine chilled.
Oh, we got a car that just decided to skip the turn there and just drive straight across the grass. So there's probably a lot of action over there in turn 12 and 13 that we're missing out on.
It's definitely a good time. Watch.
It is entertaining, isn't it? We'll have to keep that one on the preview all the time. That's the kink. There we go.
Some standing water there too. Wow. Quite a gaggle of cars coming through now.
That's what I'm concerned about is the, like the puddling now. We got a lot of cars on the track, so hopefully they're keeping a bit of a line carved through those puddles.
Mm-hmm.
As we go on board with the Salen's mustard car.
Oh, one of the visceral Porsches is off at 12.
Oh, yes, you are correcto. Again, turn 12, and this is the same driver that was up against the tires.
Blames another.
And he's really spinning those tires, trying to get out. And we saw he was doing a lot of hanging the back end out, and
trying to get all he could out of it. Now he's going to get the mud in the car.
Yeah. It's one of those things where you can back up better than you can go forward.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're from the Midwest, you totally understand that. That's exactly what it's like in the snow.
Really?
Oh yeah. It's like front wheel drive. You know how front wheel drive's better in the snow than rear wheel?
Mm-hmm.
You just go in reverse.
Mm.
I don't think that's Troy. No.
No, this is Justin, I think. Troy's in the other car.
Yeah, Bill's mistaken. He wants it to be Troy, but it's not Troy. This is Troy. He's all right.
You can see his helmet's just barely above the seat top there. That's what I was just chiming my bell in. So is he stuck in that other one, I guess?
Yeah, right now. He's gonna have to wait for a tow truck to come and pluck him out. He's trying to back up to a spot where he can get back up onto the track, but there's just a little bit of a. They probably set that up intentionally for runoff. The track's a little bit higher than the grass line. That we can get down into the grass, and so he's having trouble just pulling up onto the track.
Mm-hmm.
And then we got the Whitner guys. Some of these guys are doing a really great job of keeping their nose clean out there.
I was just thinking the same thing. We've had a couple of cars spinning, but we've really had some cars that have got in no trouble.
Whitnauer in the Mini in 9th place right now. They've moved up. Haywood Racing's moved up into 10th now. As you see the standings scrolling by there.
And we're getting close to our pit stop here, so we're kind of 2 hours in, right?
Ooh, good point.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we should start seeing some of these cars come in and do a driver change. Probably some of the cars that couldn't go 2 hours can in these conditions. So I think a lot of people are going to wait till right at that 2 hour mark. Yeah, we'll be able to. And
we do have an emergency vehicle working its way around the track. Probably to help the Porsche, who's just having a good time digging some trenches over there in turn 12 for the rest of the competitors to enjoy. he's just like
Troy anyways.
He's like, come on! He just can't believe that he can't get that car moving. There's a lot of waving and.
Oh, it sounds like me talking.
He's talking to himself, or I'm not sure if he's having trouble with his helmet, like he can't hear them, or. I saw he was talking to them on the radio, 90racing.com, maybe having some communications problems. You know, this water could be getting into their communications equipment.
Absolutely. You know how electronics love water, right?
Oh, they love it.
Mm-hmm.
So Visceral getting pulled up onto the racetrack and probably with some mud.
A few pounds of it.
Looks like they're gonna unhook them rather than pull him back while he's on the racetrack. Oh, he is frantically waving at his pit, trying to communicate with them.
Trying to get their attention for sure.
Yeah. I think he said something like, "I have no fuel," or
in the car that's 2 hours. I mean, probably.
even in the rain, though.
Yeah. Does this car go 2 hours in the dry?
Now, Visceral's brought that car into the pits. Driver's getting out. So this is, we believe, our leader of the race. And he's been having a lot of trouble communicating with his crew.
You don't want to come in if they're not ready, you know?
That could be what he's trying to signal, is I really need to come in and you guys need to be aware I'm coming in.
Right.
He may not be able to hear them. He's hoping they can hear him.
Right.
He's on the outside here. This is not where he wants to be to go into the pits. No, he just rode the outside line. He's waving at his crew as he goes by, but he's not able to communicate what he's trying to get through, so I don't know what the situation is here.
Obviously, calm down.
It could be that he doesn't know what time it is. He knows he's getting close, but he doesn't know when to come in. And he's wanting his crew to signal him to bring him in.
That's how I always carry my trusty whiteboard. I have a whiteboard with like non-pink duct tape all the way around it. It makes a nice frame so you know it's our whiteboard instead of the frame. And then I can write, you know, the car number or whatever, whoever's in the car, and I can write pit really large now or 2 laps, you know, or whatever if our comms go down. Because that is happening.
Well, yeah, I mean, when we were racing in the SCCA, we always had a pit board. So I used to bring it to the track with me, and one of the guys I used to race for appropriated it. I saw it in his trailer. I'm like, hey man, that's my pit board. He kept it.
You didn't put enough pink on it.
That's right. Well, you know, that's how Doc kept all his tools.
That's the way I do it too.
Painted them pink.
Not because of the girl, because I've learned that the guys do that, and I'm like, but that actually works really well.
So the leader coming into the pits. So expecting the crew's going to be ready, and I'm sure they will be.
Yeah, I mean, it's the time. I mean, it should be expected at this time. So this should be an interesting pit stop, though.
He's coming in the window, so radio might be wet, he said.
Driver going in. They're yelling at them, visors down, because they're fueling the car. So when they're fueling the car, everybody has to have their visors down and be, you know, fully protected.
Oh, we got a car driving, seems sliding off of the racetrack there at the kink. Not the kink, but the turn 12, rather. Had the wheels turned, just she wasn't turning. And you can see how fogged up that window is there on the CRX.
The pit lane is getting very busy about now.
Robin's yelling, plug the radio in, plug the radio in. They want to do a radio check and try to get that radio working again. Here comes Robin.
The radio, I turned it off because all it was doing was honking.
Okay.
Is it doing something now or no? Nothing. Radio check.
Okay. So they don't have radio comms.
Harness is soaked and therefore it's done. Here, hold this. Hold on.
Lots of cars coming into the pits now,
Okay, that's good.
as predicted, because of that 2-hour maximum stint time for the drivers in Champ Car.
Yeah, they've got about a minute before they're going to be over that. So I'm sure everybody who hasn't pitted yet is going to be coming in. Yeah.
2 minutes still.
Giving him a time signal, 2 minutes remaining in the pit stop. Trying to clean that rear view mirror up as best as he can, but they're going to get soaked when he gets out there.
Yeah, our pit stops are 5 minutes minimum when you're taking fuel.
You can see these windows just fog right back up again.
So frustrating.
And of course that's because of the temperature difference between the glass, the ambient air, and then the amount of humidity that's in the air. It condenses on the glass.
Five, gotcha. What? Can you hear me? I can hear you, Robin. This okay, is so don't talk. You can hear me? Don't touch the button. Okay. You don't have to. Don't touch the button? Yeah, because that's what's messing it up. Yeah, we're good. We'll tell you what you need to know. You have spray and rags. Get some silver spray, wiper. 50 seconds. We ain't got much time. Come on.
If you're going to do something, you got to do it now. He's got some Rain-X he's going to throw on the windshield. He's saying, look, we don't have a lot of time, so if you're going to do it now.
Start the car, start the car. All right, go ahead.
I was trying to put that Rain-X on there and the windshield wipers were still going.
Yeah. And that's why I make it a point, as soon as the hood goes down,
10 seconds.
I start the car right then. Because if there's going to be a problem getting it running, we want to know about it early in the pit stop, not 10 seconds before we have to roll out. Nobody has to tell me to start the car. It's already running. So he was told by Robin, don't touch the button, just wait for us to talk to you. That's the way you need to drive your stint. So driver's on his way. And so begins another stint for what was the leader when they went into the pits. Looks like they dropped to second place there. But of course, these pit stops are going to shake up the field here until everybody gets through and then goes back out. So that's the top of the hour there, Tiffany. Would you like to take us out to commercial?
Sure. Currently your leader is the 943 Team Salem Mustard, and we are right at the 2-hour mark. You're listening to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
He shared school space with his best friend, Norm Peterson.
Who was Cliff Clavin?
That is correct. The board is yours.
Yes. So you don't want to hear about my sister's vacation?
No, not really. What are you doing?
What?
What is it you can't say these days? YOLO?
Dad, nobody says that.
YOLO!
For the times when the joke's on Dad. Make it worth it.
You guys could have warned me about this stuff. Oh my God.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing, and it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Triple tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at Nelson Ledges this weekend for the 8+7 hour Enduro. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. I'm Paul Veltum with Tiffany Alexander calling the race for you this weekend. And we just watched our leader pit and go through their pit stop routine and get back out there. They have resumed the lead of the race unofficially with Team Salem Mustard in second place, Racer X in third, Shut Up Racing in fourth, There is no Z, and Mazda is fifth. Visceral Racing Group in the number 918 is in sixth place. Tapping that gas in seventh. Bavarian Mustache Works is in eighth. North by Northeast Racing in their BMW is ninth. The Porsche Boxster of Team Salem Ketchup is in 10th place. Haywood Racing's 662 Miata is in 11th place. Then it's Whitnauer Motorsports, T2T Racing in 13th. 60 Degree Motorsports in 14th. C137 is 15th. Kaywood Racing is shown in 16th place. And then it's Most Mint Racing in that 92 Saturn SC. Behind them we have Team Foot Shoot. Then we have, there was a swap there of position. It's Go-Kart Racing and then Team Foot Shoot. And then it's Z-Tech in 20th place. The other Haywood car there in 21st. Visceral Racing Group's 959. Has been off the track a couple of times. They're down in 22nd. Bulldog Racing is in 23rd. Then it's Paddock Saboteurs. I like that name. Fuse 15 just past the Paddock guys for 24th. So in 26th, it's Full Send Motorsports. Hipster Racing's 27th. BCM is in 28th. And the Banana Splits is in 29th. With Junk Player Special in 30th. Then it's Bush Boys Team Nertney, I believe it's pronounced. Money Shift Racing is 33rd. HDW is 34th. And I think that's all of the teams. Beef Coast Racing, Rhinoceros Racing, Needs More Gas. That's all the teams that took the green flag. 37.
A few didn't take the green, but got out there shortly after the green.
Right.
Right. Because I think we had a few last just first thing. That needs more gas in 37th. So yeah.
So most of the teams now finished up with their first pit stops. And they got new drivers plugged in. Here's Visceral Racing Group. Troy Trulio's gotten out of the car.
Right. I think it's Ron in that car. Let's
Probably.
see. Got that written down here.
Okay.
Say Ron's in the 918 and Justin is in the 959 still.
Yeah, hopefully they can get that car out of 22nd and now start making up some spots after the car was off track a couple of times and got stuck. Somehow we've managed to see a couple cars get off track and get back without having to be towed out. Salem's Mustard and Arbank Racing swapping the leads early. Nosy and Mazda led early, and then they were in the pits around 9:30 with ignition issues. Rhinoceros Racing was black flagged for no brake lights. And Racer X spun. It was in third place at the time, and they were in fourth place at the time. Now they're up to third, so they managed to recover from that spin pretty quickly.
This is their regular Justin driver. And then their other Justin driver they call OJ.
Okay.
For other Justin.
Other Justin.
Mm-hmm. Rather clever. I remember we had two Chris's at one time. That got confusing, so we had to use last names. Or nicknames. We might have gave people nicknames that they didn't want.
And we've got quite a bit of racing on the schedule for the rest of this year, and so I'll defer to our buddy Doc to give us a bit of a rundown on the schedule, what's coming up here. And remember, folks, if you want to come racing with us, you certainly can. There's lots of opportunity to get out there and go racing this year.
You can't swing a dead cat and not hit a Champ Car race.
Yeah, we're doing races all over the United States and even up into Canada.
Yep. So our next race is going to be at the Nelson Ledges. And then, of course, our annual race, the 24-hour race at, I think we tag it the VIR Classic, I believe.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
It's the most fun you can have with your clothes on, Paulie.
We're at Calabogie on the 14th for an 8+7. Gingerman Raceway on the 21st and 22nd for an 8+7. And Thompson on the 28th for a 12-hour there. And Doc did a really good job of... We got... Oh, wow, a pass going into 12 there. That is some sketchy stuff, that's for sure. Doc did a really good job of explaining the Midwestern Championship, so we'll defer to him to explain that championship. And I've been looking through the schedule, and there's a number of cars that are going to go ahead and compete in this.
Okay, so it's the Money Shift Racing Midwestern Regional Championship. And it consists of Autobahn, the 8+7 on June 19th and 20th, followed by Nelson Ledges on July 17th and 18th for an 8+7. And then it goes to Gingerman for an 8+7. And then the series concludes at Mid-Ohio, the mini championship, I should say. Concludes at Mid-Ohio for the 8+7 there. And your favorite team is going to be there as well.
Excellent.
I'm talking about Brew Crew Racing, of course.
Yes.
So first place is a trophy and $1,400 in race credits. Second place is a trophy and $1,000 in race credits, $1,000. In third place is a trophy plus $800 in race credits. You must compete in all 4 event weekends. Your top 6 finishes count out of the 8 finishes because ChampCar scores these double Saturday, Sunday 8+7 races as 2 separate races. And as our national championship scoring does, the lowest finishing score wins. So your top 6, if you have a first place and a second place and another first place and another second place, you get the idea, right? Don't make me do math. So there you have it, folks. All the news that's fit to print. And I read that so you know it's correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Polly.
So I can put him to work now whenever I want. But yeah, he did a really good job of articulating how that Midwestern Regional Championship is put together. And again, you can find that information on the website. And I did do some research this morning around 2:30. Around 2:30 this morning I was doing some research and found that we got a handful of teams that are scheduled and already participating in that Midwestern Championship, and Our Bank Racing is one of them. And so we'll see how that championship shakes out.
We'll see. There'd be 8 race finishes altogether. Yep. And then the top 6 finishes are the ones that count. So.
Right. Which I think I'll have to go back and look at it. I think it's a combination. See, the different championships are put together differently. So that one, and I want to go look at it so that I don't misquote myself, being the stat guy that I am. Now I'm the stat guy. I got to have all this stuff right.
Just reading off the subs for this event where Bill had attached that info.
Yeah, so top 6 finishes all 4 event weekends. So you need to start a race in all 4 weekends, okay? You don't have to take the green flag at the beginning of the race, but you have to start the event. All right. Otherwise, you're considered a DNS, so you can't buy your way into the championship. That's what it comes down to. You have to actually start the event. You can't, for instance, if you found a race somewhere and there's only 15 people that entered, I'll buy an entry. So I'll get 16th place both days. It won't work that way. You have to actually start the race for it to count. So even if you entered all 4 events and you only started 6 of the 8 for whatever reason, that's okay, because we're only counting the top 6 finishes. The other 2 are throwaways.
But you have to be at all 4 races.
you would have to start all 4 events, at least one race at all 4 events. You'd have to start 2 at some of the events in order to get 6 races, wouldn't you?
Right.
Oh, and a big slide, and again, somebody just basically cut in the corner there. Instead of making that jog to the right, they're just cutting right across the grass there if they can't make it, and just blazing back up onto the racetrack on the other side.
Probably turned the steering wheel and it didn't.
It ain't. Yeah, it's disagreeable there.
Mm-hmm.
As wet as it is out there, I'm a little surprised we're not seeing more cars stranded off the racetrack.
Really? I mean, I would have thought more stranded for sure. I've only seen a few get pulled out, actually.
Yeah.
Nobody's ventured in the pond yet, so.
Yeah, we haven't seen anybody really get into the deluge there. Haywood really got their momentum thrown off there by a car passing them around the inside. All right. It can be a little alarming when you're in the wet. You know it's slippery, and you see someone rushing up, towards you, and like, geez, is that guy gonna make it?
Right.
Because if he doesn't, he's going to be using me as a guardrail, and I really don't want that.
Start being like, playing pool. They hit each other and send each other off in different directions. Like, don't be the cue ball.
Some good discussion going over on our YouTube channel about the ideas of lights, some nay, some yay. Lots to think about. And it ties in nicely to what Tyler Pedersen said in the last Bravo flag video that he and Dana put out, saying, we do want your participation. So if you've got some ideas, we want to hear them. So, put those petitions together. Nothing wrong with talking to folks on the threads and trying to get their perspective, because you might get enlightened in some way. Say, oh yeah, I guess I hadn't thought about that. Might change your mind. So some of these guys are running their light bars.
Mm-hmm. You see lights on several cars, yeah.
So Our Bank Racing was black flagged for a hanging front splitter. They came in, removed it, and sent them back out.
Wonder how that front splitter became hanging.
Yeah, I'm sure we can take a wild guess that maybe that was something on the racetrack jumped out and damaged it.
A little agricultural driving.
Yeah.
The rain doesn't seem to want to let up on these guys.
Yeah. The Haywood Racing guys talking to their driver right now, trying to communicate with them. Lightning strikes 116 miles out. You can see still patchy storm clouds coming overhead and dumping water on the racetrack here and there.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be difficult to predict when this is going to let up, but we know the forecast is called for it to let up here.
Those weather guys, though, you can't trust them. Tell you anything. Yeah, they're going back and forth on the lights on the chat. anything that helps identify, when you're out there on the track and the visibility is kind of compromised like this, anything that helps, you identify the other cars and where they are is useful.
Really got on the brakes there, making sure he wasn't going to have a collision. Racer X has taken over the lead of this race. Team Salem Mustard is in second place. Shut Up Racing is in third. 90racing.com has slipped to fourth because of that splitter problem. And you can see just how incredibly difficult it is to see right now through that windshield. This is a combination of fogging and everything that's going on outside. Whoa! Close call there. So it's one of the things that strikes you when you're in this kind of a situation is here you are, you're out there on the racetrack driving quickly. You're not only trying to keep the car on the racetrack and survive, but you're also racing. You're also trying to overtake cars and improve your position. You're trying to defend your position in the midst of all of this. And it can be easy to forget about that because you're so laser focused on just trying to control the car.
Yeah. They're trying to get all they can out of it at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, look at all the rain that's coming in on the driver right now. At some point, it's not unreasonable for the driver to begin thinking survival mode. Look, let's just keep the car on the track. Let's click off laps, and we'll see where things fall when I get out of the car. I really don't know, and I'm not going to concern myself with that. There's Most Mint just off to the left there as they come back onto the front straightaway. Our Bank Racing trying to get that car back up to the front here, but look at all that water coming into the car.
The driver's going to be soaked.
Nice to see they've got their brakes sorted a little bit better than they had at one of the other tracks. I think it was Road America. That was a lot of vibration coming back into the steering wheel.
Mm-hmm.
Check in on some of the other teams here. Taking a look at Visceral Racing Group in the number 918 Porsche 944.
Yeah, track is taking a look at the 870, the T2T Racing. There's some concern that their brake lights might be just staying on all the time. They're kind of watching that car for the moment. We lost the slip and slide camera.
The slip and slide camera?
Mm-hmm. Over on 12?
No, I think I still have. You talking about this one?
Yeah.
Heading into 12 there? Yeah, I still have it.
Reminds me of a slip and slide when you were a kid,
Yep. I can put that back up for everybody to keep an eye on down there in the corner. There's Wittenauer Motorsports in their Mini Cooper. So yeah, there's a nice debate going on about headlights. Should you have it? What's it like for the other drivers, as cars are approaching with headlights?
Mm-hmm.
Is it helpful? Does it hurt? Does it help? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it distracting? Is it, beneficial safety-wise or detrimental? Money Shift Racing's back out on the racetrack. Remember, this was a team that was concerned about some noise apparently in the driveline area. Coming up on lap 90 now, the leader working lap 91. That's Racer X in a BMW 323i. That's a C-class car, though. Team Salem Mustard shown in second place. Shut Up Racing shown in fourth rather. Fourth is 90racing.com as they go across the start-finish line to start another lap out here. Then we got There's No Z in Mazda, Visceral Racing Group, tapping that gas in 7th. North by Northeast in 8th. Salen's Catch Up in 9th. And Bavarian Mustache Works in 10th place in that BMW. Pretty challenging conditions out here at Nelson Ledges Road Course for the beginning of this weekend. An 8+7 as Arbank Racing trying to clear that windshield so they can see where they're going out here and hopefully move back up to the very front of this field. We'll see. So stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We've got Haywood Racing doing some spins out there. Got close to the tire wall, might have just nosed into it, trying to get that car, that Miata, motivated to get back onto the racetrack again. And we're talking about lights a lot over on the thread here, Tiffany.
Mm-hmm.
And what's interesting is I was out heading somewhere yesterday, and I noticed one of the new... He's talking to the corner workers. Give him a nod as to when it's clear for him to try to go.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a Subaru, one of the Subaru WRXs out there. They've got a rain light built into the bumper. It's just a little lower intensity, I think, a little bit lower intensity than what we would be using.
Gotcha.
So it's a fourth light. It's in the center of the bumper down at the bottom.
Oh, good until somebody taps the bumper, huh?
What's that?
It'll be all good until somebody taps the bumper.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, it's a street car, so it's not it wasn't a race car. It's something the factory's put in, so it's just interesting. He's taking it pretty easy here, Haywood, with a big spin that they had here, so I don't know if there's something up with the car or what the deal is. But a lot of conversation going on there between the Haywood Racing driver and their team.
Yeah, it does seem he's going at things quite conservatively.
All right, and then we've got some contact out there between a couple cars. So 725. 524. That was Fuse 15 in their Miata. I don't know what 725 is, though.
720. And 727.
Yeah, he's might have fat fingered that one. It could have been the Haywood car, because they were just, it was 633. He was spinning around. So Money Shift Racing has gone. Looks like they are maybe in the garage area. Yep. Haywood's brought that car in, and they're looking at the front of the car. Again, I think they got into the tires a little bit there during the break. As we go back on board with the Salen's Mustard car, they've slipped to third place. Shut Up Racing has overtaken them for second. 90racing.com, rbankracing.com still shown in fourth. Remember, they've got communications problems with that car, and a front splitter had to be removed after it broke loose and was dragging.
Right day. .59 Visceral reported going sideways through turn 13.
Oh, yes. Here we have the car off the racetrack. And so this is the third time off the track for that car. And he's right up against the tires, so he might be stuck in them.
Looks pretty stuck.
It
Oh,
does.
crap.
Great. It's always something, isn't it?
Uh-huh. Call into your team. It's like calling mom and telling her to come get you out of jail or something, you know. So, kind of screwed up. And I'm going to need somebody to come get me.
Yeah, this is over in turn 13, and Bill's saying he is way, way, way off out there.
I might as well clean the mirrors, you know.
Little house cleaning while you're out there. Yeah, he could. Some of these guys should bring a fishing pole.
Right.
You know, because he could drop in right there. He could. He's in a spot. You know, he could probably loft that. Find a puddle. So we did have one red flag. We don't know the reason for it, but we did have one red flag. It was very brief earlier today. So whatever concerns they had, whatever problem they had, they got it taken care of and were able to get us going again. Driver just gave a thumbs up to the EV crew to let him know he's okay. He's just stuck. Racer X showing in the lead. Shut Up Racing is second. 90 Racing is now third. Salem's Mustard has dropped to fourth place. There's No Z and Mazda is fifth. Visceral Racing Group in the 918 is sixth. Tapping That Gas is seventh. North by Northeast Racing is eighth. Team Salem Ketchup is now in ninth. Bavarian Mustache Works still in 10th. So this is good news for 90racing.com. They've managed to overtake Salem's for some reason. It could be that Porsche just not feeling all that confident out there with all this rain that's coming down.
Not ideal.
Might have been under caution there, I'm not sure, but he's really on the hammer now. Still not showing lightning anywhere nearby. So that's good. That'll mean that they maintain the status quo as the Visceral Racing Group Porsche still stuck in the grass there. The 959 car. In fact, the driver is even taking this moment to tighten his belts a little bit.
Dennis is asking if Race Hero is down, and it is, I believe. We're using a race monitor.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of times what happens is if we lose Race Hero, you know, they'll work on it for a little bit, but they've got a race to run too. So they'll try to get it working, and if it's not going to work, then, you know, maybe tomorrow.
I don't think the internet is that great out here in Garrettsville.
No, they're having a hard time. In fact, I guess they have exactly one hot spot up there in the tower, and everybody's using it.
Race Hero takes up a little bit more bandwidth.
I don't know that it takes up that much. I don't really know. I saw an emergency vehicle off track left there as Wittenauer Motorsports was circulating. That's the car that they're trying to to come in and get Visceral. Now they have to be careful that they don't get themselves stuck as well going after a driver. So.
And they have to get another truck out there to do a tow truck out.
Yeah, we get like a conga line going here.
I'm going to sure hope we have a camera on that, though, if that happens.
Second gen Olds Aurora had rear fog lights from the factory. Okay. There were definitely the, you guys remember those Pontiac Grand Ams that had those, I mean, they looked like fog lamps built into those rear bumper covers. I always thought that was kind of odd. You can find out what's wrong with your car using the AutoZone troubleshooting guide. All you need to know is what the problem feels like, looks like, smells like, or sounds like. Go to AutoZone.com and choose the troubleshooting sections on the main web page. Changing out your headlights is easy as well. It's never been easier to learn how to switch out your bulbs. Check out the AutoZone video step-by-step instructions at AutoZone.com. I can't believe how much water is coming in the R-Bank car. I mean, look at this water coming into that car. It is crazy. The Visceral car was pulled up onto the asphalt and drove away. What were you saying, Tiffany?
He's going to get up out of his seat, and there's going to be like a puddle left in the seat, too.
It's like you need drain holes in the floor pans.
Definitely. I have drain holes.
What's that?
I have them in all the race cars.
Oh, I'm going to turn you up a little bit. I have a little trouble making you.
Well, too, maybe. How about that?
That's good.
So the water just sloshing around in there. At least he can find the hole and go out.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Right. Well, it's a balancing act because you don't want fuel vapors coming in through the bottom, but at the same time, you want some place for the water to go.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be interested in hearing some of these guys' solutions for that.
You get a lot of fuel vapor coming in through like a hole on the bottom of the floor pan.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, you're kind of vulnerable anyway because your windows are open. But the idea is if you have a sudden fuel leak and then you've got fuel vapor that wants to catch on fire. So this is why you seal up your firewall. You don't want that vapor coming into the engine compartment in the case of a leak like that. If it was to catch fire, you're driving forward and it's like a blowtorch. And it's blowing that fuel vapor, which is now on fire, at the driver. So you want to try and seal it up as best as you can, but you know some of it's going to come through the windows anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But under normal conditions, I would hope not. And this is what I'm talking about. They just cut right across the grass and back up onto the racetrack on the other side of the turn going into 12 there.
There's something sitting on the track there, isn't there? Or is that just a heavy rain? Oh, maybe it's just a puddle. Looked like a piece of something at first.
Oh, and Dylan's just saying, it's this double wiper blade setup that our bank is using. It's actually just, as it's wiping the water off the windshield, it's just getting sucked right back into the car.
Mm-hmm.
I can see that. Haywood's probably got the same problem, they've got they've got the Miata, so they've got those wing windows. Whoa, we got something on the racetrack there. Some big debris there. It looks like around 12.
Yeah, so it was debris. Okay, I was like, is that a puddle or something on it?
He's trying to tell his team there's something on the racetrack right there.
I thought I saw people diving around it. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, it looks like something huge, like maybe something that got dragged back up onto the track, maybe. But it looks really tall from this vantage point. Oh, so we got a car in the pits missing most of the nose. Well, that might be where it is. And he said it was car number 380, which is North by Northeast Racing, a BMW.
To turn 12 to pick up your nose.
Another car cutting through the grass there to make that corner. There's so much traffic. There's most Mint going by. And there's our bank.
Looks like it's still pretty wet out there. Icky.
Yeah, everybody's just kind of dodging that dude. 90 Racing slowed way down. They may have gone full course yellow here. Yep, we've got a full course caution out here. According to Race Monitor. And no doubt that's going to be so they can get out there and remove that debris. Should we show who the offending car is?
Sure.
We're not below that. It's not beneath us, right?
Not at all. Very consumer.
Come on, guys. It seems like every time I get a car to work on, it's an old race car. The way that it's been put together, obviously was fixed up a track. Now it looks like they may have gotten hit. I don't know. It could be they've pushed that in to try and move air out around the car. So that may not be an impact point, but it's behind that left front tire.
Right.
That fender is pushed in quite a bit, but that might be some creative body work, right?
Matching either, yeah.
Yeah.
Could be, yeah.
So we're kind of putting two and two together and getting, math is hard. We've already established that, but we think that's what's lying out there on the racetrack at turn 12 is their bumper cover.
If I was going to guess, that's what I would guess.
So, Visceral Group giving their team the thumbs up as they go by. They too may be having some communications problems with their teams, and folks, if you need help with your communications equipment, Racing Radios is just like the go-to company. So get in contact with those guys. Check out the sponsor's website. You might find a discount. Lots of water getting kicked up by that Miata. Can you imagine all that? Going through a large puddle, being next to the guy, and then all of that coming in on you.
Just floods the car. Swallowing. Doing the slalom racing, on skis, when you spray the people.
Yeah. So it pays to, you got to think about that. The interior of the car with all the relays, the switches, everything, that stuff was never designed to be doused in water like that. Yeah, so you need a solution that can hold up to that. We were towing a car back from Daytona, and I knew we were going to drive through a heavy storm, and the owner was like, it'll be okay. It's going to rain anyway. It's like, well, I don't know about that. I mean, the car's not designed on the inside to handle that kind of rain, that kind of water. We probably should trash bag that stuff just to protect it. Here's the thing about cars that have been flooded. When you first dry them out, they tend to work okay. And then over a short period of time, corrosion develops on the welds and the connections, and then they start to act funny.
And then it goes to hell.
So you think you're okay. You might replace a couple devices. You think you're all right, and then you're not. And it makes that's why these flood cars are you want to stay away from, because they can be really haunted by the fact that they were flooded at one time. Now, it looks like that the piece of debris is still out there, but the pace car has picked up the field.
Yep. Two Brothers Racing is saying that they drill holes in the floor and then bend the sheet metal so that the opening is facing the rear of the car.
Yeah.
He says it sucks the water out.
So let's see. He's drilling holes in the floor, and then he bends the sheet metal though too, so the opening is facing the rear of the car. I was kind of thinking the same thing. Some holes that kind of face the back.
Mm-hmm.
Think hood louvers. Oh, okay. Okay, I see. So it's creating some negative pressure there. So it's like a vacuum. It's pulling air out of the cabin and out underneath the car, right?
It's a pretty cool idea.
Then bend the sheet metal so the opening is facing the rear of the car.
People are running over there getting those pieces. Oh, there's more than one, it looks like.
Yeah. Yeah, there's quite a few pieces of that front end of that BMW.
Got a second pace car out there.
Yeah. And as they've said in the drivers' meeting many times, this is not something they want to see. And this is why. They want to give those corner workers the space that they need to get out there and work.
Right, because they're having to, like right now they're crossing over the track and they're just standing out there with their, their bodies exposed. You don't want to do, not ideal. It's much better for all the race cars to be on the other side of the course when they have to do something.
I really think we should have Bill out there helping with all of this. I really do.
Fun. I think he might be doing a track walk or something. I'm not sure.
It might be best if he does. So officials are cleaning up the racetrack here at Nelson Ledges after at least one car has left parts that were supposed to stay connected on the racetrack. It looks like they've got that scene pretty well cleared up. As the pace car brings them back through turn number 10 on this 2-mile road course in Garrettsville, Ohio. And he started the race with over 30 cars. And the attrition hasn't been too bad, really.
Not bad at all. A few folks got stuck in the mud, but other than that, some wet equipment. God, look how deep the water is over there. Incredible.
So Bill told me that the pace car was out to pick up Arbank, but I think he was thinking Arbank was leading, and whoa, did he have to get on the binders there?
I think Arbank is leading.
Are they?
Yep.
To look back at my
Racer X is in second. Team
so
Salem.
they've retaken the lead. but the pace car has not picked them up, though. So I'm not sure what's going on here.
You've just grabbed whoever they could grab first.
Yeah, it would seem that way. Just give him a thumbs up as he's going by. Probably, he may know that he's leading, that the communications was one way. Coming from the pits to the driver, communications from the driver to the pits wasn't working after they came in for that last pit stop. And the driver was told, just don't touch the button. Just leave it alone, and we'll tell you anything you need to know.
Doesn't that make you really want to touch the button, though?
Some people would really want to touch that button anyway.
Maybe so focused on the button I'm not supposed to touch.
It was killing me.
It was killing
I just
me.
really wanted to touch that button.
What?
I told you not to touch it. Yeah, but I really wanted to touch it. That's not something you want to tell me.
Right?
But I told you not to touch the button. This is like a Seinfeld episode. I told you not to touch the button. Why are you touching the button? All right. We've reached the top of the hour. Let's take a quick break here. Tiffany, you want to take us out?
Sure.
All right.
Let's see. Where are we at in this race? 12 o'clock? 12
Yeah,
o'clock?
we got about 5 hours left.
Almost, yeah. So you're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We are at Nelson Ledges, and we'll be right back.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Oh, that never happens last night.
I'm sure it doesn't. But that explains why you're dressed like a train conductor.
Nice bodysuit. When do we start jazzercising?
For the times when taste beats style.
Hot dogs are ready!
Make it worth it.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing, and it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Okay, welcome back everyone to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. And looking at these updated weather, you can see that weather continuing to move across Ohio into Pennsylvania. And just as a matter of reference, you can see where Akron is. Nelson is just northeast of that, a little bit closer to the Pennsylvania line. So you can see, I just got a message from Chris Ellick, who's with the MoneyShiftRacing.com team. He said, it looks like it's clearing up, but the weather pattern shows another 2 to 3 hours of this. So they've brought the car into the paddock. They're just trying to dry the thing out. So thanks for joining us, everyone, here on Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Tiffany Alexander, calling the race for you this weekend. It's an 8+7, 8 hours of racing today, 7 tomorrow, and we're thinking it's going to dry up here a little bit later here in the afternoon. Still got 5 hours of racing, just under 5 hours of racing ahead of us here at Nelson Ledges. The debris has been cleared from the track, so the teams have been allowed to go back to green flag racing. On board with what we believe to be the leader now of the race, it's 90racing.com. So unofficial standings: 90 Racing leading over Racer X, then it's Team Salem Mustard. There's No Z and Mazda. Visceral Racing Group in the 918. Tapnet Gas in 6th. Team Salem catch up to 7th now, with Shut Up Racing in 8th. Whitnauer Motorsports is 9th, and Bavarian Mustache Works still shown in 10th place, according to Race Monitor. I mean, we're still racing, but conditions have been less than favorable for most of these guys. Now, granted, some of the front-wheel drive teams are probably enjoying this a little bit, pick up a little bit of an advantage, but I don't know how much joy you get out of these conditions. Electronics beginning to suffer.
Yeah, that looks pretty miserable, especially earlier when you just saw the rain just, coming in the car through all the windows and everywhere, just. Oh,
they're having a blast, right?
Right, they're loving it. I mean,
T2T Racing shown in 11th, North by Northeast in 12th. Now that's the team that had that bumper cover come tearing off their car and end up over in turn 12. Then it's Cargo Racing in 13th. Z-Tech is in 14th. Z-Tech also in the running for the Midwestern Regional Championship Series, sponsored by MoneyShiftRacing.com. Kaywood Racing is 15th. 60 Degree Motorsports 16th. Seed 137 and 17th. Team Foot Shoot is 18th, and Most Mint Racing is 19th. And it's Bulldog Racing rounding out the top 20. As we're the leaders working lap 113. We went green at 9 a.m. this morning, so they're going to check her around 4 o'clock, I suppose that would be. 9 to 5 is 8 hours, right? So it'd be 5 o'clock. Just like the movie.
Well, 9 to 5 with a lunch break. No, I don't. I do this every day. You'd think I know.
You'd think I would know. 5, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that's, 7, that's 8. Because you got your 5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And 3 on the front side from 9 to 12. 9, 10, 11, 12. So I almost ran out of toes.
Got all your fingers and toes out? We're doing 9 to 5 on Eastern time, right?
Perspiration usually clears up after it rains. Precipitation? It's spelled perspiration, I think. He might have meant precipitation usually clears up after it rains. I don't know. I just work here. Just trying to keep my phony baloney job, too. Visceral Racing Group here. Both their cars on the racetrack turning laps. And as cars come in here, you can see almost like they're plowing through large. Look at that. Look at the big push of water as they come down towards 12. There's a lot of water down there.
There certainly is. Just splash through it. The slip and slide, once you get to the bottom of the slip and slide, it's like the pool.
Right. That's the place where you finish. On board with Visceral. What's that?
Or you start rolling. See, me and my siblings had our slip and slide set up in our front yard, except that our front yard was quite an enormous hill. We thought we could get more speed that way. So you didn't have to really run and hit the slip and slide. You just had to get on the slip and slide. The problem was the dismount. So when you got to the end of the slip and slide, you rolled head over rear through the grass and into the road. That's how you got to slow down.
I'll worry about it when I get there.
It's a lot of fun until you get to the bottom, and then it's. I wonder any of us survived the 80s.
It's not the fall that kills you. It's the sudden stop at the end, right?
Right.
You step off a building. That first step is a doozy.
The goal was always to stop rolling, but before you got to the street. But he said spell check in his perspiration.
I'm glad I don't have that problem. All of my spelling is beyond reproach. Visceral. Just leaving it in low gear. High gear. I guess that'd be high gear. Anyway, he's not downshifting much. And that's to be expected.
Cars look like they're a handful out there in this miserable conditions. We're just trying to tiptoe around and still getting out of shape.
Well, and that's the thing. If you're going to be rolling the throttle in while you're turning, you're going to have to be particularly careful with it. And if you can wait till the car's straightened out and then put the hammer down, it just depends on how much grip you have. And that's usually the safer way to go.
Yeah.
But these sweeping corners at Nelson Ledges, I mean, like right here, you have to start feeding power in before you're through the corner. The corner goes forever.
Right.
You got to start putting power down, mid-corner.
Yeah, do it very carefully so you don't, lose the rear.
Now this is the backstretch, and you see how much he's hopping around. Still some bumpiness to the racetrack.
Mm-hmm.
Here he comes down. You can hear that big slosh as he went through the water. As he dives into 12 here. Now 13. Notice he didn't downshift. He just left it in that higher gear so that it was less likely to break traction as he came out. He could put the power down sooner and just let the car gradually accelerate out of the corner. And this is a trick that a lot of people use in the rain. You'll see them doing much less shifting. And, you know, really you could do that in the dry, too. It's funny, the stories of how many teams have lost, you know, third gear, and they'll just stick it in fourth and drive around the racetrack that way and actually turn better lap times.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it happens to a lot of drivers, doesn't it, Tiffany? You probably heard that.
Yeah. I think the Hubs team did that at COTA, and they lost third, I think, probably within the first 30 minutes of the race, 45 minutes at COTA, and drove the whole race in fourth. Getting out of the pits was an uphill exit. That was difficult. But other than that, they turned good times. I think they finished 7th overall in that race. With nothing but fourth. It helps you learn to carry the momentum through the turn and make you drive a different way. See if it's better. Kind of like when your brakes don't work very well, you learn to drive a different kind of way, like not using them.
Yeah.
Carry a lot more momentum through the turn because your brakes aren't working.
Yeah, I mean, my dad had taught me. He said it's surprising how fast you can go with no brakes.
It is surprising, isn't it?
Maybe not in a good way.
Right.
But, yeah, I mean, he was driving a race. I was there. He was driving a race at a track we don't go to, but it's called Grattan. And he lost the brakes, blew a piston out. He was going with the brake material that it was recommended to him, and it didn't work. Took it all the way down to the backing and blew a piston out, and he's going down the straightaway, and all this smoke is rolling out the side of the car. Well, it's brake fluid. Well, once he had pressed the brake enough times, that brake fluid was gone, and then that smoke went away.
Fixed itself.
It just kept on going. You have to obviously, you know, come off the gas to, you know, going into the corners, but yeah, he said it's surprising how much speed you can carry around a racetrack even without brakes working.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you know, we raced in SCCA. We didn't often have quite as many cars on the track. That might be a little bit trickier.
Put as many cars as Champ Car does on the track.
Yeah, what they do is, and it's the same in vintage, what they do is they stack up a lot of similar classes together to get more cars on the track. Mm-hmm. But still, I mean, 38 cars, probably the most cars I've ever gone out on a racetrack with, racing in those, I guess we could call them sprint race clubs, where you're only on the track for about 20, 30 minutes, something like that.
That's a sprint compared to our shortest race is 7 hours.
Yeah, it is, and that's why, you know, we had Jay Leno and Adam Carolla racing with us Auto Club, and you know, they got about almost halfway into the stint and came in and switched drivers. I mean, and Adam Carolla said, are you gonna go back out? And he said, no, I think I'm gonna go home and take a nap.
Right.
Because it's not something that you're not accustomed to it, and you don't go in with the mindset of, okay, I'm going to be in the car for 2 hours, so this is what I'm doing. No.
I don't understand how long 2 hours is until you're into a race car in a suit for 2 hours.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, they're used to driving, you know, maybe 35 minutes at the most. And Adam Carolla does a lot more racing right now than Jay Leno does, of course. But even with that, that's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so on board with Team Salins in the mustard car. And they are, let's see. They're shown in third place with Racer X in between them and 90racing.com, who's your leader. And 90 Racing shown on, they've turned 119 laps, Racer X 118, Team Salin 117. With Nosy and Mazda behind the Salin Porsche on the same lap. So at least I have that information. I'm not sure, never really sure on the accuracy of everything, but I'm sure you don't tune in here for accuracy. If you do, I'm so sorry. Maybe we should add that to the disclaimer,
Right.
The little disclaimer thing that we play. So Salin's cars, they brought 2 cars out here this weekend. So did the Haywood Racing team. Brought 2 Miatas out here. Junk Player
brought 2 cars. We got a couple of teams brought 2 cars.
Yeah. Junk Player Special out here in their Golf. I think it was here that they rode off their other car a couple years back. During a practice day.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, it's bad.
Definitely happens, though.
The TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series is North America's home to real competitive endurance road racing. This is real, wheel-to-wheel endurance road racing on America's bucket list tracks, including Sebring, Watkins Glen, Daytona, Road Atlanta, and WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, just to name a few. Champ Car is a budget-minded endurance road racing series. Champ Car is for people like you who have always wanted to go road racing without all the hassles, huge rulebook, or obscene expense. All you need is a valid driver's license, some safety gear, and a race car, which you can rent from Arrive and Drive teams or build your own car. Champ Car is the simplest path in North America's largest endurance road racing series. While we often see racers from outside the world of motorsports, our series is a diverse mix of automotive enthusiasts, weekend warriors, and race series veterans. But at the drop of the green flag, they're all racers participating in the challenge and thrill of real wheel-to-wheel endurance road racing. To find out more information, visit the Champ Car website at ChampCar.org.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunity out there to go racing with us and help out in the pits. And if you'd be interested in doing that, you can find out on the website. You can sign up to be a volunteer.
Yep. The schedule's there. You can find out when we're going to be at the local track near you. We're all over the place.
Yeah.
All over the place.
We are really all over the place. Our minds are certainly all over the place.
That was kind of a guarantee, but lots of info out there. ChampCar.org.
Even the Salin's Portion guys are having to wipe that windshield down. He's got a towel he's tucked into something on his, maybe he has like a strap or something around his leg.
He should be tucking it under his leg to hold it in place.
On board with Visceral Racing Group. It's interesting, some interesting facts about this team is that they don't win too many races away from their home track. They often have a good performance, but they don't really win too many races away from the home track. And this year has just been really tough on this team. They've had so many problems. This race is actually developing a little bit better for them than what they've experienced so far this year. So other than the problem with the 959 car going off track a few times and getting stuck, the cars seem to be holding up well.
And where is home for them? What's their home course?
Oh, see, you gotta ask me that.
Connecticut or something? No. Let me think. Going through the little files in my brain. It's a scary place.
Yeah, Timothy Grattan is an awesome racetrack, and I've talked to Champ Car officials about going out there. I talked to Dane about it, but they don't have like a real pit lane, although that's never stopped us in the past. But yeah, there's something to do with the pits or something. But I keep pushing to try and get us out to Grattan because it's such a cool racetrack. Who knows? Maybe someday.
Haven't got a chance to look at the schedule for next year. I haven't got all, the everything solidified.
No. Yeah.
There's supposed to be a few little surprises in there. I'm ready to take a look at those.
Yeah, I mean, we can't look at it, right? It's not published or anything.
It is not.
Maybe you can look at it because you're a board member, but the rest of us don't know.
Right.
We won't know till, well, are we going to know before November 1st?
Usually we have the whole next year done by then. There's one track that's always at the last minute sending stuff back.
Okay.
I don't remember which one that is, but usually by then we would have that, I would imagine.
Okay.
At least the first half of the year we could release. We don't like to release it until we have, a signed contract that this is moving forward. Otherwise, the way it kind of works is kind of track days and racing are very similar as whatever you had last year, you're kind of supposed to have privy to for the next year.
Right.
But no deal is done until the paperwork's signed.
Right.
Yeah, because they can change it or somebody else has to move and now they got your weekend and they got to wait and see what weekend, and then we have a race that weekend so we can't do it, that is a very involved part of Dana's job is working that schedule out.
Sounds like a great time. Sounds like so much fun.
I'm sure that, yeah.
Sure.
Oh, I got it right. It is Connecticut. Boom.
Cool. Good job. And Lime Rock's another one, but we can't. According to what Doc said, I listened to Mitch. He said they don't allow you to start a race car engine on Sunday. I'm thinking, so what? Wow, we've got 10 hour. We do 10-hour races, 12-hour races. Yeah. Well, let's do a 10-hour race at Lime Rock. I guess I don't know, something about you. Maybe you can't. There's no tunnel or something or a bridge. I don't know, but again, hey, we've done races like that before, right? Is it Willow that's like that? Or maybe it's not Willow Springs. It's one of the tracks we just did that's like that.
You can't get in and out during the race?
Yeah. I think Tiffany did it. And you can't, Chelsea. She did it, and you can't leave the track once the race starts. But shoot, Lime Rock, man.
I'm pulling up the track map right now looking at it.
That'd be worth it. I'm just a commentator, though. It'd be worth it because I don't have to try and make it work.
Right.
I'll gladly race somebody else's hand to work out the logistics. I volunteer this other person. I'll volunteer somebody else to worry about how we're going to pay for it. I'm good at that.
Looks like they have a
What track in Connecticut? Lime Rock, brother. Isn't Lime Rock in Connecticut? Pretty sure it is.
It looks like there's a bridge though from like the entrance into the
bingo,
the paddock and all in the interior.
They've looked at that track many times about going, and so there's it's a problem. There's some kind of a problem there with the restrictions, and then I don't know. I don't know all the details why they have trouble putting it together. I'm sure if it was something that was reasonable, they would do it.
It's a small course. It's only 1.5 miles.
Yeah, it's only 7 turns, but it's one of those bucket list racetracks. Yeah.
I've watched races there. I was young. Definitely not anymore. It's a cool place.
No loud car before noon, says Clive. So you would have to run. See, this is where we get into a problem. Because, yeah, at Lime Rock, this is where we get into a problem. Because we have to have a race that has enough, we're an endurance series. So there has to be enough time there to justify a team saying, yes, I will tow all the way out there and give you my money and only race from noon to 5. We don't do races like that. Yeah. So there you have it. It's just logistics and, what their restrictions are. Salen's Mustard these teams are really struggling with this moisture buildup on the windshields. You see 90 Racing trying to clear their windshield as well.
That looks flat miserable.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not having fun. Let's not make any bones about it. This is not a fun time for him. He's
trying to survive.
He's struggling, yeah. He's leading the race.
Well, to continue leading the race.
So he's got to be thinking survival, but don't give up too much here.
Right.
Back on board with Haywood Racing in the number 662. Bissell Racing Group's 959 car still in 22nd place right now. Junk Player Special in 29th. Money Shift Racing is in 34th, and Chris sent me a message saying they're drying some things out. That's what he said. I don't want to misquote him. Yeah, drying up now, but Radar says... Oh, he was talking about just the weather. Wasn't talking about the car. It says about 2 to 3 hours of heavy rain. That's what the radar says. But yeah, it sure looks that way. It looks unrelenting. You see all of these rooster tails.
It looks like you could do some really good laps in a boat.
It's terrible, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Put a canoe on top of these race cars for when they get stuck somewhere, the driver can, float back in.
So with that, we'll float out to commercial break. So stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. And with about 4 hours and 30 minutes remaining in this race, it's 90racing.com leading under heavy rain. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires.
We have so many tires.
And help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it.
Do you see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I did it starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, and we are watching 90racing.com lead this race, 131 laps in. I'm Paul Veltum, joined by Tiffany Alexander. It's the Nelson Ledges 8+7 hour Enduro, and of course, there's a lot of rain involved in this race today.
Yeah, you're going to need a Noah's Ark out there. So wet out there.
Tomorrow should be a refreshing change for these guys. They're not supposed to be, this is not supposed to be continuing.
So we think tomorrow's race might be dry?
Right.
That is a lot of moisture moving through. Are you getting rain too, Polly?
No, it's actually dry here, but it's been raining off and on the last few days. How about you?
Back to raining.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. I'm okay with it. It's Alabama. So, like that keeps my air conditioner from just running on full blast all of the time.
Oh, okay.
So, I'll take it. we cut some trees down around our house to like do some. We're gonna put a new front porch and driveway in, and wow, the power bill just jumps when you take the big old trees down.
Oh, really? Because of the sun?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy.
So I went and planted some more trees immediately, just a little further away from the house and not in the way of the new driveway. Like, let those go ahead and be growing.
So these aren't particularly big. They're just big enough to shade the front, maybe?
No, well, I mean, the new trees are not particularly big. Unfortunately, the old trees were 100-year-old pine trees that were enormous.
Gotcha.
They just kind of kept everything shaded nicely. But if they ever fell, they were going to like squish the whole house. So another reason to take them down.
Here's Visceral trying to get by the Banana Splits team. And those guys did bring 2 cars out here, I noticed, because the other car, and John Fortney, who's part of that team, called me, messaged me a couple days ago. He said, "Hey, you're going to be at, you're going to be at Nelson's looking for another driver to field another car."
Yeah.
So, and I saw the car out there, so they've got 2 cars as well, but I'm struggling to remember the name.
I didn't even know that was a 2-car team. So the new edition?
It's kind of one of those, it's like Premium Dudes in our bank where it's not really the same team, but it's some of the same drivers, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I talked to him at Autobahn and said, what's the name of the team? And he told me. Darn it.
And now it escapes your memory.
Yeah. Hard to believe, I know. Hard to believe.
Leave the door open and that stuff just runs right on out.
I don't know. Might be more chump than champ, because that entry doesn't have a car number on my sheet.
Mm-hmm. What is your next race, Polly?
Mid-Ohio.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll be racing with the Our Bank Racing, 90racing.com, allegedly.
Oh, cool. I was trying to talk Trophy Wife into coming up there. They're like, "Oh, it's a 12-hour tow," and I'm like, "So?"
Yeah, Dana just opened up the field, so now we've got 92 cars scheduled up there. So it's going to be a big race, and yeah, and it's also going to be our memorial tribute race. You probably saw the video I put up on the garage. Send me your pictures with your names of someone that you want to honor that weekend that you'll be thinking of, racing for, working for. And I'll put it together into a tribute video, and we'll get that played during the race.
You posted a video about that?
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's in the garage.
Can we play that from here?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just we're so cramped for time. That's all.
Nothing.
You know,
time for everything these days.
Time is at a premium here, Tiffany.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll get that.
I can barely see the car in front of him. There's 2 or 3 cars in front of him. You just barely see them.
Right.
Thank God some of them have yellow on them. This is a stressful day being a race car driver, I would think. I would be stressed.
Yeah, the video that's in the garage, all I'm saying is, that this is what we're going to do. We're going to have this memorial tribute race at Mid-Ohio. Send me your pictures or the name of the person that you want to honor that weekend, and I'll put it in a video to be played during the race. Probably during the opening. I won't be producing the broadcast because I'll be racing. So I would assume, because it's Bill, it's going to be just done at the beginning somewhere, and if it ends up being sizable, I'll put it in the I'll post it separately, in the garage so that everybody can see it.
The garage is that members only, or just that it's not public? You have to request to be in the garage.
Well, you have to request to be in it. Yeah. I don't know that we're taking the time to discover if everybody is a member. Probably not.
Probably not, yeah.
Yeah. Got a little bit of some tail-happy action there from the Salem's Mustard car, but managed to keep it under somewhat control. As they are still hanging on to third place here. Nosy and Mazda actually led the race early, but ran into some apparent ignition issues around 9:30. So very quickly it was Salem's Mustard and Arbank Racing swapping the lead and following each other very closely until the Mustard car fell back. And we did see one of the Salem's cars taking a trip through the tulips there over in the kink. Managed to get back onto the racetrack themselves, but it was pretty interesting. They spun and went across one side of the track and had to cross over the track and go into the grass on the other side because of the turning radius, just to try and get the car back onto the track.
I just knew he was going to get stuck, but no, managed to work it out.
How he didn't get stuck, I still don't know.
Pro move.
Yeah, there's that much water. They got several inches of water heading into the weekend, and it was raining yesterday, and it was raining hard. So I'll show you. If I can get this to do what I want it to do, which I probably won't be able to, knowing me. Oh, here we go. So here's a look at the rain they had yesterday. This didn't go on all day. This was just for a short period of time. You know, when those clouds finally reach you, that the leading edge is usually pretty bad, and then it kind of tapers off, and that's what happened yesterday.
Those are big fat raindrops.
Yeah, and they were already flooded. You know, they're under a flood watch right now. Flash flood warning, they call it.
Mm-hmm.
So going into the day, you can look at some of these track cameras and you can see how much water there is up near the racetrack at turn 9.
That's a pond, Polly.
Yeah.
Even this water. I think there's fish in there.
It could be.
Ecosystem over there.
Well, that's why I said, some of these guys could take a fishing pole with them.
Right. That's probably good fishing out there.
There might be some good fishing. But I still say it wasn't raining at all until Bill showed up on Wednesday. And then all this stuff all came from Virginia.
Yeah.
And they're not happy about it.
It's messy. At least, I guess, these drivers are starting to dial this in, though. They're towards the end of their stint, the second drivers out here now. We've got about, 10 minutes or so before they're going to be out of time if they're on a regular pit stop strategy. I don't think anybody's pressed for fuel, so most teams should be doing the full 2 hours as long as they can deal with these conditions.
Right.
They seem to have figured this little section out. They're not sliding off as frequently. But I would imagine we get the new drivers in the next 15 or 20 minutes, we'll get to see quite the action again over here in the slip and slide area.
Yeah, that makes sense,
Like, take it easy over there. It's kind of slick. Okay. Whoa. Oh, it's real slick. Race car drivers, they always have to figure it out for themselves the hard way sometimes.
and you never quite know what, everybody looks at things a little bit differently. You got one driver that'll say it's a little slick, and you got another guy who has the same face of the same thing, and he'll say it's absolutely terrible. I can't even drive on it, and
right.
Usually the truth is somewhere in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
There's a balance to all things.
Absolutely. It is funny how they'll describe things quite differently like that.
Oh, yeah.
Or they say you can go flat out through that turn. And he was like, did you really try that? That's hilarious,
Yeah, I'll never forget, we were racing at Gingerman one weekend. We had a guy come in and he said, the tires are flat spotted, but it's not too bad. I can live with it. And then the owner got in the car and took it out, and he did maybe a lap and a half, came back in, and his eyes were as big as saucers. It was so terrifying. I can't believe how bad it is. So
the car's terrible.
I went back to him. I said, "No, you said they weren't that bad." He said, "Well, I could drive it with that. It didn't bother me that much, but hey, when tires are badly flat spotted, it shakes the car apart.
It just beats you to death." I remember finishing a race and having to lift my head forward off the seat when I go to a brake zone. Because the car would buck and kick and shake so bad, it blurred my vision. I just lift my head a little bit, then apply the brakes.
Yeah, it's not that bad. He comes in. Yeah, it's not that bad.
It's a little flat spot. It's I can't even see straight.
Yeah.
But we've talked about that before, right? Some drivers can drive a car on the ragged edge when there's not much left of the car to drive, right? And they enjoy that. They love getting in at the end of the race and, not having to worry about saving the car for anybody else.
Yeah.
Just burn it up, whatever. And then other drivers, like me personally, don't like the car before it's all used up.
Right.
Can you leave me some tires and brakes?
Sure.
First, I think I handed off the trophy wife car to Todd Barksdale, and those brakes were pretty used up by the time I gave them to him. So the tires were still round, though. I mean, that's when you get an ideal team together, right? When you have some of the drivers who, they're good at preserving the car and getting a lot out of it, but also preserving it, And then, you have the drivers that can just drive a car that's about to fall apart just the same. You put, get your driver order down and get people who like to drive in the rain or whatever and kind of sort that out and put yourself together a nice little team.
Yeah, Larry Frank is kind of like that. He has absolutely no fear. Zero fear. He doesn't know much about cars or how they work or about, driving, but he's incredibly fast, and he'll drive anything out to the limit.
Wow.
Just zero fear. So, yeah, you're right. You get all different types of personalities, and it makes it fun. It makes it fun. And that's what's one of the things that's so cool about endurance racing. And in Champ Car, you've got that whole team thing where you're changing drivers. That's, I'm always, the look on people's faces when I try to describe what it is that we do. What, you keep the car going and you just switch the drivers? Yeah.
It is hard to explain sometimes to people who are just like NASCAR. No, not really at all.
No.
Very there's the race word involved, but that's about it. Yeah.
Yep.
Quite different.
Hey, Tyler Pedersen's over here on our feed watching the show. Hey, Tyler.
Hey, Tyler.
Right now we've got Our Bank Racing leading by about a couple laps over Team Salem Mustard. Turning 119s. 119 was their fastest lap. We did have a little bit of a period there where things dried out a little bit, but that's all changed. 128 their last lap to Salem's 136, 134 for Racer X. So 136 for there's No Z and Mazda. The Miata turning very similar lap times to the cars up ahead, but the R Bank Honda really doing a good job. That front wheel drive car cutting through the wet.
You said it dried out for a little while. I was thinking,
bit.
That ship has sailed.
Yeah, it wasn't really dry. That wouldn't be fair. What it did, there was no dry line. It just wasn't all puddled up the way it is. We weren't seeing these ridiculous rooster tailing, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of water on that track.
There's a lot.
And of course, there's even more off the track.
Virtual swimming pools off the track.
Oh, you got Kip and you're working on Helga. Helga must be the new build. I know who Kip is.
Yeah, Kip's an awesome fella. He's the one who came and helped us out when we were on the way to Road America.
Kevin with Money Shift just sent me a message. I said, are you going to be back on the track? He said, we'll be back out on track shortly. We had to make a wedge adjustment, eat lunch, walk the dog, apply a new coat of wax. Hey, cracking me up.
Yeah, we'll get there.
You got to check your social media,
Mm-hmm.
His public. He's got to satisfy his public.
Mm-hmm.
90racing.com leading over Team Salem. Then it's Racer X. There is no Z in Mazda in fourth. Tapping that gas in fifth now. So Shut Up Racing is sixth. Visceral Racing Group in the 918 is seventh. Team Salem catch up in eighth. Then it's Wittenauer Motorsports in ninth and North by Northeast in 10th. Let's see what happened to Bavarian. They moved into 11th.
Mm-hmm.
So, haven't said much about the Wittenauer Motorsports guys. They've just been kind of driving that race, not really getting in any trouble, just keeping it clean. And
they're like the only Mini Coopers out there, huh?
Yeah.
I see a ton of those. It's a B-class car? C-class. Oh, no, this one's C-class. Okay. The one that Rich campaigns, it's a B-class, I think.
Yeah. I didn't know they had a C-class that you'd have to get past that CC level or put a turbo in it.
Yeah, they must have the turbo version or something.
I would say you're probably right. That would move them up a class. Unlike me, who has no class. So maybe that's what I need is a turbocharger, Tiffany. That would give me class. Would that work?
I mean, if you would like to work on your car at the track. That's what I see most people with a turbo doing.
If you want frequent failures, you can always add a turbo.
Mm-hmm.
On board with Team Salem.
Have aftermarket turbo to car have since stopped.
Yeah. So the Visceral Racing 959 Porsche is it's actually 944, but it's car 959. Cool sound.
And Heather.
Sounds cool that way, but they're in the pits.
Heather's in picking up a new driver. I love it, Heather. The other one, the 918, it's Trixie.
Gotcha.
I mean, I'm not the only one who names my cars. Lots of people do it.
Yep. We still got to come up with something for your car. The Honda.
That is one car that doesn't have a name. Yeah. The other Honda, her name is Desdemona. The Accord, I'm going to call her Desi.
Got it.
Because it was a Jimmy Buffett tribute car back in the Lemons days.
Okay.
So Desdemona was the character in a lot of Jimmy Buffett songs in one of his books. So most people are not that deep into it, but like there's a song that's like Desdemona is building a rocket ship. So the car is Desdemona, the little rocket ship of 87 horsepower. Yeah, but the white Civic is unnamed.
Yeah, we still got to come up with something. It crossed my mind a little bit as I was working on it, trying to think of something. But it's kind of hard for me to name it. I think you need to name it.
We named it a few things, but none of them were probably appropriate for air. Over the years, it took blood from everybody.
It took blood from everybody.
It did. Everybody who worked on it, like, ended up giving.
Whoa! Here we go. We're going for a ride. Oh man, and we're missing all the action off camera. But that was scary. That's a high left the track at a high rate of speed, and could have definitely collected somebody going into 12 there.
He's gonna need a fresh driver's suit after that one.
Yeah. I'll send a message over to Bill. He's not doing anything.
Probably
Ask
not.
him to look over there. That might have been the Miata. I don't.
Yeah, it was a red Miata.
Maybe that red one there's the one. So everybody seemed to get out of that one, hopefully. Man.
Is this the pit in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry folks. That's pit in. That's turn 13. So, and I forget that there's a lot of people that haven't been here before. So, the camera feed that you see where, and I can bring that up. This one, turn 13. This is situated so the pit in is, see how close our bank is there. That's right at pit in. So we're looking.
Some are staying on course and some are coming into the pits. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what that is. And then the kink here, the camera's kind of situated at 12, looking back towards the kink, towards 11 and 12 and all that. So it's probably sitting closer to. He might have it. He might have it over closer to the pits, and it's on a telephoto lens, and it's just looking backwards there. There's
a great spot.
Yeah, there's a fence line that runs all along there that you can't see. It could be up on the fence. There's a fence and a tire wall there.
Gotcha.
So Visceral's other car is in the pits. 90 Racing came in as we suspected.
Right at that 2-hour mark. Yelling at someone.
Just stay there, Dave.
It's hard to hear with those helmets on, so.
I'll move your arms around, okay?
You always sound like you're yelling at the racetrack because the car sounds, drowned out people's voices and the helmets. Hard to hear in them outside voices.
They're calling it a torch too, saying take the zip tie off the torch. So they're trying to service that windshield. That's really the biggest problem that they're facing right now is this issue with the fogging.
I thought they were holding down a driver where they could put him in the car, and he was like not wanting to go. So I'm like flailing a bit.
But I don't want to go. Don't make me.
Your turn. Go do it.
So getting ready to go back out. 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. So yeah, this is that 2-hour mark where the teams are going to be pitting again. So we'll go ahead and break for commercial, and we'll be back here in just a couple minutes. We'll keep our bank racing here in the picture-in-picture so we can keep an eye on them. Otherwise, we'll be back in about 5 minutes. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live. Back in a moment.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
He shared school space with his best friend, Norm Peterson.
Who was Cliff Clavin?
That is correct. The board is yours.
Yes.
So you don't want to hear about my sister's vacation?
No, not really. What are you doing?
What?
What is it you can't say these days? YOLO?
Dad, nobody says that.
YOLO!
For the times when the joke's on Dad. Make it worth it.
You guys could have warned me about this stuff. Oh my God.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing, and it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Triple tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Paul Veltum and Tiffany Alexander calling the race for you. We've got 90racing.com has gone back out onto the racetrack after what looked like a pretty standard pit stop. Other than the fight that they have with that windshield, trying to keep it defogged, it looked pretty standard issue. So they're back out on the racetrack. They rejoined the track in second place, and we're waiting for Team Salem Mustard to come into the pits as well. So welcome back, everyone. Thanks for joining us on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Our next race is going to be the Virginia International Raceway, the 7th and the 8th for the VIR 24. And if I remember right, that's a race that starts at like noon and then checkers at noon the next day. And that's our classic race, I believe, is what Doc said anyway. He thinks it was the classic, so that's what I'm going to guess it is as well. VIR 24-hour classic. And that'll take us into August already, folks. This is the only race in July. And an 8-hour race today, 7 tomorrow. Personally, I like these staggered type, where you have an 8-hour race on one day and then a 7 on the other day. Having that difference, it invites the teams that can't make a 2-hour stint on fuel. It gives them a fighting chance to do well the next day, and it gives the winner of that 8-hour race, who obviously can make it 2 hours on fuel, they have to start a lap back at least. So that I like that combination. I think that's good. Another car goes charging through the dirt, through the mud there at turn 12 and misses the turn 12 corner. So I like these combos myself. And if you folks did not see the latest Bravo flag video that Dana Morrison put together, well, actually I put it together, but it was with Dana and Tyler, and they said, hey, we're open to ideas. Give us your ideas. Tyler, the board chair, said, I would love to see more participation from our members. We've got a lot of members and not a lot of people voting. This is your club, and we want to hear from you. So if you've got some ideas, I would recommend that you bounce it off some of the other teams in the forum or out on the Champ Car Garage. Get some feedback there, and then put a petition together. Send it out there, float that idea, and who knows? They don't always necessarily accept the idea right off the bat. Sometimes there's some logistics to it that maybe they can't do it the way you have it written up, but it gives them an idea for something like that in the future. So
yeah, they can. Petitions are usually to change the rule book. So if it's something more race or procedural or something like that, you can always just send it to the, I think it's board@ChampCar.org. If you have an idea or something like that you want to float past folks.
Okay, so the petitions are really just for rules, like something in the BCCR, right?
Yep.
Okay.
But we're still open for feedback on things. So you can always send, feedback and thoughts or, any of that stuff. And send it to the whole board at one time. If you send it at board@ChampCar.org, it goes to every board member. And we can read it and review it. And
yeah.
Lucky will respond. I'm just kidding.
I was going to say, mostly what I give is, I don't give feedback, I give static.
Static?
Yeah. I just get a lot of static from me. But they dealt with me before, I've been working there for years, so they know what they're dealing with when I open my mouth.
I think they're beginning to know what they deal with me, but Wonderland tornado at the same time. You just never know. Just like to keep it interesting, But if you have any complaints, just want to go on and on about something and just complain with no solution, please just send those straight to Bill.
Yes, and that he loves those.
Those are his favorite.
He loves those. So please do that. And we love it when people do it.
Mm-hmm.
To him, of course.
Bill Strong at ChampCar.org.
I should have a graphic that comes up for that.
Right.
Just send them all over there.
Positive feedback goes to this one. Ideas go to this one, and any kind of criticism, complaints, anything, bitching, whining, moaning, all of that goes straight to Bill.
We should keep a record of each one, and then at the end of the year, the winner gets an award of the one that's the most time-consuming, the best scripted complaint that kept Bill busy for a while.
Mm-hmm.
A thanks is in order.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kidding.
I'm not.
You're not so much, huh?
Not so much. It needs to keep Bill busy, you know? Because, I mean, a lot of people post on the forums and on the Champ Car Garage, and that's perfectly fine, obviously. Y'all can discuss things and all that stuff. But all the board members and the CEO are not always on those. We do read those. I know Huggins is on Facebook quite frequently. I know Jerry keeps up with the forum pretty regularly. I kind of bounce back and forth. But if you really need something to go to, everybody, you can just send it straight to them. I get so many notifications about Facebook, like I cannot look at them all. Like, it just says 99 plus all the time. I'm like, never clear.
Wow.
I just don't look at it. I mean, like, every couple of days or whatever, somebody else has posted a picture about their baby or dog or something. I'm like, if it's not a race car, like, I'm just past that. If it's not my dog, I'm one of those people. I'm like, oh, dogs are so cute, especially mine.
Well, that's the thing. I know my social media thread on Facebook looks very, very different from, like, say, my wife's or my son's or my daughter's, because it's mostly racing.
Yeah.
That's all I'm really interested in, and dogs. That's about it.
I think I put that on my Facebook page at the beginning of the pandemic. I was like, I don't do politics. Nope. If you're not going to post about, like, puppies or, like, race cars, like, you just leave me out, please.
Sounds good.
Yeah. I mean, you got to keep your priorities straight.
Yeah.
So Troy and the other Justin, OJ, is back in the same cars as earlier. So the ones that started this morning. So Troy is back in the 918 in Trixie. And then OJ, the other Justin, is back in Heather, the 959.
Okay.
We'll see if they can not get it stuck this time. Troy did a great job.
Oh, yeah.
He's a talented driver.
I think so.
See, Bill's not on right now, so we're not going to make fun of Troy.
Yeah. I was at NCM standing in the pits with the Brew Crew guys, and here comes the Visceral 918 being pushed down pit lane, and I think Troy was helping push it, and Ron, the car owner, is in the driver's seat with the door open, steering the car, and he shouts over the car towards the pits and says, "Troy broke it again. Troy broke it again." That was a miserable weekend for those guys. They took the 959 car out and blew the engine on the first lap. I think that.
Oh God!
It was either that or the 918. One of the two cars blew the engine on the warm-up lap.
Oh.
Didn't even make it to the green flag, and then they had problems with the other car, and
that's frustrating.
Just miserable. I don't wish that on anybody, except maybe Bill. Nah, I wouldn't do that. I didn't say it. I don't wish that on anybody. That's terrible.
So Visceral is having radio issues now too. So it seems like this rain is affecting a lot of people's radio communications.
Yeah. Interesting. It looked like they just went by the Arbank car.
It did, didn't it? I mean, there'd be no reason for them to be slowing down to come in or anything, so they didn't.
Well, they do have a new driver out there. Like you said, Tiffany, he may not be altogether confident with how things are working with that car. And Salem Mustard is in the lead of this race. So they must have pitted. They had to have pitted unless they're pitting off sequence.
Salem's?
Yeah, the Mustard car, because they're still shown leading after that last round of pit stops.
No, they haven't pitted yet. I don't think. They pitted last on lap 106. What are we on now? 156. So, yeah, 50 laps ago. So they still need to pit.
Yeah. Well, I'm just figuring because most of the teams pitted at the top of the hour there at 1 o'clock. So that's 4 hours in, right? Yeah. So the Mustard car, I don't know. I guess they must be pitting in a different sequence than these other teams.
They came in a little early or late or something. No, it couldn't be any later than 2 hours.
Right. So they must be eating an extra pit stop here by the end.
Yeah. But you would expect that. Let's see.
Yeah, you wouldn't.
Oh, yeah.
You wouldn't think they would be short on fuel.
Right, but you're pushing the driver's stint limit is what we would.
Well, that too, yeah. Yeah, he's out of the throttle before he even gets to the bridge. Let's see what his lap times look like. A 131 to, yeah, he's a 138 on the last lap for Arbank. And he's pretty much in the clear turning that lap time, which is about, well, the previous driver was able to get into the 126 range, so this is about 12 seconds slower.
Maybe he's doing the other approach to this. You know, there's two kind of drivers. The ones that go out there and drive it straight off the course and go, oh, there was the limit because they went over it.
Yeah.
And then the other ones who work up to it and check it out, you know, take a couple of laps to, you know, because they don't want to go off track and get stuck somewhere.
Absolutely, you know, and it's tricky conditions, and so he's just, you know, you sneak up on it, right? You just chip away at it little by little until you feel like, okay, this is it. This is all that I'm going to get out of it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, especially in these kind of conditions, you know, the conditions are kind of changing. If it's raining harder or if it stopped raining but the track is still soaking wet, you may be able to find a little grip that wasn't there before because it's, you know, everything's not underwater, or everything is. I don't see the water coming in the cars or on the windshield as much anymore, so maybe the new precipitation has stopped.
See, there's a lot of water as you get to the bridge, and he's looking at that thinking, I don't want to hydroplane.
Right. Straighten up that steering wheel before you go through that.
And you usually, you know, you have instead of just being a nice, even swath of water, what you have is these tiny little puddles. You got deep puddles, you got shallow puddles, and as you drive through that, it kicks the steering wheel back and forth. So it's a really upsetting and uncomfortable feeling going through that.
Definitely don't feel like you're in control of the car.
Yeah. Do you want to go charging through that under full throttle? Well, he doesn't. He's going to lift there and glide through it.
Bill says he can't get to the bridge camera because it's very dangerous. Because it's squishy. I don't think he wants to get his precious little feet wet.
I don't think he does either.
Mm-mm.
I didn't even expect him to go fix it. I just wanted him to know that they need batteries. I knew there would be an excuse, so I didn't expect that to happen.
We need to add that to his list of excuses, the book of excuses.
It's squishy.
Dangerous and squishy.
Dangerous and squishy. No, that'll only make him mad.
He's funny when he's mad.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. I mean,
I'm
he doesn't
not.
he's funny.
I'm not funny when I'm mad.
Me neither. Most people don't find it even amusing or entertaining. They're like, ooh, get the hell away from that. Cartoon character. It takes a lot to get me like angry though. Like it is something I feel like someone's got to really work to do, right? But if I get there, it's just not pleasant.
Well, you're a Southern gal, so
I got a red head.
usually pretty laid back.
That's how I prefer to go about most things. Like it is what it is.
Yeah.
Until it ain't.
I'm watching cars coming through. I actually saw one car hit a puddle, and the water actually went over the car. It's that bad.
The wave.
It went over its own. Went over the car as it went through. Probably, they had like a splitter or something down low.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if any of these cars do it. I think he was a little bit further to the outside of the corner.
The extra deep part of the puddle.
But yeah, you're racing out there, and that water washes down the brake rotors for just a second as you go to the brakes, and they're not as grippy as they were. It throws things off a little bit. You're trying to calculate and time where you want to brake and everything, and you're not always sure how much brake you're going to have, and you don't really have a lot of time for cushion. There's not a lot of buffer there.
It's the racing part of this, yeah. I was just thinking if you're trying to make a pass and you don't get it quite completed in the beginning of this section, it narrows down unless you want to go through the pond there. So, you don't want to be left on the outside, or I guess that would be the inside. We're looking at it backwards. Then get forced to stay in the pond. What was that?
I think it's your messenger. You got to turn off your notifications and messenger on your
open Facebook up again
on your device.
I turned it off, or I thought I turned it off, and it still dinged. So I'm just closed back out of Facebook. I hate it when I do that. Like I think I've turned something off, and then it does something else. My phone does that from time to time.
So Team Salem Mustard leads the race over 90racing.com. Just turned at 135 on their last lap. So lap time starting to fall for the Honda Civic. And looks like there's about a 2-lap gap there to Salen's Mustard for the Honda team. And then it's Team Salem Ketchup in third, Racer X in fourth, tapping that gas in fifth. Shut Up Racing is sixth. Visceral Racing Group in the number 918 is seventh. Then it's Wittenauer Motorsports in the Mini Cooper in eighth. Ninth is, there's been a positional change. North by Northeast, just past Wittenauer for eighth place. And then it's T2T Racing now in their Miata. Their blue Miata's in 10th. How did Opel get on the VPI table? Well, we actually have another Opel that runs with us. And the first time that I saw it was at Dakota. And so we have had another team that had one, but he could have just as easily requested it. You know, if you have a car that you want to run that's not on the table, you can ask the TAC or whoever to, you know, look into adding it.
Right. I mean, if it's not a new GT3, don't bother sending that to us. I mean, you can send the car to us, but like, we're not
You can send the car to us.
I'll check it out for you, make sure it's good.
Yeah, we're always looking for a new pace car.
Yeah.
Something we could play around with, but
Porsche wanted to send us a GT3 to play around with. I would not complain. I would just fight Jackie for the job. I would have to take my microphone in the car.
someone suggested that I do that when I was driving pace at Autobahn. Can't you do something from inside the car? You could just do a show from in there. Well, I tell you, as much time as I had on the track on that Saturday, I probably could have. Whoa! Need that high gear there.
Got it in the wrong gear.
Just having fun at Bill's expense. Yeah. Well, he's not here to defend himself, so go right ahead.
Right. I mean,
that's how we operate.
Yep.
If they're not here to defend themselves, let's pile on them.
I always have to come back and watch the shows later if I'm like driving, so make sure like if I have any payback to give back. I'm like, what y'all be saying about me while I'm in the car?
It's surprising. I listen to him. I've been listening to him lately. It's surprising how much I forget that we talked about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we talk about a lot of stuff. It's endurance racing.
Yeah.
I remember the summer we did 324s. Broadcast all 24 hours of all three of them.
Oh, yeah. We got a caution in this corner.
Got a wrecker on course.
Not sure what's going on here. Oh, we got a car off to the left, and he's in deep. It's up past the rocker panels, so they'll have to come get him extricated. I wonder if it was one of the Porsches. It looked like it had a wing on it.
Mm-hmm. But it's also so deep in there, it's hard to see.
Yeah. Okay, well, the ketchup car just crossed the start-finish line. So did the mustard car, so it's neither one of them.
I was wondering if it was one of the visceral cars.
Let me look at the visceral machines. The 959 and the 918 are still circulating, so it's not them.
Okay.
He says,
what turn was it again?
It's around that 5-6 area, just like he's saying, the carousel.
Gotcha.
It's coming out of the carousel there.
I'll be back over there in a minute.
Yeah.
That is the cool thing about these smaller horses.
Yep. This is Oak Tree. Yeah. And you'll notice it off driver's left, but we go by pretty quickly. So it's hard to see.
This windshield looks like in much better shape than some of the other ones.
And he's slowing way down now. The emergency vehicle is at the site. The scene of the crime. I can't make that out. I mean, he's just like, all you see is the roof.
Mm. Have to wait till he pulls him out of the swamp to see. Okay.
Yeah.
Now Timothy says, how about a pesky Miata? I mean, it's certainly possible. There's quite a few here today.
And they are pesky.
Mm-hmm. Can't swing a dead cat without seeing a Miata, hitting a Miata today. What is it?
That's right.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 of them out of 40 cars. I mean, just by sheer statistics, you could say Miata, and there's a chance you'd be right.
Well, even a broken clock is right twice a day. Okay, so they got it up onto the racetrack now, but it does look like a little bit of a larger car, maybe a BMW with a wing on it. So I don't know. We got any black BMWs with a wing, but I got a feeling they're gonna unhook him there and cut him loose. It's like catching fish, you know. You catch them and then you return them to the pond when you're done.
Really. There's that Mini Cooper go by.
Yep, the Salen's cars threading through the field as well. This is probably well, that would be the Bavarian Mustache Works car then. And Billy said, "Yeah, you can't swing a dead cat without hitting one of them pesky Miatas." That is so true. So that could have been the Ben Schott team of Bavarian Mustache Works that was stranded over there. We'll blame it on them. So the mustard car is in the pits, making their driver change as required. Here comes the emergency vehicle. I don't think they're towing anybody. I think they just need to get them out of the grass over there, and that place is like the common place to go off, because that's the area of the track where it narrows up on you. The radius decreases. Everything seems normal, like everything's fine going in, and then the radius starts to decrease on you.
Yeah, and then you're like, I'm not good.
And if you're not good, there's nothing you can do to recover, because the corner keeps getting tighter and tighter. So there's no love. There's nothing. I mean, you're going off.
There's no love out there for you, huh?
No. That's a tricky corner.
I would think it'd be extra tricky in the rain here. You know?
Yeah. It's tricky to feel as though you're getting everything out of it every time because of the way you go into it.
Mm-hmm. Can I feel like you're overslowing if you do, but then
very much so.
You don't. Yeah, you got to be patient with it.
It's easy to feel as though you've overslowed.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to. I think the trick, and I haven't really raced here. I just did like a track. I did 1 or 2 track days. I think the trick is to trail it in. You come in hard, but you got to trail in and do it in such a way that you don't. Yeah, you got to be really, really accurate to get it right. So pretty satisfying when you do.
A little over 3 hours to go.
All right. So I guess we should break for commercial here. Tiffany, did you want to take us out?
Sure.
Cool.
With just a little over 3 hours to go, Team Salen Mustard was your leader. Did they pit? They're in the pits right now. Yeah. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone, and we'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
He shared school space with his best friend, Norm Peterson.
It was Cliff Clavin.
That is correct. The board is yours.
Yes.
So you don't want to hear about my sister's vacation?
No, not really. What are you doing?
What?
What is it you kids say these days? YOLO?
Dad, nobody says that.
YOLO!
For the times when the joke's on Dad. Make it worth it.
You guys could have warned me about this stuff. Oh my God.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing, and it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Triple tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Welcome back, everyone. Here on ChampCar.Live, we've lost the camera feed and Polly too. We've got the little one still up.
All right, sorry about that. Took a little bit longer break than I needed to, or should have, I guess. So welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Hey, guess which camera's up and running now?
Oh, look at that.
It's the dangerous, squishy camera.
I like it. I mean, that's a great vantage point.
More cars having trouble with that part of the racetrack over there. But yeah, it's good to have something on the front. We had a couple cameras, and both of them decided they were less than interested in staying on.
Well, they had heard our show. They were like, nah, I'll pass.
Yeah, now if you saw that pickup truck that was driving down the right side of the screen there and it looked like it was off in the grass, that's actually an access road. We're on the bridge where that truck will come up over and onto the other side. And this is a very old bridge, 1 lane, and they've threatened to take it down and make it like a 2-lane, make it nice. I don't know if they've done that.
Threatened to take it down?
Yeah, actually, they're even thinking about moving it back further from where it's located. And that would be great if they could. Be great if they're able to do that. Because, like as I said, right now it's if you have a trailer, it's kind of scary pulling a trailer up over that thing. But
a little tight.
Yeah, and it's old. It's really, yeah. It's like, gosh, I hope this thing holds up. I'm just looking from this camera view. It looks like some new timber there on the right, so maybe they have done some work to it.
Do you have to use this bridge to get in and out of the?
No.
No. Okay.
No, but you will when the race is underway. You cross over the track on the way in, but if there's a gate, but if you can't get in that way, then you would have to use the bridge.
So, like, if your car died and you were going home early and the race is still going, you'd have to use this to get out?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Or if you have to go get gas or something. Gotcha.
It's changed a lot. I mean, my mom, well, I won't go in what she said, but this track's changed a lot. It's definitely improving quite a bit. And when I came there, the current ownership had just taken over, and so I got some really good time to talk to the track director, and he was filling me in on what their dreams are, the things they want to do, and the way it looked when you pulled in there was unlike any track I've ever seen. And I used to come to this track when I was a kid with my parents. My dad was a race car driver in the SCCA. It kind of looked like a giant go-kart track because the front straightaway, there was no guardrail really. It's instead of a guardrail to separate the racetrack from the pits, there was just a blue large diameter bar, like a pole that just went from one end to the other. And it was just sort of like if somebody took a miniature and made it big.
Huh.
It was really odd. Now they've since gotten rid of that, and they've got a cement. They put these, I can't remember what they call them, but they're those cement wedges that you see out on the highways. Here's one right here. You can see it at the bottom of the frame. So they put these in, and that's made quite a difference in the safety and all of that.
Lots of tires.
Yeah, I had some really weird sleep last night. I woke up at 2:30 and I worked till around 5 and tried to go back to sleep. It's just strange. I'm pretty wiped out. All right.
So the 524 is being black flagged. Fuse 15, the Miata, had exhaust hanging. There was something earlier with them too. I don't know, we're calling their number.
They were involved in a huge shunt earlier when they got hit by a car that never saw them in the rain.
Oh, okay, that's what it was. Yeah. Had the number written down on my little list here, but then I guess I failed to put what.
And then Money Shift says they just made some adjustments to their suspension, so they'll be going back out to see what that's like. Although, unfortunately, I don't think tomorrow we're going to get much rain, so might not. Might just be a good learning.
Well, they had a clunking, right? It was that the car that had clunking, so they're probably trying to get that to get it to unclunk.
Right. Before it decides to do it on its own.
It's only so long it's going to clunk before it breaks, right?
Yeah. Did you hear that? So that's Mostment going by, and he was under power, and the front tires broke loose.
I can see Sebring coming across the front of the paint, the front straightaway with paint on it, and everybody zings as they go over it.
Yeah. I mean, that's what's happening here. There's so much water at the bridge that the tires are breaking loose under power.
It's a little unnerving for the drivers, I would think. At least the first time it happens.
On board with 90racing.com, who's retaken the lead of this race from the Mustard team. And they just turned a 134 to Mustard's 135, to Racer X's 137, who's in third place, to Tapping That Gas, who's in fourth place there with their 130. So of that group, your fourth place team in a Miata is turning the better lap times.
Several seconds. They must have their excellent rain driver in there.
Looks like Money Shift Racing is back out on the racetrack there. And that is a K-Swap car. Running in the B class, I believe. It's going to ease it through turn 13 here. Let's see if he decides to lift at the bridge again. Yeah, just a little lift there. Just breathe that throttle. Smooth downshift as we go into Oak Tree here. And we accelerate towards the carousel.
Being nice and smooth and easy on the car. They're leading this race, and I'm sure they don't want anything to happen, so it would change that.
Kit gloves he would be driving with.
Hmm?
Kit gloves.
Oh, driving with, I gotcha. I always tell people to hold the steering wheel like you would a baby. A little baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to hold tight enough that you're holding on to the baby, but not squish the baby. Don't squish the baby. Surprisingly, a lot of people get that.
Don't squish the baby.
Don't squish the baby. I've actually had them say that in the car while I'm instructing someone. I'll see them take their hands and kind of loosen their fingers up, and then they'll be like, don't squish the baby. Fabulous.
That is good.
Because when you're holding really tight on the steering wheel, if you overly tight, you don't feel the car quite as well.
Right.
So, but when new drivers a lot of times will over clench the steering wheel, the car doesn't give them quite the information they would be getting otherwise.
Right, because they're scared or afraid it's going to get jerked out of their hands or something. Right.
You don't squish the baby.
I remember a guy telling me he was gripping the steering wheel so hard it broke a blood vessel in his thumb. You know how you can break like a blood vessel near the surface of the skin and it bruises up? Yeah. That was a long time ago. Back in the 70s.
Pretty intense inside the car, you know? I mean, that's kind of why we do this. We like that intensity. I guess all of us. Well, that's what you get in a race car. But. But all the pros are, you know, that's one of the things they talk about is being relaxed behind the steering wheel. So how are you have that level of intensity and excitement about what you're doing, but also stay super duper calm and be relaxed? Because if you're not relaxed, you're going to be way sore the next day too. I bet Polly, I bet you drive like you're just chilling, aren't you?
When I'm racing, it does look that way. It looks like I'm not doing anything.
Yeah. How you know you're doing it well, right?
I guess. Yeah. It looks like you're just. I look very very relaxed, but that's how I was taught. My dad really drilled that into me. You need to do this, you need to do that. You need to look like you're relaxed. You shouldn't be holding the steering wheel tight. You know, all that stuff.
All the stuff. Yep.
Whew, man, all that puddling right there. That must be exciting going through there.
That's one word for it. Oh, Glenn is complimenting your scrolling bar, Polly.
That is, you're welcome, Glenn. It is makeshift, quick and dirty when the real thing isn't working. But I'm glad you like it. It took some time to put that stupid thing together. The Race Hero it's not formatted. So the Race Hero format I don't really like, or the Race Monitor format I don't like. So it's actually two that scroll together and it's sectioned, so you get the gap and it's in time with the left side. Anyway, who cares? It works.
It does work. So let's see.
But yeah, I'm glad you like it, Glenn. Maybe I should use it a little more often. I don't know. You like it better than the other one, huh? Well, the Race Hero is, I mean, we like it as broadcasters because we get more information out of it. Obviously, you're not really going to see that, when you're watching the show. It's something that we bring to you. So I've got a picture. This is at the bridge when Bill finally went down to fix that camera, which we've been telling him to do for the last 2 hours. But this is you can see the puddling right there.
That's deep water.
As when the car goes through it. It gives them pause, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And that car, I mean, it looks twisted coming in there. It must be, looks like the front end got mashed.
Mm-hmm. So the mustard car only fell to second after they did that pit stop.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. Would have thought maybe more, but I guess third is on lap 176, so they're a couple of laps down from them. And the shorter courses, it's so easy to fall several laps down. Only takes about a minute and a half.
Mario Andretti said that you should be shifting with your fingertips. So I started doing that a long time ago, where I try not to use my palm.
Mhm.
And the way he grips it is kind of like he's just gripping it with his fingers, like a baseball, sort of, you know.
Mhm.
And by doing that, when you're making those gear changes, especially the up, like when you go up to third, up to fifth, you're at a kind of a leverage disadvantage. It forces you to go a little bit slower and wait for those synchronizers to actually do their job.
Mhm.
So I always complain as a tech to the drivers, man, don't push the transmission past the synchros to get it into gear. Give it time. You know, they're stock. I mean, they're made for driving around the street. Give it time to do its job. I shouldn't be finding a kaleidoscope of metal in the transmission oil every time we get done with the race.
But you'll see some folks just like hand fist it and just shove it into gear. That's back to that not being relaxed sometimes, you know, behind the wheel.
Right. It also does other damage too. You can. It's kind of a common thing when you get that gear selector, it gets stuck in a certain gear. You can't get it out of gear. It'll feel like you're moving it into another gear, but the transmission doesn't shift into a different gear. And that's when you've broken the roll pin for the clutch, the shifter fork. And
It doesn't sound like it's good.
And again, that's from pushing it too hard. Yeah. You can break them. It's happened. Happened in the Miata, one of the Miatas that I used to take care of. I was out. Fortunately, I was out test driving it on the highway when it happened.
Oh,
Otherwise,
really?
yeah. Otherwise, it would have happened on the racetrack. And we got a car trying to get back on the track.
Yep.
Is that a Salen's Porsche?
No, maybe no. Let's see. We'll see in a minute.
All right.
Maybe.
We'll
unless
give
it
him some
gets stuck.
time. It's either a Miata or it's a Porsche, but it's got a splitter. I saw it had a splitter as it backed up. He's going to get a running start. Here we go.
Paddle, 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 paddle.
Oh, no, there's the nose. He didn't get quite as far that time.
I think it's digging in because the ground is like on an incline there.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, it's kind of, he's going uphill, isn't he?
That splitter's just going to dig in, probably. Yeah, he's going to have to get towed in unless he can come out in a different place.
He's going to have to do a James Garner. He's going to have to back around and then stab the brakes while he turns the wheel and swing the front around onto the track.
That sounds fun. I'll let you later, but...
All right. Well, this is entertaining. We'll keep this in the multi-view as we go to commercials, so stay with us. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone, and it's 90racing.com is your leader. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Bring on the frozen tundra. The grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back everyone to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. And I don't know if you guys saw or not, but I stepped away for the break. I didn't see what became of the car that was stranded.
I stepped away too, so I didn't see either.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a mystery.
Somebody saw it.
But what we do have is green flag racing out here at Nelson Ledges Road Course for an 8+7 this weekend. This is the 8-hour race today. We've got about 2 hours and 52 minutes left unofficially, with Our Bank Racing leading the way over Team Salem. by about 1 lap in the mustard car. And then it's tapping that gas. They moved up into 3rd. Shut Up Racing is 4th. Racer X is 5th. Team Salem Ketchup 6th. Visceral Racing Group in the number 918 is in 7th place right now as we go on board with them. North by Northeast Racing is in 8th. Wittenauer Motorsports is in 9th, and they're a Mini Cooper, so we switch over to that camera. And then Bavarian Mustache Works is in 10th place. Now, we had a camera in that car, but it lost interest early on in the race.
Do you really blame it?
No, not really.
Really?
We had Nosy and Mazda leading the race very early on, but shortly after that, it was the Salem's Mustard and Arbank Racing cars swapping for the lead. 9:30, the Nosy and Mazda car came into the pits with the hood up, and they were under the hood working on the ignition system. Rhinoceros Racing, black flag for no brake lights. And then we have Arbank Racing coming into the pits then later on in the morning to remove a broken front splitter. Now we've had the one of the Visceral cars off the track and stuck up against the tires a few times, but each time they've managed to get that car back onto the track with the help of the workers here at the track, pulling them up onto the track and removing the tow strap and cutting them loose. So they're not really taking them back to the pits. If they're able to get going on their own, they release them on the track.
A lot of catching and releasing of these race cars, yeah.
Yep, lots of catch and release.
Visceral's up in 7th place, so it really hasn't cost them a lot of time. Obviously, it cost them some.
Well, that's the 918 car. The one that kept slipping off the track was the 959, which is in 19th. This is still not bad.
Yeah, I don't think the 918's been off at all, actually.
I don't think so either.
Troy and Ron are driving that car, I think. Not that I've seen anybody else in the car. Troy did the first stint, then Ron, and then Troy is on 3rd, yep.
Oh, and Dylan said it was a Miata that went into the paddock. He said he's standing at the bridge. Says, I standing at the bridge currently.
Thank you, Dylan.
I'd rather be stuck in the rain at the track. Sounds better than being stuck in the rain at the fairs. Yeah.
Probably smells better, at least. Look at. Is it going to dry up at all, you think, before the end of this race?
I think so. I think that I'll go back and refresh our weather radar. So we'll get another look at the at that weather system.
If any of these puddles are going to get a little more shallow.
Right.
I don't know if we'll see dry, but maybe like not as much water standing on the race course. I'm sure these guys would appreciate that. Checking the AC, make sure it's cold. Yep, good and cold. Just kidding.
All right. Uh-oh, we got contact here.
Oh.
Between 90racing.com and another competitor. Looked like he was just heading down the inside there. And
it's a 950. Oh, it had to be Visceral. They're the only 950. 959?
Yeah, you're right. Good job, Tiffany. Good call there. Let's see if we catch it here in the replay. So here's a look at the replay here. So we can see 90racing.com, and you can see how loose they are. They're way out to the side here, and you got a car. There is just simple contact, you know. It came back down the inside. There was a car already going off the racetrack on the right, up ahead of them, heading into 12 there. So
Didn't look like a super hard hit though. So hopefully those cars are okay.
right. Yeah, hopefully neither car is damaged from that. The Visceral car continued on and did not come into the pits. And here we can see the R-Bank car also continuing on.
But didn't catch what other car that was that went off.
No.
I don't know if they got stuck out there and we'll see one come around, or so we'll have to wait and see. It looked like they went skiing though as soon as they left the course.
Yeah, so this is a look at that weather pattern, and you can see how all that weather is on the radar rather is moving off to the east. So hopefully it won't be long before we're out of this stuff.
Seems like clouds were forming though as fast as they were moving.
Right.
I'm getting love from those clouds. Unfortunately, Race Monitor doesn't have the little salmon feature where we know who's not turning laps. Kind of wait and see.
Right. Just looking from this view, I can't hardly see anybody in the pits. The tower's kind of in the way, that little flag stand, but
Still a good bit of water right there. Run straight away.
yep, you can hear those engines rev up as their tires break loose. He's able to stay in it all the way through. Rear-wheel drive.
I feel like he checked up a little bit though before.
Might have another car off at turn one there on the driver's left side.
You think one's off on the left coming up?
It looked, well, we passed it because it's just out of turn one. So we got to get back around the racetrack here. Just check it again.
Give him about a minute and he'll be back over there. Turn 1, 2, and 3 are kind of like a big sweeper, huh?
Well, in these conditions, one really is pretty quick. And it's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun because that's kind of the hallmark of the track is these fast sweeping corners. But 3 really isn't. And let's see if we see. Yeah, there's a car out there. Oh, and there's the EV to pick it up. Thought I saw something over there. But 2 is just you're just kind of sweeping through. 3 is it's funny because it looks so open and fast, but when you arrive there, you're kind of slowing down quite a bit. But you're carrying so much speed, I guess, through 1 into 2. You do have to brake more for 3. There's a lot of accidents that happen in 3. The common mistake is to go in with too much, brake too much, and then the back end steps out and then points you to the tire wall that's on the inside of the track, and you go shooting across and nail that wall. There's some entertaining videos out there that you can find on YouTube of cars that either go up over the wall or hit the wall and send tires flying up over the wall, hitting spectators' cars that are on the other side of it.
Oh, no.
Yeah, there's a lot of tires at this track that aren't bundled. They're just loose.
So they go flying.
So they go flying, and cars go flying over them and all that fun stuff. So you got to watch out for 3. It's a nasty, it'll bite you. It's got some banking, so there's something about it that just got to watch it.
Gotcha.
Car off between 2 and 3, and then he's actually more between 1 and 2. Okay.
That's the one got the wrecker over there, right?
Yeah. I wish I knew. Yeah, he said it is on the left side. That's cool. Thanks for pointing that out. And windshield wipers are kind of going really slow now. And I think part of that could be because they're not really getting much rain now. So this is going into that carousel. Okay, it's the number 347. Thank you for that report, Dylan. Appreciate that. That's Team Foot Shoot. They have a 94 MX-5. Car number 347. Team Foot Shoot.
Shoot.
Like shoot yourself in the foot? Foot shoot instead of foot loose? I don't know. Why not? On board with 90racing.com. Should see something here as we come down. Let's see if what the conditions are here on the left side of the track. We got the EV still there. And I don't see the car, so maybe the car's on its way. I don't know.
Another catch and release, huh?
Could be. I don't know. Maybe I just didn't see him and he is still in there. I don't know.
So they've got one more pit stop coming up in the next half hour or so, and then it'll be their race to the end.
What's this truck you sent me a picture of, Billy? Is that a food truck? Is that what that is?
Bill's favorite truck is here.
Yeah, I don't know what.
Oh yeah, that's a food truck, yeah. Catspy's Custard. Oh, it's ice cream.
It's ice cream. Okay, well, that makes sense.
That's funny.
Whew, things getting a little tight there for 90 Racing. I'll show you guys this truck real quick. There it is. So Billy was saying Bill's favorite truck, ice cream truck. Okay, I get it now.
It says like Kirby's or Catsby's or something custard on the side. And that's, I can't read the rest of it.
Yeah, he said it's ice cream.
Have a little jingle and everything. I mean, that was the highlight of your day when you were a kid, right? When the ice cream truck comes rolling through your neighborhood.
Oh, and I don't know how those guys did it with the constant, rolling song that, oh my gosh.
Lose their minds.
That would be, that's another job that I would not be able to do. Can't imagine.
Have to be driving around with like earplugs or something.
Yeah.
And then all the little kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
They'll come up and ask for ice cream and don't even have any money. They don't know how money works yet. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Little kids, yeah.
Doesn't look like he's using a wiper at all.
Right. May not need it. If the water beads up well enough, you don't even need a wiper.
Right.
Yeah, looking at the racetrack here, it doesn't look like it's raining, although, they're probably dealing with, some rooster tailing. There's still some of that going on. We look at this screen here, you can see as they come through those puddles, it's definitely kicking water up into the air. But it's not as bad as it was.
Mm-mm. Yeah, some of the puddles look a little smaller now. Still looks pretty messy though, out there. Too much?
Kirby's. And that's the 90racing.com car going by the Money Shift Racing Honda.
I wonder if they got that one sorted.
Yeah, he said they made some suspension changes and they were going to go back out and drive it that way.
Dylan says, even says caution children on the back.
Nice. No, this does look like it's clearing up now. Let me see when they come through here. There's still quite a bit of water there. Yeah, I heard the most mint car, a little bit of a pickup of the rev there as they came across that time. That visceral camera not working quite as well.
Well,
so we'll give you a quick standing, see what we got here. 90racing.com leading by about 2 laps over Salem Mustard. Then it's tapping that gas in third. Shut Up Racing is fourth. Racer X is fifth. Team Salem Ketchup sixth. Visceral Racing seventh. North by Northeast is eighth. Whitaker Motorsports is ninth. And Bavarian Mustache Works in 10th.
Didn't we think Bavarian went out earlier? Did they want to catch and release? Or?
I thought so, but apparently I was mistaken. I know that's hard for everybody to believe. I could be wrong. That was my guess, but
I don't know. Maybe
they
were
just sitting there a long time, so I would guess that must not have been the case.
Money Shift just set their fastest time of the day. I wonder if they've gotten that working properly. You ready for tomorrow's race? Well, Mini Cooper hadn't gotten into much trouble today. It doesn't seem like.
Right.
Wouldn't have been off at all. They're doing really well. Up in 9th place. Which team is that Mustang on? Is that the Rhinoceros Racing?
Oh, okay, yeah, that would make sense. So that was the team that had the brake light issue.
Ah, gotcha.
Looks like a Fox body.
Mm-hmm. I think that's our only Mustang running today.
All right, so we've reached the bottom of the hour, so stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors. Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
The TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series is North America's home to real competitive endurance road racing. This is real, wheel-to-wheel endurance road racing on America's bucket list tracks, including Sebring, Watkins Glen, Daytona, Road Atlanta, and WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, just to name a few. Champ Car is a budget-minded endurance road racing series. Champ Car is for people like you who have always wanted to go road racing without all the hassles, huge rulebook, or obscene expense. All you need is a valid driver's license, some safety gear, and a race car, which you can rent from Arrive and Drive teams or build your own car. Champ Car is the simplest path in North America's largest endurance road racing series. While we often see racers from outside the world of motorsports, our series is a diverse mix of automotive enthusiasts, weekend warriors, and race series veterans. But at the drop of the green flag, they're all racers participating in the challenge and thrill of real wheel-to-wheel endurance road racing. To find out more information, visit the Champ Car website at ChampCar.org.
And welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Looks like we've got a car that's stranded on the racetrack around the turn 9 area, just off camera. Looks like the corner workers just asked for a thumbs up from the driver, and that was given. So we can expect emergency vehicle to be heading out that way to pick them up or get them pulled out. This is Paul Veltum along with Tiffany Alexander, calling the Nelson Ledges race for you this weekend, 8+7.
In Garrettsville, Ohio.
Ah, yes. The recently reconditioned Nelson Ledges Road Course.
Repaved a couple of years ago, right?
Yeah. And Champ Car was the first sanctioned race to take place on the new track surface.
Cool.
We did a 24-hour race out here.
This race is the second round in the 4-race event of the Money Shift Racing Midwestern Regional Championship.
Mm-hmm.
So 2 more races to go as part of that.
Yep, Mid-Ohio and Gingerman. I'm a little surprised there's not a larger turnout for Gingerman, although, I mean, there's just under 40 cars. We typically really cap that out, but we got that Mid-Ohio race in September, so maybe that's why we've got such a big attendance there that it's taken away a little bit from Gingerman. Uh-oh, here goes Visceral for another ride. Crosses over the racetrack, bringing up some mud, you can bet, on that racetrack surface there. So hopefully that's not going to create a problem for the other teams that are out there.
For the mud is less grippy.
Ugh, it's got to be awful. And as we're heading around the carousel, looks like there's another car that's off the track on the driver's left. There was at least an emergency vehicle over there.
Dylan was letting us know that the ice cream truck is playing a jingle.
Yeah.
It's like a full authentic ice cream truck.
How about that? Pointing by a very fast Miata as he heads through the kink down towards turn number 12, unless I've got my area all crossed up here. Might be mistaken. That might have been turn number 2.
One or the other.
Now he's on the front straightaway, so I don't know. We'll keep an eye on our messages, see if we get any more information on that car that might be off on the left. So far, no reports.
Thumbs up.
What's that?
He was giving somebody a thumbs up. There's a safety. He probably did. He saw the yellow flag.
Oh, okay.
But I would guess.
So a quick rundown here. You've got 90 Racing leading over Team Salem in the mustard car. Tapping that gas is 3rd. Shut Up Racing is 4th. Up to 5th is Ketchup. Salem Ketchup, rather. Then in 6th, we've got Racer X. In 7th, it's the number 918 of Visceral Racing Group. In 8th, it's North by Northeast. In 9th, there is no Z and Mazda. In 10th, Bavarian Mustache Works again.
Oh, Billy Salem says the ice cream truck song is Bill Strong's theme song. That's funny.
That ice cream truck. It's getting a lot of airtime. There's so much to be. Oh, here we got a picture of the car that's off. It almost looks like it's kind of nosed down. Oh, it's trying to turn around. Here we go.
But the car is a safety vehicle trying to get to the car.
Okay.
No.
No. He's backing around. No, that's the safety vehicle. You're right. That's the truck.
He tried to maybe get to the car that went off. Must be pretty far off. Or was.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Back on board with Visceral in the number 918. And yes, this is a car that's been able to keep its nose pretty clean out there. And yeah, they've been rewarded, you know. They're up in 7th place. They're just out there turning laps and staying out of trouble.
They've certainly stayed out of trouble, it seems like.
Most mint going by the safety vehicle heading into turn 12. And that's really a fascinating story of how they managed to get that Saturn to last in an endurance road race. And it hasn't been easy. This is one of those things that had a steep learning curve to figure out how to make that car work in an endurance race. And they've certainly done very well for themselves in that regard.
Yeah, that team's been around, and that car has been around for a long time.
Yeah, and I think that's one of those cars that gets driven to the track.
Oh, really?
Slap a plate on it and drive it home. I think so. It's like, you know, the whole Infinity Shark car type thing.
Mm-hmm. The Birmingham car has a tag they can put on it. It usually gets trailered to the track, but like if somebody needs to run out, a lot of times we come in RVs, you know, and that's kind of a pain to try to run to the local, you know, store and pick up a part or something. So they can slap a tag on that and take off in it.
Yeah, Doc used to drive his car around.
Yeah?
Yeah, there's some pictures of him driving around in traffic.
That doesn't surprise me. Oh, are the clouds starting to part ways? There's blue sky up there. There's photographic proof.
Yeah, it should be moving off for him.
Either that or Bill Sprung learned how to do photos.
So Money Shift Racing just turned it into a test and tune day. Junk Player Special we're not sure about. They're shown in 33rd right now. And that camera's pretty much unusable.
Got a big drop of water right in the middle of the lens.
Yeah, for this race we put silicone around the lenses to try to keep the water out. We knew there was a lot of water coming, so I don't know. Unfortunately, one of them had ended up being a little bit out of focus, and because it's siliconed in, you'd have to go in there and break it and then reseal it.
Gotcha.
Working to get back out. Okay. Thanks, Dylan. Junk Player Special in the paddock, working on that car. We got a pit reporter here, Tiffany. It's a shame.
Awesome,
it's a shame we don't have one of those. If we just had somebody that went to the track at all the races. Oh well. A girl can dream, you know. Hope springs eternal.
Kind of approaching the end of these drivers' stints, so I think we're gonna see some pit stops here in the next 15 minutes. They'll be done with pit stops for the day for the most part.
Right.
Unless off strategy.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Last driver ended to bring it home. I'm sure they're wanting to bring it home in one piece. I haven't really seen anybody submerged out there in the lake, so they've at least kept themselves out of that trouble.
Yeah, 90 Racing just turned to 131 on that last lap. Shut Up Racing turned to 129 back and forth. So the Shut Up Racing team, pretty strong out there. Very similar lap times also by Northeast. There is no Z in Miata, and Bavarian Mustache Works, who's in 10th place.
The car off driver's left. On the side of the track.
Drivers left.
Looks like maybe a black car.
Okay. And what part of the track was that? Oh, you probably don't know. Sorry. This is one of those tracks where I think if you haven't driven it, it all looks the same because it's all pretty flat, you know. You wouldn't know by looking. It's like, I have no clue what that is, right? Yeah, Timothy, I don't know, but if it isn't, it should be. I think that's a great idea.
I think you've got some of the Opal's horn play the ice cream truck song.
Yeah.
We're in strong agreement with that.
I see what you did there. $200 laps turned out here.
I think this puddle on the front stretch will start getting smaller or something. Doesn't seem to be wanting to do that.
No. Now there might be some drainage coming. It may be in a low spot where there's drainage coming from the grass area onto the track, and if that's the case, it's never going to go away. There's too much water. You can see off to the right there by the tires. It's just something they're going to have to deal with, unfortunately.
The way it's kind of sitting on the floor, low spot there. No.
And unfortunately, you know, you're grabbing it at high speed, heading into near a braking zone. So immediately the tires are soaked and the brakes might be wet, and it's just it's a similar problem at Mid-Ohio that we have with, I think it's turn 12 or something. It's heading to the carousel. There's a river of water that will develop. It'll run across the track just as you're approaching that turn-in point. And as soon as you get there, it's a high commitment corner, and if the tires are wet, then you're just not quite sure how much grip you're going to have.
Mid-Ohio is super slick in the wet, so
yeah, it is. And I found out it's also slick when it's only 32 degrees out. There's not much grip out there.
get to 32 degrees real quick. I was there once and it was like beautifully sunny on Friday. Beautiful day to be at the track. Then the next day it was blowing like snowballs at us, like frozen snowballs, like it was hailing.
Huh.
Another day it was raining. Like, every weather event in one weekend. We did not have freezing fog though. I guess we didn't get them all.
Boy, there's a lot of water out there going down into 12. It looks like those are the two areas where they're going to have trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Counting down the hours here.
About 2 more to go.
Yep.
If we're running the bus stop right before 2 at Mid-Ohio. And some run it and some not.
Say again?
You know, if we're running the little bus stop right before
I don't know, but I want to find out too. I'll have to ask her what her plans are for that. Because traditionally, the bus stop is the club course. That's what you would run. Skipping the bus stop is actually bad for the Miatas. They need that. The faster cars are gonna just eat them alive. And that bus stop is a lot of fun. So I hope we run it, but
it is a lot of fun.
If we don't,
I just pulled up the map. They call it a chicane keyhole. No, the keyhole's the next one. Okay, it just looked like it was on that one.
Yeah.
But it's very much reminds me of the bus stop at Daytona.
At what?
Daytona.
Daytona? Oh.
The reverse. And you're not coming from that high banking, but yeah.
Yeah, it's the Daytona bus stop though is the other direction, and I think it's bigger. This isn't that big.
It's not near that big. Yeah, it's just like a shrunk down version and in reverse.
Yeah. Yeah, it's maybe more like NCM. Except you don't have to brake at all going into it.
That one is really fun at NCM.
Yeah. Yeah, I like it. I could see us running one day run the pro course and one day run the club course. But I think we should run at least one club course day. And running 2 would be fine.
Do we do that? I mean, we can do that, but I was trying to remember if I've seen it done before. Like run a different course on one day than the next.
Well, we've done it. We used to do it at Gingerman.
Okay.
And the thing with Gingerman was sometimes we were forced to though, because when it rains like this, they won't run that little extension, the 10A, 10B, whatever they call it, because it's downhill and it's in an area where if you slide off the track, and you probably will, it's very difficult for the crews to get you out.
Oh, okay.
So Visceral coming in, getting waved to stop by the crew, and looks like they're going to do a standard pit stop here.
Yep, they're right on time to do one for 2 hours.
Okay, that's the 959 car. You can bet they'll be bringing Troy in here soon to do the same, huh?
Yep. I don't know if Ron's going back in the car or if somebody else is driving, but it was Troy, Ron, and then Troy again, so.
Yeah, I wonder where Steve is, if he's here this weekend or not. If we only had a pit reporter to answer these questions. But we got to compete with that ice cream truck, and I don't think we're going to be able to do that.
Lost race already. Haywood car is staying out of trouble now.
Yeah. coming into those pits here.
Slow down and stop and get your timer. Then head off to your pit stall.
Dylan's saying we still got cars breaking loose under power going under that bridge. And I believe it. '90 Racing just dials in a 131 on that last lap. And they should be stopping soon if they're on top of those 2-hour pit stops. Caro Pyle, where are you? Call the pit reporter. That might work.
This should be coming into the last stops for these teams.
Yep, this should be it.
Is that a phone for a dash there in this Haywood car? Kind of looks like a phone. Turn sideways. See if there?
Oh, yeah, it could be.
They've got a tablet down here in the center console area, but it looks kind of like a phone setup.
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
Got its own little mount and everything.
Sure. Rocking the Miata with the flat bottom steering wheel. Some guys like those, some don't.
Probably leaves you a dash more leg room under it.
Yeah, that's what it's for. So that you can, it's for your hands to pass under it, I think. It's like if you have your hand on it and you're turning and it gets down to where your knees or your thighs are, then, yeah, having that. Because obviously once you've turned the steering wheel more than, I don't know, 45 degrees, it doesn't matter anymore. You're on the round part, so I don't know.
Just steering wheel for little cars then, maybe.
Maybe getting in and out. Maybe it helps a little bit. I don't know.
Steering wheel off.
He took steering wheel off, so. But we've got 75 experts online with us. You guys can chime in. Let us know what you think. The viability, the usability of the flat bottom steering wheel. Had a conversation on social media about this recently. One of the guys didn't really like the idea because when you're in a situation where you're trying to gather the car up, say you've got a tank slap or you've almost lost control, right? You're maneuvering that steering wheel very quickly, and having a wheel that isn't round can actually create a problem as you're trying to grip it. So if you're turning more than that, you're in trouble. So we'll take a break here for commercial. We'll keep an eye on the R-Bank car, and we'll be right back. Stay with us, everyone. You're watching Champ Car Live. Back in a moment.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
All
beyond the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Champ Car Live. Looks like our bank has just finished up their final pit stop, and they are heading out of the pits. So that should do it for them. And here's Salen's Mustard. We think they're off sequence, so they'll have to make, obviously, another pit stop. And uh-oh, Money Shift Racing just went out, but it's Mostman having some trouble. That's too bad. And Dylan's saying the rain has returned. Oh, man. Make it stop. Here's Haywood getting ready to head back out onto the racetrack, too. And the Beretta yielding to the other Haywood team car as they head into the oak tree there. Here's Visceral, number 918. Looks like Ron is hopped back up behind the wheel to finish up for that car. Almost got away from him there. He just released the steering wheel to let that steering wheel come back and gather up the car.
He's going to have to kind of find out where the grip is now and what's changed since he was out earlier, which would be probably a lot.
Yeah, Dylan's saying that the rain's returned, and there you can see it. That lens is getting rained on, and that's a shame. But one team is probably not complaining. It's 90racing.com, rbankracing.com. This race is played into their hands.
I mean, they've been out front almost the whole day. I mean, not the whole day. They had to work their way up there, but since at least the second stint, they've been up front most of today.
Also got a report that Ben's car, that would be the Bavarian Mustache Works, driver's right after the bridge at turn 1 was stalled, and Most Mint also stalled, as Dylan pointed out, on pit lane. And Bill saying it's a bad wire under the dash. No. From under the dash to under the hood. They're fixing that now. And then said leaving pit lane now. And then also reported rain again.
Back running.
And the Salins guys are getting all geared up for that pit stop. And a big lift from the R-Bank car as they head across all that water as the rain has begun to fall again here at Nelson Ledges. We had hoped that it would move off, but doesn't look like it's going to be the case. There's the Bavarian Mustache Works car being towed in. That had died just going into pit number 1, or turn number 1.
And those Boxsters just look like they flew down that hill. A little bit of a... They're in there pedaling those cars.
Yeah. Most Mint is indeed out there turning laps as they go by the turn 12 camera. Bill Salin saying the rain has stopped for now, so it's a bit spotty out there, as we suspected it would be.
And the track is where... I'm orienting myself again.
Okay, if you see where Akron is there on the map, towards, it's kind of left of center.
Mm-hmm.
So it's northeast of Akron.
Oh,
so
kind
it's
of
close
lake.
to the Pennsylvania area there. Yeah, getting closer to that lake area there, you see.
It looks like it clears up, and then there's a big old poofy cloud system thingy that...
Yeah.
It has some rain in it. I think they're just going to have a rain race today. I think that's just...
It does look that way.
And then maybe tomorrow they get a dry race. Maybe.
That would be nice.
No.
Give everybody a rest from having to be in the rain.
That would be awfully fair, and we know that life's not fair, and especially not racing, so who knows what Mother Nature will throw at them tomorrow. My phone says unsettled weather pattern. I don't know what that means, but it doesn't sound good. Unsettled weather. Yeah. Does that mean I'm not even going to make a guess as the weatherman? It's just like, who knows? Just be prepared.
Unsettled weather pattern. So one that's disturbed, one that's riled up.
Yeah. Riled up. Disturbed. That's all of us.
There's plenty that's disturbing about us.
Quite a bit. They're still under a flood advisory in Garrettsville. Look at how they've got tomorrow shown. Well, they say today is 15%. They got all 15 of that percent.
They did.
Tomorrow sunny and a 5% chance.
Yeah.
So they may. No, I don't believe the weatherman. But make it some dry racing tomorrow.
Well, they also said that the rain was going to taper off this morning after 9 o'clock. Very low percent chance of rain, but it's been raining off and on all day. Mostly on.
Like somebody left the faucet on out there.
Somebody didn't get the memo.
Right?
So we're expecting the mustard car to pit here shortly. Right now we've got 90 Racing leading over Team Salem Mustard. Then it's tapping that gas. Shut Up Racing, Team Salem catch up. Racer X, Visceral Racing Group, North by Northeast. There is no Z in Mata, and Bavarian Mustache works in 10th, even though they were just recently towed in.
At your release.
Oh, I had to refresh my browser. I was looking at old data. Okay, so let me go through that again. 228 laps turned. Team Salem Mustard leads the race. That makes more sense because they hadn't pitted yet. Then we got 90racing.com. T-Salem Ketchup is in third. Then it's Shut Up Racing. Tapping That Gas is fifth. Visceral Racing Group in the 918 is sixth. There is no Z in Mazda is seventh. And eighth, it's North by Northeast. Racer X is ninth. And Cargo Racing in their Miata is 10th.
Cargo like C-A-R-G-O, like you're carrying cargo, or like a go-kart racer, and I flipped the words. Instead of go-kart, I've got cargo.
I don't know, because it's K-A-R-G-O.
There'll probably be something that neither of those. Like
it could be it looks to be like a company name. So Cargo is the name of the company, and then you've got, this is the racing team.
I'm going to type that in the old Google and see what happens.
Yeah.
Well, the first thing that comes up is cargo delivery bot.
Yeah, an autonomous delivery vehicle. That sounds like our kind of people. Engineers, the type.
Yep. Cargo is an autonomous delivery vehicle designed and built by a British company. Which that would explain the car being a K. Registered in Wales. Interesting. Type it in Google. I wasn't thinking that. I was like, oh, they're probably go-kart racers, and they're in a car. Oh, there it is. Look at that. Like solar charged, too, maybe?
Fully autonomous system that expects the vehicle's performance to equal that of a human driver in every driving scenario. Within the vehicle is a system of components, and each compartment, of compartments. Each compartment contains packages belonging to different customers. As the vehicle arrives at each delivery address, the system automatically selects the package belonging to the corresponding customer for delivery, and then abruptly chucks it onto their porch like a newspaper. I made up that last part.
Does it fly? I want to see when it flies.
It's the future. The last mile of delivery in residential areas. It's very science-y.
Very.
I don't know what the models are about, but I think it's people that are investing in it or something. I don't know.
Well, one mystery solved. There we go.
You saw it here, folks. Solving the world's problems one at a time.
Autonomous champ car race cars.
What would be the point?
Yeah.
Tapping that gas, just turned in a 130 on that last lap. There's no Z in Miata. No. That was a pit stop. But yeah, that Miata's quick. Quick in these conditions for sure. They're the fastest of the top 10 teams on that last lap.
There's no Z in Mazda.
That was that one. They just came out of the pits, so they had a 649. I'm looking at those last two digits. It's a 130 from tapping that gas. That's the car. That's turning some mean lap times out there.
Mm-hmm.
We're expecting to see Salins come in and pit. So far, they haven't done it. So we're getting down to that last hour and a half, man.
They must have pitted during some of the shenanigans this morning.
Timothy says, aren't we kind of autonomous? Why, yes, we are. This is about building a vehicle that does the same thing we do, I guess, to a degree.
I don't know if you could make something that erratic and
Just the delivery part there, Tiffany.
Oh, okay.
Let's not overthink it. We just want something to do the last mile for residential delivery. Yeah, we don't want to go too far with that, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a Pandora's box. Next thing, we're on the movie iRobot, you know?
Uh-huh.
I don't know, the ones that you can, you know, the movies with the robots and stuff that you can get to clean your house, though, like, I might be really at the top of the list for signing up for that.
Yeah, my wife is not too keen on the self-driving cars.
Me neither. But like if it was a self-driving vacuum cleaner or dishwasher, now I could get on board with that. Have the little Roombas, yes, but they won't go up and down the stairs very well.
Well, we were completely wrong, Tiffany. That
What?
Google search had absolutely nothing to do with this team, other than maybe the spelling. Absolutely nothing. It says it's a family with the last name of Carl.
And go for it. Forming car go racing. Used to run asphalt, circle track, streets,
And late models. So they're circle track racers. Cargo racing is a family with the last name of Carl. So
They were completely off.
no.
I mean, I guess I was closer with the go-kart racers, though.
Yeah.
Cargo company. Don't push that button. Start talking about pushing the buttons. It reminds me of like those early episodes of Lost. They have to push the button.
I never saw that show. I just
What?
didn't. Yeah, I know everybody was into it, and I was just never really.
I waited till like all the seasons came out, and somebody had them on like DVD or something. Says pre-Netflix. Just watched them all.
Gotcha.
I don't know if it would have made sense, especially the last couple of seasons, if you didn't watch them straight, but they didn't really make that much sense anyway, so.
That's what I hear. I heard the storyline kind of went off the rails later in the seasons.
The first couple of seasons were good, but some of the. Ooh.
So we got a car being towed in. I saw it in the Haywood camera. All right, so this would have been around turn number 3. Pigs in space. Pull the lever. Wrong lever. Why do we even have that lever? This is something.
What? He says, if you guys get hungry, the best pizza in the neighborhood is at the BP gas station.
Route 528 and 422. You will not be disappointed. Well, yeah, they know that area real well. We're not even in that area, though. I'm in Indiana, and Tiffany is from parts unknown.
Yeah, I'm in
Alabama.
Central Time, which seems like nobody else in the world is.
Right.
Everything we do in Chip Car seems to be on
Everything's
Eastern Time.
Eastern, so you guys get no love.
None.
It's always gotta be Eastern. Sure, it's all about you guys.
Or Bruce is out there in no man's land.
Yeah, I feel sorry for him because it's always some really awkward time for him.
Everything.
So there's that car being towed back.
Expect like see a Jaws spin over there or something.
Is that most mint being towed?
Look green.
It looked like a green car. We'll get it on the cameras when they come around here.
Listen, are you alive? The car died earlier, just a little earlier, at their last pit stop, and they had trouble getting it restarted or something.
I'm sorry that camera's so blurry. It's a long, frustrating story that's blurry.
But Bill had something to do with it.
How did you guess?
Wild guess.
It was not a pleasant morning. Anyway.
Now you were dinging my phone. I turned it off.
Even less pleasant for the Most Mint team with their car being towed back. It does look like the puddling is letting up a little bit there going into 12. Let's look for damage here. The front end looks okay. I don't see anything terribly mashed up on the car, so
I think it just died again.
hopefully it's nothing too serious. Yeah. Maybe they just ran out of gas. Who knows? But they know this track really, really well, so that would have been uncharacteristic of them to have run out of fuel here.
And they should have just done a pit stop with fuel, you would think.
Oh.
Like 30 minutes ago.
No damage. I'm right behind their pit right now, says Dylan. Checking them out. Car looks okay, so that's great news. So now that means it's just down to like some kind of a mechanical issue they need to work on.
Yeah, because they stalled on pit lane earlier, about 30 minutes ago. And,
right. I forgot about that. Yeah.
They fixed something, and obviously, I mean, it lasted 30 minutes-ish, and then maybe it came back.
Maybe it, like you said, it could be, you know, something electrical rearing its ugly head. So we've reached the bottom of the hour, Tiffany. Would you like to take us over out to commercial?
Absolutely. I was going to see. So Salence is still leading. They haven't come into pit yet, but once they do, we expect R-Bank to take over the lead of this race. So we've got an hour and a half to go here at Nelson Ledges, and you're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, and we'll be right back.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Oh, that never happens last time.
I'm sure it doesn't. But that explains why you're dressed like a train conductor.
Nice bodysuit. When do we start jazzercising?
For the times when taste beats style.
Hot dogs are ready!
Make it worth it.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your Champ Car fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Guess who's in the pits? It's Salen's Mustard, the 99 Porsche Boxster, in the pits, making that driver change as required. And this should set them up for the final hour and a half of racing here at Nelson Ledges Road Course in Garrettsville, Ohio. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Paul Veltum with Tiffany Alexander here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone at the TireRock.com Champ Car Endurance Series. Nelson Ledges 8 + 7 hour Enduro. And now we're at a place where you're doing a great job, Dylan. Thank you for your pit side reporting. But we're now at a place where we know most of the teams have finished up with their pit stops. So it should be pretty much in the hands of the drivers now that are currently in the car. So that does allow 90 Racing to retake the lead. Team Salen's going to probably slip into second. Well, they already are shown in second. Shut Up Racing is shown in third place right now. Tapping that gas is in fourth. Visceral Racing Group is fifth. The Ketchup Car in sixth. There's no Z in Mazda in seventh. North by Northeast is 8. Racer X is 9th. And Whitnauer Motorsports shown in 10th. All right. So if I can get this thing, there's a way to sort these dudes.
Like by the class?
Yeah.
Got the little button that's on the top right, but not the farthest right. It's the one from the farthest right. At least on the Android app it is.
Oh, you got it working on the phone. Maybe that's where I need to try it. So what do we got here? Salen's fueling their car, 942. Joe Salen in. Joe Nonamaker gets out of the 943 and tells me that that was a long time in the car in the rain. Okay.
Like forever. Looks like Timothy is voting for our new pit reporter, Dylan.
Salen's heading out of the pits.
One D-class car, only one EC car. The class is being led by, there's no Z in Mazda. A class is being led by the 90racing.com, which is also leading the race. And C class is being led by the Team Salen Mustard's car, which is currently in second, along with third place right behind him. This is a lap, but maybe a minute.
Whoops. I think I'm going to take my wife out for Mexican. We get done with the race here.
Yeah?
Yeah, one of the teams I used to race with, the wife, then girlfriend of the team owner, was actually Brazilian or Mexican, something like that. And she would get so frustrated when I'd say, "Hey, let's go get Mexican." She says, "That's not Mexican food. That's Tex-Mex. It's Tex-Mex, you know." And I would tease her about it. Let's go get some authentic Mexican food right over here. That's not Mexican food, Paul. Lots of fun. It's Tex-Mex. Might be a dry line starting up again. I would danger to say that maybe that. Look at that. Look at that view. Look at the asphalt there. I mean, it looks to me like there's some patches. Maybe there's a seam there down near us, but if you look up higher, it could be. I don't have any other really great track shots. This one's pretty hard for you guys to see, and it looks like there's a seam in the middle, so it's really hard to make it out.
What about the one on the bridge?
There you can see a pretty good spot. Yeah, the track is definitely drying out. Definitely. There you can see it. No question about it. Now we'll go back to the bridge like Tiffany suggested and see what we can see. Here we're going down in that puddle area. Ah.
Not the puddle that was there earlier.
No. These guys can go through there flat out now. Yep. Oh, we got a car that's stranded, though. Nevertheless, over on the left side there, heading towards 12. Pulled off into the grass. And it looks like a Dodge Neon. I know we have a Neon here this weekend. He's really trying to plow his way out of that muck. There's a Plymouth Neon, the C137 Racing. Those folks. And I think maybe it's got some smoke coming from under the hood, but it could be just some water that's gotten up on the exhaust. Although it's coming out of the front there, Tiffany. I've got a bad feeling this is an overheat.
It definitely could be.
And could be just waiting for traffic to go by and try to ease back out there and get to the pits. There's a pretty good train of traffic coming, though.
There's a lot of cars.
They just keep coming, don't they? 90racing.com leads over Team Salem Mustard. Tapping That Gas is third. Shut Up Racing fourth. Racer X is fifth. Team Salem Ketchup is sixth. There he goes. Visceral Racing Group is seventh in the 918. Then it's North by Northeast. There's No Z in Mazda, and Bavarian Mustache Works in 10th. Let's see if he comes by here. Well, was that him? Did he just stay out? Kind of looked that way.
Kind of did, didn't it?
So, I don't know.
You just slid off course then.
You just felt like you needed to get out and get going again. There's quite a bit of wind that's moving.
Yeah, I was noticing when it's picked up seriously.
The Champ Car tent at Pit Out, it's got some air moving around these weeds. They call that, I think, Queen Anne's lace coming up out of that tire there. There's quite a a bit of that air is only going to be good. That'll help move this humidity and this moisture off the racetrack.
Yeah, that should be nothing but good for these guys. So the last stint of the day is going to get the best track, huh?
It looks that way. We're going to see those lap times come down. But I will caution you, this is actually the part of the race that I like the least in these rain situations, where parts of the track are dry and other parts are still puddled.
Yeah.
You've got, because now you're actually up to speed in some areas of the track. You're able to really push. But then if you put a wheel in the wrong spot, you can be in some real trouble. You try to pass somebody offline and you really can't, or at least not very easily, because you're going to be in the wet.
Yeah. No grip out there where you're at in no man's land.
In fact, that's Timothy's hypothesis here for the Neon. Tried to pass on the wet part of the track, you know. Got to turn on the wipers. How rude. You sprayed me. I mean, I got video of my dad racing down through this section of the racetrack in his 510.
Yeah.
When he'd go through the kink, he'd drop a tire off to straighten that out so he wouldn't have to lift. Crazy, man. You could see the little dust poof as it head through there. I don't think he was the only one doing it either.
So your dad raced for a long time and then got you into it when you were young, really young, right?
Yeah, for about 13 years before I got into it, yeah.
How old were you when you started doing this sort of thing?
I was 18. That was as young as you could. Well, officially that was as young as you could be in the SCCA. I had to be 18 at the time. I imagine there's ways it could have been done sooner, but that's just how it turned out for me.
Gotcha. Yeah, because there's go-kart racing you can get into at like young ages, and then track days starting around 15 or 16, depending on the club.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, here we go. We got a car coming in. All right.
I can't imagine getting into that kind of thing when I was that age, though. I had absolutely no sense. Not that I have a whole lot now, but I mean, like I had even less back then.
Well, I think you did pretty well for yourself. You becoming a counselor, marriage counselor, and small business owner.
Yeah, I specialize in trauma. But other kind of stuff, yeah.
I see.
We have a counselor who specializes in marriage and family stuff.
Need to take a look at the car here. Unscheduled stop for Haywood. Maybe they needed to just get a hood pin secure.
Oh, wow, yeah, that's all.
So looking at the lap times here, the banana splits have moved into third. So this has changed quite a bit. This has changed quite a bit. Let me just get this refreshed. Shut up. Okay. So after I refreshed it, it changed again. It had banana splits up in like second place somehow. All right.
Your fastest times of the day, just the time is dropping as this track drives out.
Yes. Difference is 3 laps from R-Bank Racing to Team Salem. Shut Up Racing is in third place. difference is about 4 laps. What's it say on that gapper? Yeah, it's the same thing. 39 seconds for Shut Up to tapping that gas, who's in third, as you can see there. 0.8 seconds, the gap from Team Salem Ketchup to Racer X for 6th place. That's by far the closest gapping that I am seeing.
And north by northeast is just about 27 seconds. Just went away. Behind there's no Z and Mazda, it looks like.
Yeah, Dylan's saying the puddle at the bridge is gone. And he said he thinks the 809 or 909 Miata just went into the paddock. There's an 809, and that would have been the Bush Boys.
Mm.
And the Neon's in the pit. Yeah, hood's open. The Miata's already going back out, so Bush Boys already headed back out. And the 727 is reported leaving the pits. That's the Mini Cooper of the Whitnauer team. That's these guys here.
The 727 is a C137.
Oh, I got the wrong. Yep, I got the wrong car.
It's just right below it on the
Good catch there. Yeah. Salen's just set their fastest lap time of the day in the mustard car, that 119.7. And their ketchup car also set their fastest lap time, that 121.7. And Whitnauer in the Cooper, they just set their FTD for the race at 123. So those 119s are looking pretty stout.
Mm-hmm. I think this is kind of fun, though. I mean, a little crazy, but fun, because like every lap is different because it's drying out more and more. You know, every lap.
Right. I mean, the puddling that we're seeing all day long over going into 12 is all but gone now. You know, these guys it's just wet track, and they're just waiting for it to dry up.
Mm-hmm. I have about an hour to go, just barely over an hour. So we've done almost 7 hours of this 8-hour enduro. We're up to lap 252, the leader, 90racing.com, on lap 252. It's a lot of laps turned.
Yeah, that's kind of the moniker, the history, rather, I should say, of this track is we turn a lot of laps because it's so fast.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not a huge, 2 miles is not a huge racetrack.
Mm-hmm.
You're going through there so quick.
And the lap times are
just a little over a minute, you know.
Yeah.
I think we were trying to do, what was it? I think we were trying to do 1,000 laps for the 24. What was that? Was that what we were trying to do? Something like that.
Trying to figure out how many laps it would be after.
The reds were killing us. That was the problem.
Yeah. Yellows and reds, and it was a mess.
It was something like that. We got somewhat near it, but
Still think we need to put oh crap, then the word just went out of my brain. The thing that keeps it with your laps. The little device.
Oh, Haywood just lost control of their car.
Ooh. Put one of those on the pink car, though.
Trying to get onto the front straightaway. It looks like the car swapped ends on him.
Ooh.
Timothy.
And most minutes back out. Dylan didn't like being called Bill.
That would be a negative. Yeah. Negatory. So needs more gas. Just turned their fastest lap time down there in 37th. So they must be out there on the racetrack in their 240SX.
Yeah, they got towed in this morning, and I guess they got back out.
It looks that way.
Or did they just get towed in after they turned their fastest lap time? Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
They didn't reset. I don't know.
I don't know. It could be.
It happens.
They're only down by 228 laps.
I mean, I think they can. I mean, they got an hour. Surely they can get that together.
Yeah, they should be able to gather that up.
Why not?
All right, so you're saying...
Tyler's accusing Dylan of being actually Bill using an alias. Dylan has decided that he's not part of that alias business. Tyler's like, Bill, you can't fool us. If it was Bill, it wouldn't be giving us quality information.
That's what he said, yeah.
Yep.
So 90 Racing leading A class, Team Salem Mustard leading C class. B class is led by There Is No Z in Mazda.
Mm-hmm.
But the whole curbing is flooded there at the carousel. Can't use any of it.
I don't think that's going to dry out today. I think we may even see that still sitting there tomorrow.
Yeah. And all the cars are filthy and dirty from all the mud that's been slung up on the track and then run over. And
messy day, for sure.
well, this is much better. I think most of the drivers have a bit of a relief now to get out there and pound around on the track now that it's pretty much dried out.
Mm-hmm.
On board with Ron here in his one of his two team cars that he brought out this weekend, having a much better day of it than what they've had earlier this season with these cars.
They've got this car running up in 5th place. Then the other car is in 11th. So if they could get one more spot, both cars would be in the top 10. But the top 10 has stayed pretty stable throughout the day. So unless someone breaks, maybe hard to get them. Of course, the Visceral car is a little bit faster than the Wittenauer car, I think. So they may be able to. They're on the same lap. There's only 29 seconds between Visceral, the 959, and the Wittenauer Mini Cooper. So they could possibly get that done before this is over. End up with 2 top 10s. Of course, Wittenauer is probably not wanting that to happen, so they may put up a fight. I mean, everybody wants to be in that top 10 if you know. Or the top 5. The top 3 is better because the trophies come with those.
Yep, and those lap times are continuing to fall.
Mm-hmm. And my best finish is like top 5. I mean, trophy with that one.
And here's their sister car. Unfortunately, they've been off track too much today. May have a better day of it tomorrow.
They're cranking out some good laps now. 119, 120.
Yep, there's the Mini Cooper, the Wittenauer guys. Money Shift Racing goes by.
And this roll should be not too far behind them. Except he changed the camera.
So there's the Salins Porsche. Yeah, they're just coming around, looks like onto that front straightaway now. So there they go. All right, folks, we've reached the top of the hour, so we'll take a quick break for commercial and be back in just a few, so stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, and it's 90racing.com, your leader. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea. Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
I did it. Do you see how it's...
That's it.
We did it.
You did it. You can do it.
The path to I Did It starts at AutoZone. Get in the zone.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back everyone to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Tiffany Alexander, calling the race for you today, folks. We got another 7 hours of racing on tap for tomorrow, starting at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Checkered flag at 4 o'clock. Today's checker at 5. So just under an hour of racing.
Salem Mustard just said FTD.
Oh boy.
117.1. That track is definitely drying out. They're able to put the power down.
That is a really stout lap time, but I don't think it's going to be, I think it's going to be too little too late. As long as Arbank can hang in there, you know, they might get lapped out there. They might get some of their laps back, the Team Salen's car, but
2 laps down off the leader.
I'm not sure if, unless there's some kind of a colossal mistake on the behalf of the CRX team, I'm not sure that they're in too much danger here. I think they'd be a little more comfortable if there was only a half an hour left.
Right.
Instead of a full 53 minutes.
It's a long time to tempt fate, right?
Oh, yeah.
Never forget the race that Visceral led the entire race, and then the car died, 15 minutes before the end of the race?
Yeah, I think that was at Sonoma, wasn't it?
Sounds right. They had
yeah. Yeah, they had an electrical problem. It was a bad fuse.
Mm-hmm. After they had led the field almost the entire day, right there at the end, I wanted to cry for them, and I'm not even a crier. Sympathy card or something. It's like the racing gods giveth, and then right before they let you put your hands on it, they yank it out of your hands.
That's definitely the way that race went.
There's a car off driver's right.
All right, let's see if I can figure out who that is. Driver's right. Okay.
In the carousel.
Oh.
Maybe is that where the pond is?
Yeah.
So it'd be like T6 or 7.
Oh.
Maybe.
Don't think I have a camera there. All right.
All that ice cream talk earlier, I had to go check our ice cream stocks in the house. Make sure there was still some.
It got you thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. We don't have enough ice cream here. What about us?
Mm-hmm. I found some vanilla with caramel, like the caramel drizzled through the vanilla. Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if they have. Do they have Zesto where you guys are at?
What is it? Zesto?
Yeah. Zesto.
Well, I've never heard of it. If we do.
Okay, so it's an ice cream. It's an ice cream stand kind of thing. Okay, and we've got one down the street here from us. So every once in a while, I'll take Jenny down there. It's usually at night. We'll go over there and get a cone, come back. So I went over there yesterday, and they've got a little canopy that hangs out over the window where they take your money and they give you the food. And up inside the canopy is a metal framework, and they have tied a little plastic dinosaur perched up in there in the framework. And you can see it because it's lit. So you can see it as you're approaching the drive up. And I told my wife, I said, geez, I really want to put something else up in there, like a little space alien or a little Mr. Spock or something, you know, just to like start a little collection of stuff up there. So I did mention something when I got to the window. I said, I like your dinosaur up there. And she said, yeah, we think that's pretty cool too.
Went straight from dinosaurs to aliens.
Yeah, I think, you know, there's dinosaurs, Sasquatch, aliens, Mr. Spock, and Evel Knievel. I mean, that's the whole package.
Is that the whole package? Okay.
Well, I mean, you could put, you could include, you know,
radar guns.
What? Radar guns?
Yeah, like sharks with guns on the back. You know,
Oh, yeah. Like Sharknado type thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Muhammad Ali. Yeah.
Like those, like Austin Powers, like sharks with radars or something. Where was it? Oh, I'll get the quotes right always.
Threading the needle.
Gave him some room. Got it done quick.
Yep. Oh, yeah, there we go. I see that BMW being towed.
Like the one that lost its nose earlier.
Oh, yeah, it could be.
Looked like it was noseless. Off its nose. Yoda, Yoda. Yeah, that is definitely in there. And Baby Yoda, because it's just so stinking cute. We call the Civic Yoda.
You want to do that?
My friend used to call his. He had a, what did it have? Like the Toyota. Not a Corolla. Was it a Corolla? What's a 70s model Toyota?
Yeah.
A race car, like something they raced.
Uh-huh.
And they called it the Yoda.
Yeah, there were Corollas back in the 60s.
There was? Okay.
Mhm.
I couldn't remember if they went back that far.
Yeah, they were really cool looking, too. Yeah, I was really pining. I wanted a late 60s Corolla as a race car, because it's been done. I thought they were so cool looking. And I found a guy that had a transparent hood. It was used on the showroom floors back then, and this guy had one. but I didn't have a Corolla to attach it to, so I didn't see any point in buying it. But I was really intrigued by it.
I mean, you did have it when you did get, like that's how most car people think, right? Like,
No, see, that's the kind of flawed thinking that's gotten me into trouble in the past.
oh. From that, huh?
I'll buy this hood because someday I'll have a car to attach it to. Now that's the kind of stuff that gets me into trouble right there.
Your wife, it's like, what is this? Oh, well, it's going to be hard to explain. Non-car people would never do that. Bought a hood for a car that you don't own? No, I mean, no.
Oh, here we go. Just saw a rear window sticker that was a Toyota emblem. Added the Yoda ears. So it said Toyota. Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Honda.
Huh?
Something clever out of the Honda name.
Comes something clever out of the Honda, yeah.
I've still not completely given up on the polka dot, because like nobody else is doing that. We have the one that looks like a cow, but other than that,
Tiffany, there's a reason nobody else is doing that.
you wouldn't even have to paint them or anything. You just stick the stickers on them.
Yeah.
Light reflective, or purple and green, whatever color you like. Circles.
Boy.
Tears. Probably tears. We should put tears on there.
Tears. Instead of polka dots.
Yep.
Yeah.
Blaze's ball shed a tear over a race car before. It blew up again. Our checkbook has.
Yeah. I don't know if that's a good idea. That sounds like you're setting yourself up for an omen that you don't want to take any chances of living up to.
I'm gonna put flames on it.
Planes.
But it also could be like the little tears, like
oh, get another
you
car
get out of prison, like leave us alone,
So if it's gonna have planes on it, should we call it Amelia?
For Amelia Earhart.
Yeah.
On my way. Might be onto something.
I don't know how the polka dots fit into the scheme, but
I just thought it'd be an easy design. You just cut buy a pack of stickers of circles and then ta-da.
This is true. There's no denying that. You got me there.
Publicity.
If you put polka dots on it, you'll have to call it Dottie.
Oh.
27 just went into the pits. Somebody's paying attention to the race. I don't even have a 27. Let me see if I can find that in the standings.
27 is BCM, the VW Jetta.
Oh, okay. Thanks for that, Dylan. Yeah, the prison tier.
That's why I was gonna put it on there. Like, wait for me. I've taken somebody out before. Like, don't be next.
Oh no.
Dash of street cred. No.
No, that's more of a Bill Strong thing.
Oh, okay.
Time to run the disclaimer. Getting goofy. Yeah. I see, because Doc always cued me to run the disclaimer. I just never thought about it much. Okay. Visceral, they're underneath the car.
No, head back to the paddock. Is that what he said?
Yeah. So it must be that they must be going to take it back and behind the wall and just check it out. Something doesn't feel quite right.
Mm-mm.
You know, the car's been off track several times. If he got hit out there, then that could also be part of it, because that was the car that got bumped by our bank.
Mm-hmm. And the one that also
earlier.
hit the car wall, I think, and got stuck.
Yeah, I think he actually hit it twice, but they were looking down on the right side of the car. So there may be something that happened there that we didn't see.
I'm seeing the times continue to fall. Visceral just turned to 116. 4.
Yep, that's Ron at the wheel there. Exactly, Timothy. Exactly. Bill would do it and then come up with an excuse why it was the right thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's see if we can get this disclaimer. Oh, did I? I think I messed that up. Let me see here. Oh, yeah, that's not going to work. Much better feel of what it's like going into one there. I mean, just breathe the throttle, some brake maybe, and it's just nice and fast.
That's quite force now that it's drying out.
Yeah, upshifting there in Oak Tree. And now a lot of modulation, just easing it down, finding that apex, and then start rolling the throttle in. And this is a little sketchy here. He really wanted to be by him. There we got a car off to the right. Looks like they're in the pond, man. They are in the pond. Let's see if we pick them up here. We're never going to see it that small, Paul. Let's try it. Oh, man. I messed it up somehow, so I don't think we're going to see your replay. Let's try it again. Here we go.
I'll be back around in a minute.
Well, yeah, you got a point there. Did we pass him?
I didn't see it.
There he is.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's fishing.
Going back and forth here. I mean, he is in the water, dude. I feel sorry for that guy. Oh man, it sucks to
The
be him.
water just coming in like the door jams and stuff.
It probably is. It's probably it's over the rockers for sure on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, that really stinks. Fox Body in for a driver change. That's the Rhinoceros team. And Most Mint also back in the pits.
Rhinoceros is back out, it looks
He
like.
says Most Mint in the 288, yeah, back out. So thanks for that, Dylan. Appreciate ya. The Visceral Porsche 959 is in the paddock area and the driver's out, and I don't see anybody around the car, so they might be done on that car for the day.
Right there.
There's no urgency there. So lots of hot pulls today. Not much on the full course caution thing.
No, just the one, right?
I think so. And just that one red flag.
Mm-hmm.
Down into 12 we go.
Let's see if our swimmer is still out there. He's in the dive team.
Yeah.
All that water.
Yeah, it's crazy. See, he would have been on the throttle. He had to lift right there and
Mm-hmm.
shot down the inside, but he just didn't dare get down into that water. There's our kink. I don't see him.
Mm-hmm.
Another downshift. So can you imagine racing this track for 24 hours? We've done it.
Yeah. It looks like there's a lot of lighting out there.
Oh, right. Yeah, it was pretty dark, and I think this is one of those tracks where the fog comes in.
Oh, like VR.
Yeah. So mean. This corner's...
I like ice cream.
Yeah. This corner's so deceptive, so crazy.
Top 71 going to the pits. Let's see, that's HDW Racing, the Honda Civic.
Yeah, 172 also shown going in. Tapping that gas. Oh yeah, that's one of our leading teams. 6th place. And they are the, let's see, let's say they are the lead Miata.
Yeah, they're second in A class because Our bank's car is leading A class.
Guess who shows up at the end of the race?
It ain't so.
Hijacked.
Marquita Pharmacist Bill's hijacked the ice cream truck. I can't explain his silence today.
That's been very peaceful and restful, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Just watching our bank click off the laps here.
So how often do they replace the front axle on this car? Bet you know those secrets.
You're asking me?
Yeah.
I have no idea how often they would do that. I don't know.
Probably very often. Unless they have some other kind of trick that I need to know about.
Yeah.
I was doing mine like every second or third race. Then do more than 2 or 3 races on a set of axles.
Gotcha. On what car?
On the Civic or the Accord. We just eat them up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of grease were you using?
We pulled out what was in there standard-ish and put in something red.
Okay.
Hey, Paul.
That's part of it. Yeah, Bill.
These guys said they had a small vibration in their tire. They don't know why.
Yeah. I think I can get that up on the screen here. Let's see. Got it.
Wow.
It could be flat spotted, but I can't really tell from here. Yeah, looks like they got into something or someone, huh?
Those look like pretty durable.
Well, if you hit the number 50 car, please call 1-800-555 number 50. They'd like to know who hit your car, right? They don't know who hit them that caused the deflation on their car. So
It's deflated. Much like our listeners and viewers. But we appreciate you guys hanging on with us.
Yeah, just under 30 minutes or so to go.
Yeah, we probably should go to commercial, shouldn't we? I suppose so. All right. Well, stay with us, folks. We're going to go to commercial break, but we'll be back in just a few minutes. As you know, this will be the final commercial break for today. We'll be back to finish out this race. You stayed with us this long, you might as well stay through for the end. Be back in just a minute. ChampCar.Live.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
He shared school space with his best friend, Norm Peterson.
Who was Cliff Clavin?
That is correct. The board is yours.
Yes.
So you don't want to hear about my sister's vacation?
No, not really. What are you doing?
What?
What is it you can't say these days?
YOLO?
Dad, nobody says that.
YOLO!
For the times when the joke's on Dad. Make it worth it.
You guys could have warned me about this stuff. Oh my God.
Lifeline USA is a leading manufacturer of onboard fire suppression systems. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning teams and constructors, Lifeline has a proven history of success. Lifeline offers a complete range of fire suppression systems for all budgets and needs, and we continue to push development and limits on both extinguishment materials and our patented delivery systems to make the race car environment almost as safe as sitting on your sofa at home. Every kit has been designed for a professional and simple installation. For more information and to purchase your ChampCar fire suppression system, go to www.lifeline-fire.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing, and it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Triple tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back everyone to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone for the final 25 minutes of racing here at Nelson Ledges Road Course for an 8+7 this weekend. It's the Nelson Ledges 8+7 hour Enduro. I'm Paul Velton. We've got Tiffany Alexander and Bill Strong, maybe. Not sure, but we do have a camera down there.
Wandering around somewhere.
Hopefully, we'll be able to see the finish if all goes well.
I have one on it right now.
Yep, I see it, Bill. Okay, so 234 in the pits. And that's a BMW of Shut Up Racing. 87, that would be an E30. Emergency vehicle rolling out again.
The wrecker is headed right back out on track after just coming back in.
Got a white flag being displayed from the start stand. Checking the track as best we can here. And we're not seeing what the cause is. On board with Haywood Racing in their number 663. in 23rd spot, and their sister car is in 21st spot. Only separated by the Bulldog Racing team. There you can see the wrecker parked on the side. Oh my goodness, Haywood Racing has just spun and crashed.
I just beached the car off the carousel. I almost hit a guy and went off.
And
I'm fine, but the car is stuck.
the car is stuck. He did do a spin there and ended up, I saw a lot of water coming in the car and up against the wall. So that car, I can't believe it wouldn't have damage the way he went into the tires there. Let's see if we can find him somewhere here on the racetrack in our cameras, but I don't see anything. And what's we were just watching, you know, there's already a wrecker out there picking up another car. So the number 179 reported in the pits.
Turn 2.
Okay. So tapping gas again in the pits.
Got them down to 10th place now. They were running up in 4th. Dropped to 11th now.
A little mischief there.
A wrecker on course and another accident if they're going to go to full course, or how deep their EV is. Or they might just leave them sitting there. That's frustrating for the Haywood group, I know. So 720 to 60 degrees motorsports is in the pits. They're having a lot of, the pace has picked up, the attrition has as well. A lot of cars having problems late in this race.
You know, and this is something that can really eat into the psyche of a driver when something like this happens. It really, a lot of it comes down to what led up to it, you know. And he said, I beached the car. So it sounds to me like he's looking at what happened, saying it was my mistake. I did something wrong here. It wasn't somebody else on the track or anything like that. I screwed up. And that can be something that can be difficult to recover from. It can really affect your driving and your outlook on driving for quite a while, especially if you do a lot of damage to the car.
I mean, it looks like there was a decent amount of impact here on the passenger side.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to tell from inside, but it doesn't line up the same anymore. But does that?
The Monday Shift Racing Honda being pushed back to the paddock for about the 3rd or 4th time today.
So they haven't got that sorted, what's going on yet either. I've been with that all day.
Kind of goes back to that whole thing of, would you want to own a mechanic's car or not? Because sometimes the car that, you know, the mechanic owns is the one that gets abused the most and neglected the most.
Like the cobblers, kids don't have shoes.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you got a company that builds race cars and maintains race cars for people. Their own race car, I don't know, because they're so busy taking care of everybody else, you know, that they have time to really take care of themselves.
Right. It's like being married to a therapist. I'm just kidding.
Should I talk to Casey, see what it's like?
Well, you know, Casey as a mechanic owns a shop, so he's always fussing about like he never has any time to work on his own cars, right? And
Yeah.
then he's also married to a therapist, poor thing. I need to pray for him. All the help he can get.
Yeah, I mean, I can relate to that. I mean, you get to the end of the day, you're tired of working on cars. The last thing you want to do is go home and work on yours.
Right. I mean, I understand completely. By the end of the day, my patience is gone.
Uh-huh.
I'm human in general.
Yeah.
I want to jam out to the stereo and have a glass of wine, whatever, just chill.
Well, that's usually when I contact you to find out if you want to spend any money today for parts on the Honda. So that's probably a bad idea then.
Actually, you've been good to get me in the morning before I've spent all the money at work, so.
Get you in the morning, huh?
But you know, not too early because I'm not a morning person. Your timing has been pretty good lately.
Well, I'm watching the top of the hours. I'm figuring your appointments, you know, if you get done early or they're a little late showing up.
That's where I have time. Yep. Or if like everybody's appointment shows up at the same time at the top of an hour, then they'll filter in because the front office has to check them in first, and then they bring the file back to us, and we have like little bins in our door. We chunk the file in there, and that means your client's ready to be seen.
Well, the Haywood guy is still sitting there. We're getting close to that 15-minute mark. I don't know.
Think they'll leave him there?
I don't know.
Figured they could get that other car and then come back and get him.
Could be. There's the 660 car heading out. That's the Full Send Motorsports team. .172 in the paddock. Car is off the ground. And that was the Tap and the Gas team.
Timothy says he's a mechanic and he actually did sell his coworker his daily driver. Actually, I see a lot of the guys at the shop sell each other stuff.
Yeah. 660 doing a quick in and out. Yeah, that's the 660 is the Full Send Motorsports, and then the Mustang, the Rhinoceros team, just came into the paddock area, so they might be calling it a day.
Yeah, they just came out not that long ago. They must be having some issue.
So it's 90racing.com leading over Team Salem Mustard. Then Visceral Racing Group in the number 918 has moved into third place. Shut Up Racing is fourth. Team Salem Ketchup is now fifth. Racer X is up to sixth. There is no Z in Miata, in Mazda is in seventh. Whitnauer Motorsports is in eighth. Cargo Racing is ninth, and T2T Racing is in 10th. So things got shook up a little bit with the Tap and that Gas team running into mechanical issues here right at the end of the race.
What if we put 4-leaf clover stickers on the car instead of polka dots?
Okay.
Green.
Huh?
Like green 4-leaf clover stickers?
Green 4-leaf clover stickers.
Mm-hmm. Maybe change her look.
Yeah, that would change it. I kind of like the idea I kind of like the direction you're going.
Like instead of the unlucky charm, maybe we could.
Yeah.
I don't know. That one's been a mystery for a long time.
Lucy. Lucky Lucy. I don't know.
I love the name. I Love Lucy was one of my favorite shows when I was a little kid. absolute favorite. I had these 2 little turtles, and they're named for Fred and Ethel. That's,
Nice. Very nice.
Yeah, the other girls had like a cat or something. I had turtles. I don't know. They're that weird.
And the 765 is back in the pits now. And that's the Paddock Saboteurs. Let's see if I can get this down here and this up there. Okay. Cool. We got a car moving real slow. Oh, that's the the EV. We got a car moving really slow through the kink area. Looks like there's another little piece of debris back there, but car's going a lot faster now. Our Bank Racing turned at 123 on that last lap, and so did Team Salem Mustard. Team Salem Mustard shown 1 lap down now from the Honda team. Visceral Racing Group in 3rd place. Back about 3 laps. So significant gaps between the front runners right now.
I'm watching. It looked like the Salen's car had made up a lap on the R-Bank car, but I wasn't sure if they had just almost made up a lap or made up a full lap. Because they're only separated by 1 lap now.
Right.
I don't know if they actually passed them yet. I'm looking here. Doesn't look like that's one of them. Ed.
Looking at that front straightaway. We're closing in on the final 10 minutes of racing here at Nelson Ledges. And a win here for R-Bank Racing is not going to affect their national championship run. They're already locked in there up at the front as they go by the start-finish line to start another lap here at Nelson Ledges. But this will help them in their run for the Midwestern Regional Championship.
Are both these cars already qualified when they both were at the last race, the Audubon?
Well, none of them are really qualified because they have to complete a certain number of races and events, but they're on the chart.
Right. They've done the Audubon already, so then they've done here.
Right.
On course.
So we have to be very careful how we word it, like qualified or eligibility. It tends to confuse people, so we got to be careful how we put that in. I can just say what their seed position is. That means that they're not qualified. This is where their seed is right now.
Mm-hmm.
.288 going back out. I don't know if I already mentioned that or not, but Dylan did. The Rhinoceros Racing team going back out. Thought they'd be done for the day. They must be making some, adjustments back in the paddock and then taking it out, trying it again. Test and tune for tomorrow.
It'd be a good time to do it now that it's drying out. You'd actually have, hopefully, similar conditions that you'd...
Yeah, absolutely. Get rid of your wet weather setup, right?
Right.
And try out the dry one. There goes the Mustang there.
Got to get the car dialed in for tomorrow.
There went Banana Split, the Banana Split racing team, or the Banana Splits, I think it is. Which I think is I think it's a cartoon.
Okay. Thought it was dessert.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's patterned after a show.
You should mix fruit with your ice cream anyway, you know, just stick with the unhealthy version of the ice cream. Okay, so they're on lap 297, so they're in front of they're one lap. They are completely one lap down. Number the mustard car to the first place car. Must be just in front of them. No way they're going to make that up in the next 10 minutes, though.
Right.
6 minutes.
Right. You know, remember we were back at 53 minutes to go, and they were down what appeared to be 3 laps, and we were saying, you know, I'm sure they wished it was more like a half an hour ago, because you know there's so much that could happen in that time frame, and we've seen our bank racing break down, you know, 35 minutes before the end of the race at Road Atlanta, so it could certainly happen. And of the cars, this is the more fragile car, being, you know, the CRX over the Saab.
Fine.
So the Haywood Mazda Miata back out on the track after they got pulled out. So apparently not too much damage.
Good for them.
That's very good news. Hate to see the cars get damaged at all.
No, they look better without the damage. Everybody's happier when they're not damaged.
Everybody's happier when they're not damaged, and they work better. 5 minutes now, unofficially. Going to be getting that one to go here in just a few minutes, and depending on conditions at the track, traditionally what's done is the pit crews are allowed to walk out to the pit wall and cheer on their teammates as they come by to take that checkered flag. Winning one of these races is almost impossible. Finishing is hard enough as it is, so a finish in an endurance race is really an accomplishment.
Absolutely.
On board with the Salen's mustard car. Looking for that second place finish, and this could set them up well for tomorrow for that MOV that is going to be suffered by the 90racing.com, ourbankracing.com team. Although
2 laps to go.
It didn't hurt them too much at Autobahn. They ended up winning that race back to back. And the 528 going back out onto the racetrack. The hipster racing team.
They want to see that checker flag.
Yeah, I think they want to see that checker.
We're getting close to seeing it.
Here's that one to go signal as the leader comes across that start-finish line for the final lap here at Nelson Ledges Road Course.
Last lap.
Heading into turn 1 here. And all they need to do is bring it home.
Visceral's in third, but I'm hearing that they're hoping they have enough gas just to get finished.
Around the oak tree now into the carousel section of the racetrack. Now on to the backstretch here, heading towards the kink.
Robin tank right there, waiting for the start finish line.
As they get ready for the final couple of corners here, heading into turn number 12. As the car progresses through turns 12 into 13 and back onto the front straightaway for the final time. And here they come. Arbank Racing, 90racing.com takes the win on day one at Nelson Ledges for the Nelson Ledges 8+7 Enduro.
Congratulations to those guys.
Yeah, decisive win for the 90racing.com team in that Honda Civic, with Team Salem Mustard in their 99 Boxster coming in second place in that number 943. And then it's going to be Visceral Racing Group in their 87 Porsche 944 capturing third. Behind them it will be Shut Up Racing in fourth place. And then the Team Salem catch-up car finishing fifth at number 942. And then it's the BMW 323i of Racer X finishing sixth, with There's No Z in Mazda, your lead Miata, finishing seventh. Then it's Whitnauer Motorsports in the Mini Cooper in eighth, Cargo Racing in ninth in their Miata, and then it's the Miata of T2T Racing rounding out the top 10. And I'll just go through the standings here. There we go. There's No Z in Mazda going to take B class. And we've got Team Salem Mustard taking C class, of course. A class captured by 90racing.com.
Despite the conditions, they had some good racing going on.
Hey, can you guys hear me okay down there?
Yeah, they definitely did. Yeah, we can hear you, Bill.
Hey, Robin. Great race, man. Yeah, really good to protect the home turf. Us and Salem's both kind of home track here. We have two home tracks. This is one of our favorites, so super job to come here and defend. We won a 24-hour here a long time ago, so came up just short last year. It was nice. We've been bridesmaids for a while, but now we're getting back on our stride, back on the roll, 3 in a row. Our drivers, all fabulous. 90 Racing. We got to thank Maxxis Tires. They performed in the rain. We ran the whole race on one set, so it was nice to give them a win. I imagine it's their first Champ Car win, but I'm not positive on that. But definitely, we ran them one time at BIR in the rain many years ago, but it was on the car that didn't win. And so it's nice to give them a win. 90racing.com, as always. Thank the drivers, Mark Bennett from here in Ohio and Kerry Steed from here in Ohio. And then we've had he hasn't raced with us in about 8 years, Dave Kilowatts, who used to live here in Ohio, but now lives in Utah or somewhere. Yeah, and then of course Andrew Johnson, and him and his dad Dave are the linchpins of the team right now, and are our Honda brain trust, and the car is just amazing. I mean, you could see that. Now this morning, massive amount of rain. Usually front wheel drives do okay in these, but man, you guys just rocked it. Yeah. Front wheel drive is definitely a bit of an advantage in the rain, but we had our share of troubles. It was so much rain that the car was turning into a boat, and we were getting a lot of. If you watch the video, from in car, a lot of water getting in the car and steaming things up and making it difficult. We had to use what we call the torch, which is a Department of Transportation approved device with which to clean the inside of the windshield while driving. It's recommended for professionals only. So we had to bring out the torch because our boat was taking on water. But in those conditions, Carrie was really making up time for us and gave us a buffer.
Now you guys had some issues. You had a splitter suddenly decide not to stay attached to your car.
Well, the aforementioned Carrie, who was making time for us, did hit one of the Baja streams. I'd been told he had a couple of excuses. He said it was the locusts and the earthquake, and somebody didn't have money for cab fare, and the brakes didn't work, and there was a car beside him. He swears to God it wasn't his fault, but he made up for it.
Absolutely. All of it. If it comes from Robin's mouth, it's really true. All right, Robin, congratulations. That's many in a row and fitting for the number one to finish number one.
Very nice. We like it.
All right, congrats, guys.
Thanks, everyone.
Back to you guys.
All right. Thanks for the interview there, Bill. And it's good to hear from them. Obviously, not an easy race to win, not an easy race to even to complete today. The weather was just unbelievable. As these guys that work on work the track, the wrecker crew, wow, they got their money. They were well. How do we want to say that? I'm so tired I can barely even talk. They earned their money. They earned their money today, right?
They did a great job pulling these cars out, not getting themselves stuck. Their catch and release program is top notch.
It is. It's certainly refined. It is a well-refined machine, isn't it? Mm-hmm. And it looks like.
Yep, they ran out of gas. They didn't think they had. They were barely thinking they had enough to finish. So they probably didn't finish their.
He told him he wasn't going to tow him in. He's like, "What the hell are you guys doing out here on the last lap?" And he said, "Please, I guarantee it'd be the easiest tow you've had all day."
Hey, guys.
So that's so funny. Yeah, Bill.
Hey, I'm down here with Will Nonamaker. You guys did pretty well this weekend.
We did. It was a really crazy race. I mean, to imagine on the back straightaway, you look to your right and there's a big pond, and the left there's a big pond. It was just like one little road, and either side was water, like literally. And even in like the carousel, there was like 5 feet less apex because the water was up on the track. So, we're happy to survive. I thought the driving today was really courteous by all of the Champ Car racers. So that was a fantastic race. And, kudos to our bank for winning.
So nobody actually came beside you and splashed water in your car because you're a Porsche owner?
No, you didn't do that, no.
No BMWs? Because that's usually what they do, don't they?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know?
Like I said, I think everybody was really courteous today, and it was good racing.
Cool.
It really was.
Congrats, guys. All
Thank
right.
you.
Good win. Or second, right? Second fifth. And here's Mr. Salin. What was that like out there?
Well, I was screaming on the radio at 10:30 this morning to red flag the race. It was very, very treacherous early on.
Yeah.
With visibility and standing water, there's just nowhere for the water to go. They did some drainage work here, but when you just get so much water, there's just nothing you can do.
It was pretty rough out there, especially down the front straightaway here. We heard you guys coming down the front, and after that big rainstorm, and basically you guys are just letting off the gas to go through the water.
Otherwise, you get wheel spin, and you don't know you're going to lose it. You don't know where you're going to wind up.
So how was out at the end with kind of drying out out there?
Yeah, it was good. Gradually get used to the conditions. There was the two spots you mentioned, the one here at the start finish, and then also where the crossover is. There was some water you just had to drive through. And once you realize what you were dealing with, it wasn't too bad. As long as you can see, it's kind of like a whiteout in the wintertime, where it's scary when you can't see. And that's what we were experiencing early in those drenching downpours. But tomorrow sounds like it's going to be a lot better.
Just don't get off track tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right. Congratulations, guys. Yeah, there you go. All right. Back to you guys.
All right. Thanks, Bill. Thanks, Dylan, also for your help today down on pit road. I really appreciate all your pit lane reporting that helped us kind of stay in touch with what was going on down there.
Well, you know, I just sat around and ate donuts all day, right? Drank coffee, ate donuts.
I don't want to know what you did all day, Bill. It scares me.
It just makes a difference. I'll try and be on tomorrow. We just didn't have a lot of people here to help us this weekend. Troy Trulio, you were out there this weekend.
Yeah, 4 hours in the rain.
Yeah, and what was that like? You told me it was like the old days here.
It was, yeah, when the track was before it was paved, you had to wiggle around all the potholes. Well, today there's all those low spots. When it rained, they all filled up with water, so you're wiggling around so you don't hydroplane. And then there was lakes in places. It was sketchy. And then the wiper flew off. So as I went underneath the bridge, the car in front of me could be all wet, and all I would do is focus on their taillights and hope they're going on the track, because it would take about 2 turns for the water to get off the windshield, and then I could see enough, and I'm like, okay, good, I'm still on track. We got third, but we ran out of gas, so they're getting towed in. He was on the surge stick. We saw the yellow light as he went by because he had no radio for like 3 laps. And I would have radioed him in, saved fuel a long time ago, but we didn't have a radio.
Here comes Ron getting towed in. The tow us game.
That was the tow of honor. We made it.
There you go.
Tow of honor.
That's awesome. There's Ron getting towed in.
I'm glad they were able to finish. They just didn't get to finish the outlap after they took the checker. They didn't make it all the way back around.
Well, I have to say, taking that tape off, that car looks a lot better.
Yeah, I like that way better, yeah.
So, Ron.
But we didn't have a radio. That's what we did.
Hey, Ron. Third place, but you predicted it earlier today.
I was hoping we could get the third. Ran out of fuel there at the end, but the last 20 minutes was on fuel. Actually, the last half hour was fuel consuming. So she still had a lot more in her. Tomorrow will be a new day. But she handled fantastic once the track dried out. Just wish it was dry all day.
Yeah, pretty wet. All right, man. Congrats. All right, guys. I'm going to send it back to you. I'm going to help them out with tech, and we'll talk to you later.
All right. Thanks, Bill. And thank you, everybody, for joining us. Thank you, Dylan, again, for your help. So that's going to do it for us from Nelson Ledge's road course for today. And it looks like Our Bank Racing, 90racing.com, has, again, captured the overall win in their Honda CRX. So that's going to do it for us for today, folks. But we'll be back tomorrow to cover tomorrow's race, and we hope you'll join us. So for Tiffany Alexander and Bill Strong, I'm Paul Veltum, and we'll see you next time, folks. So long.
Bye.
Bye.